A distressed young man looks around confusedly in an unfamiliar place and asks where he is. A worried woman explains that he fell. He rejects the name Leon within himself and decisively proclaims his real one Ryasuke Ikegeya. After a deep sleep, he wakes up on a simple rural bed and suddenly panic grips his chest. Where has he ended up? He finally comprehends the terrible truth. His strange experience is not a dream. He tries hard to remember, but only one thing surfaces. He just left a lecture at the university. Puzzled, he grabs his head and cannot recall what happened after he left the university. The only thing he can hold on to is a vague, anxious memory of an explosion. He looks at his hands and notices in surprise that they seem to have become smaller. The name Leon from the dream surfaces again and confuses him even more. When recalling this name, the boy is suddenly overwhelmed by a painful surge of happy memories about another boy. He can only guess where these vivid memories come from and fear grips him. What if he really became Leon? Immersed in Leon's memories, he suddenly realizes he has found himself in a foreign world. A woman with a gentle face opened the door, called him Leon, and quietly asked how he was feeling. He recognizes in her Leon's mother and quietly confirms that he fell down the stairs. He sincerely apologized for making her worry and promised to be more careful in the future. She gently stroked his head as if suggesting he rest until lunch. Alone again, he wonders if he died on Earth and comes to terms with the fact that he probably will no longer be able to return. An indescribable sadness overwhelmed him. He mourns the lost future and what he never managed to achieve. A single tear slowly runs down his cheek as he mourns his former life. He clenches his fists in despair, and on his wrist is a bracelet from his past life. After a moment of sadness, his despair begins to dissolve, giving way to something new. A flash of determination ignited within him, and he raised his head filled with firm resolve. He straightened up and realized complaints will get him nowhere. He needs to gather information. Diving into Leon's memories, he begins to paint a picture of his new life in his imagination. Suddenly he finds out he is Leon, lives in Lasria, and his family runs a snack bar. Every day Leon ran to the snack bar to help and happily played with the neighbors' children. And then the most incredible discovery happens. Magic really exists in this world. With surprise, he learns that magic has 6 attributes, and very soon his mana will be measured. At the thought that his mana will soon be measured, he is pierced by a light, joyfully impulsive thrill. His excitement fades due to the very low standard of living around. He contemplates what the next step should be in this new primal reality. Determined to understand everything, he decides to search the house to finally take a landmark. His gaze stops on an ordinary pair of shoes, and he notices that they are woven from grass. He tries on one, feels an unpleasant tingling, but still accepts it as his reality. With a slight creak, he opened the wooden door and cautiously peeked into the corridor. He told the empty corridor that he was leaving and set off to explore. He walks through a simple wooden house, focused on opening the next door. Having passed through one room, he closes the door behind him and goes further. He passes by a row of simple wooden doors, frowning slightly. The house is made entirely of plain, unadorned wood, and inside it many closed doors. He approaches what looks like the main exit, holds his breath and prepares to open it. He squeezes through a narrow corridor and glances up at a tall, dark window. After a moment of hesitation, he opens another door. A slight anxiety is visible on his face. Finally, he goes outside into a small dusted yard with a large stone well. His gaze fell on a large bathtub, and he grimaced realizing it was their bathtub. He approaches the door again, his heart pounding. Maybe his new mother is behind it. Gathering all his courage, he decided to introduce himself and reached out to the door. He heads to what he considers the kitchen, ready to meet his family. He cautiously looks through the crack in the door to see who is inside. He sees his new parents Jane and Lavana bustling in the kitchen and preparing food. He enters, apologizes for making them worry, and assures them that he is fine now. Practical Father John urges him, faster, get to work for today. Leon immediately agrees to help. A light, joyful, and ready-to-act smile plays on his face. He asks about his sister Marie and they say, help her clean the dining room. Mother shouted to Marie, Leon is coming to help you. Energetic girl Marie Bersan giggles and calls her older brother clumsy because he fell. Leon was momentarily confused, then completely melted at her sweet appearance. A blush spreads across his cheeks because he thinks she needs protection from weirdos. Unaware of what he is thinking, Marie looks at him with sincere concern over his injury. He declares with feigned bravery that everything is fine and suggests sharing the cleaning. Turning back, he sighed quietly with relief, glad he was not caught. His face reddened at the same time. It still trembled with sticky embarrassment and a barely noticeable relief after that meeting. With a broom in hand, he steps outside and is greeted by a noisy street still from the pre-industrial era. He held his breath, eyes wide open with admiration and disbelief staring at the bright scene before him. In shock, he covers his mouth with his hand and realizes, this incredible place is definitely not Japan. The sight proves this indisputably, this is truly another world. He sighs, accepting the new reality, although secretly in his soul he wishes everything were a bit cleaner. Barely leaning on the broom, he froze for a moment then exhaled heavily again, resigned. He decides that torturing himself is pointless, so he is already getting ready for work. He straightened up but stumbled, jerked back, caught on someone and fell with a loud crash. A moment before falling, he scolded himself for getting lost in thought. Raising his eyes, Leon sees a handsome man who apologizes and extends a hand to help. He froze from the sudden collision and the appearance of a stranger. He struggles to stay on his feet, his face is a pure expression of horror. As if by the command of an instinct from a past life, he bows low and apologizes fervently. The man looks at the boy's overly formal apologies, a curious, thoughtful expression is frozen on his face. Suddenly panic bursts in Leon, he realizes that his polite words are out of place here. The man recognizes him from the snack kiosk and asks where he learned to speak so elegantly. Under the pressure of the question, Leon begins to sweat, and his thoughts frantically search for an excuse. With a trembling voice, he explains that a well-mannered person from the neighborhood taught him to speak politely. After a minute of silence, a barely noticeable, all-knowing smile appears on his lips. He extends his hand and gently strokes Leon's head, saying that his politeness is truly impressive. Leon raises his gaze, surprised and relieved by such a warm, completely unexpected gesture. The man apologizes for the recent accident, but Leon instantly reassures him, "I am fine." The man introduces himself, Frederick. The boy replies his name is Leon. Frederick's face brightens when he promises to visit the snack bar very soon and eat. Leon's face lights up with delight, and he impatiently tells Frederick that he will wait. With one last warm smile, Frederick turns around and walks away, and Leon waves goodbye to him. Left alone, Leon quietly thinks that he managed to get rid of that man. The relief quiets down and recedes. Giving way to a new mystery in his head, he begins to think even deeper. He squats down, the broom lies nearby, and he plunges into reflection. He cannot understand how he manages to speak and understand the local language so freely. He wonders if he can also read it. He prepares intensely to test his theory and the gunpowder. He runs his finger over the letters of his name and suddenly realizes. He reads and writes without any problems. He struggles with his secret, and around him only question marks and complete confusion. His thoughts are interrupted by his sister. She peeks through the door and impatiently asks if he has finished yet. Frightened Leon suddenly jumps to his feet and feverishly denies that he was loafing. She urges him to go back inside and strictly orders not to waste time. She gives a final warning they will open any moment now and closes the door behind her. A wave of panic overwhelmed Leon, and he started cleaning again with frantic energy. Sighing with relief, Leon leaned on the broom and said that the cleaning was finally finished. Suddenly, a loud bell rings. He lifts his head and immediately understands everything. It is the noon signal. His sister Marie rushed to the door and anxiously asked if he was already done. She points to the bell, implying it is time to open, and he calmly says everything is ready. Marie tells him to fix the door first. He shyly admits that he forgot. In the newly opened snack bar, Mary warmly welcomes the first visitor, who orders a steak. Brother and sister together at the entrance greet another visitor. He also asks about the situation. The cafe is bustling with guests, and some woman shouted that the steak is ready. Leon carefully serves the group of hungry customers a sizzling steak. The man and Marie enjoy the food, their faces shining with satisfaction. After a hearty lunch, as they leave, one grateful customer sincerely thanks them. Mom smiles and praises everyone for their hard work and suggests taking a lunch break. When she asks Leon to join, he gladly agrees, saying he is very hungry. She happily announces that they have 2 extra steaks to share. The children shout excitedly, and she tells them to wait in the living room. The family gathers around the table, all ready to eat and sincerely grateful for what they have. Leon noted to himself that their special blessing reminded him of a Japanese custom. He brushed off the strange coincidence, saying it was convenient, and joined, thanking them. He takes a bite of the first piece of steak, and his eyes suddenly open wide in amazement. Marie shares her joy and exclaims that the steak is simply incredibly delicious. Suddenly he realizes, the steak tastes the same as that beef from Japan he remembers. But the bread is as hard as a stone, and Maria agrees it is hard to eat. He feels the vegetable soup is bland, it only has salt. Despite everything, he thinks he can eat his fill, and that, he says, is enough for now. The children joyfully exclaim that they ate everything from their plates and sincerely thank their parents for the food. He says that although their life is not luxurious, he has a good and caring family. With a firm look, he vows to protect and make his new family happy and prosperous. He feels there are still many tasks ahead that he must complete to achieve this goal. After the meal, everything is finished. The empty plate silently puts a period at the end of the chapter. Their mother suggests going to have fun, but Maria suddenly gasps she remembered something important. A little gently, she reminds the embarrassed Leon about their promise to go play in the forest with friends. Two relatives immediately rush to the door ready for a walk. Sitting on the floor, Leon helps Marie. She smiles put on her shoes. Marie pulls a large basket towards herself, and Leon tightly fastens a shiny new dagger to his belt. Marie nervously picks up a key with a small bell it jingles. One shout and they announce that they are leaving the wooden house. Approaching another house, they called out hello, and they were gladly let inside. Marie politely asks the woman at the counter if their friends Nicola and Luke are home. Then she asks about the uncle, and the woman quietly explains that he went out for supplies. Marie boldly confesses her love to the uncle, and the woman smiles and says he will be happy. A boy named Nicola appears in the doorway and apologizes for making them wait. He enthusiastically announces that today's plan is to gather a bunch of fruits. Leon smiles when Nicola turns to him and asks, "Did I make you wait long?" Just as Nicola asks if everyone is ready to go, another boy appears. Luke. Nicola said with a determined smile that it was time to move. A group of children with baskets is walking through the village streets. They continue walking, passing by a fenced pasture where cows are standing. At the lower edge of the dense forest, Nicola proudly announces exactly where they are heading. Inside Luca anxiety, he fears that since it is not warm yet there will be few fruits. Mari looks disappointed. Her hopes for a bountiful harvest are shattered. Nicola reassures her, confidently saying that this season they will still be able to gather some fruits. Then he turns to Leon for confirmation, cornering him. Leon quickly throws out an idea. Maybe deeper in the forest they will find raspberries. Soon he triumphantly notices a large bush of dark berries ahead. The children rushed forward, their eyes burning with excitement, looking at the giant bush covered with ripe fruits. Having found it, they all laugh with joy, shout, and start the harvest. Four friends happily enter the dense thickets and begin to pick berries. Nicola proudly shows his full bag and offers everyone to taste some. Mari took a bite and her face lit up with joy. She exclaimed that it was incredibly tasty. The others agree and Leon also decides to try one. His face instantly twisted with disgust. They seemed incredibly bitter to him. He understands, for his friends these forest berries are their only treats. He thought, although they don't mind it, he knows many more pleasant things. When Mari suggests gathering firewood, he immediately decides they need to find sugar. Returning home, they announce their arrival and are joyfully welcomed. Mari approaches the woman behind the counter and asks if her uncle is here. The woman called out to Ben, "Mari has come." The man rushed into the room just at the moment when Mari was happily calling her uncle. He tosses her high into the air, beaming with joy that she came to visit. Then he meets Leon with a loud laugh and playfully ruffles his hair. Leon protests, but the man only says, "Don't worry about the little things." After a short visit, they said goodbye and left the house. As they walk, Marie directly tells her brother that he has been having meetings too often lately. She added indifferently that he often doesn't listen when she calls him. Leon flinched at her bluntness and sweat appeared on his cheek. He tries to object, but she sternly says, "Next time listen carefully." Smiling broadly through restrained embarrassment, Leon nods and promises to remember her words. They returned home and happily told their parents that they were finally home. The son daughter stands before the parents, in each hand a basket full of the harvest gathered during the day. Marie proudly lifts the sack and joyfully exclaims that they gathered a bunch of raspberries. Dad suggests after dinner they can all eat berries together. Suddenly Leon comes up with an idea. He asks his mother if they have sweet spices. He hopes to make their food tastier, and she thoughtfully considers his request. She suggests honey or sugar but says they are not sold in their area. She clarifies these shops are almost entirely for nobles, so they won't be able to buy anything there. Leon was stunned when he learned that a carriage ride to the city center takes over 2 hours. Mother says with a bitter smile, "Many gentlemen are foolish and visit very rarely." She seriously warns him, "Be careful when dealing with aristocrats." With a modest smile, Leon thanks her and stops looking for sweet spices. Mom looks at him with a gentle, understanding gaze. Leon plunged into deep thought and asked himself if there are other ways to make food truly delicious. Suddenly he was struck, his eyes lit up, and he opened them wide with inspiration. He enthusiastically asks his mother to allow him to use the kitchen to prepare a dish with raspberries. He confidently says that he learned by watching them, and his father immediately agrees easily. Her father asks Maria to help her brother clean up, and she gladly agrees. The mother looks and smiles familiarly in her son. She sees determination. The parents shine with excitement and impatiently wait to see what he will create. Under the pressure of feelings, Leon nervously asks them not to have too high expectations. He is about to leave, and his mother asks if he needs anything else. Leon comes to work as if he has only the bare essentials, a flour and eggs. A young woman with a high ponytail asks Leon what he intends to use all the gathered ingredients for. Smiling mysteriously and kindly, Leon says she will just have to wait and see. He thanks her for gathering pots and bowls, and she thinks, what is his plan? Leon announces that he will mix all the gathered ingredients in a large wooden bowl. Tense to the limit and begins to cook, pours liquids and energetically stirs the contents of the bowl. He carefully sprinkles powder with a spoon from one container into the mixture, which slowly and continuously increases in volume. He tastes the dough to make sure the consistency is just right, and only then starts stirring the smooth liquid again. His mother Lewin anxiously exclaims and points at the strange, overly sticky texture of the dough. She awkwardly raises her hand to her mouth and looks suspiciously at the strange elixir her son has just prepared. Loni's face is still full of deep anxiety as she continues to examine the strange dough. Jean the man gently intervenes and suggests letting Leon continue. He is so stubborn. Leon beams, overwhelmed with gratitude for their support, sincerely thanks them while his mother urges him to go on. Leon cheerfully announced that the last ingredient to add to the dough is a bowl of fresh raspberries. His parents watch with curiosity and barely noticeable shock on their faces as he prepares for the next step. Jean nervously asked if this was the final result, and a drop of sweat appeared on his forehead. Leon categorically denies this, waving his hands and insisting that his creation is not yet finished. He asks them to watch while he prepares to mix the berries with the dough that is already waiting. He explains that now he will add the raspberries he has already mashed to the mixture. After adding some of the berries, he carefully continues to mix all the ingredients together. When the dough is finally ready, Leon proudly stands by several bowls and announces that it is time to bake. Mom kneels by the built-in oven and asks him to wait a moment before he starts. She reaches out her hand and whispers a spell. A magical spark ignites in the oven. Leon froze, seeing real magic for the first time, and exclaimed, "Cool." Laun, who is not surprised by ordinary magic, asks what happened and urges him on. Embarrassed, Leon apologized, explaining that he was simply stunned by the magic he had just seen. She smiles warmly and reassures him, soon he will be able to use magic himself. Leon looks at the dough. Excitement flares up in him again. He is preparing for the final step of the preparation. Suddenly, he remembers a key ingredient needed for frying. He returns to his mother and asks if they have some butter. She hands over a container with a stick of butter and looks questioningly. "Is this what you need?" Calmly, Leon puts a piece of butter on the hot frying pan. The butter immediately sizzled and melted, filling the pan with a pleasant sizzling sound. He carefully pours the raspberry batter into the hot, buttered frying pan. Leon remembers that he needs to flip the pancake as soon as bubbles appear on the surface. He watches closely. Tiny bubbles appear on the surface of the batter and continue to form a sign that the pancake is cooking properly. Looking carefully at the dish, he is sure it is already cooking wonderfully. Focused with a tense look, and he finally decides, it's time to flip it. He tugs tensely with the large spatula. It's hard to lift that huge pancake with it. His father watches from the side and anxiously asks if he will be able to flip it. Noticing that her son is struggling, June approaches and offers to take on the hardest part. With a confident move, he skillfully tosses a large pancake flatbread into the air. Leon looks at his father with admiration and exclaims how incredible he is. Mom admits she was worried, but now smiles and says what a wonderful aroma this dish has. Leon glanced at the perfectly toasted pancake and decided it was time to serve it. With a triumphant smile, he declares that all that remains is to serve their creation. He proudly lifts the ready stack of pancakes and shouts that his work is finally complete. The father freezes in shock and asks, when did his son learn to cook such impressive dishes? In response to the father's praise, Leon shyly asks, please laugh. His mother, beaming with a smile, says it's time to eat and calls Marie to sit with them. The family gathers together and each takes the first bite of the new creation. Leon anxiously watches them and asks to be told if they like the taste of his dish. The parents are delighted enthusiastically, praising the elastic, pleasant chew texture and the sweetness of the berries. His sister Mari, with a blissful smile, says that her cheeks are about to melt. Leon clearly sighed with relief and was happy everyone liked the dish he prepared. Father glanced at the clock and, as if giving a sign, said that the night shift at the snack bar was about to start. Parents warmly praise the work of their children while getting ready to leave for the evening shift. Leon tells Mari dinner will be in an hour. Mari says that is exactly why they so often have dinner together at night. She enthusiastically praises her brother's dish with raspberries, and Leon gently corrects her. These are pancakes. Mari feels that the taste and texture are completely different, and Leon says that the name was invented by his brother. She exclaims that she wants to eat them again, and Leon gladly agrees to make more. They realize that they will have to gather even more raspberries, and Mari vows to collect a whole bunch. On the nightstand, one candle flickers, quietly illuminating the tranquility of the room in the village. Lan looked at Mari. She was already sound asleep, and he thinks that she is completely exhausted. He yawns widely and says that he is also tired after everything that happened today. He pulled up the blanket and, settling more comfortably, a thoughtful, satisfied smile appeared on his face. He looks at the starry night sky and thinks, his life in another world has truly begun. Morning light seeps through the wooden slats of the window and seems to say, a new day has come. A new chapter begins. The sun gently rises over a simple rural house. Leon blinks, opens his eyes. His gaze is blurry. He is slowly waking up. He glances at the unfamiliar wooden ceiling and is overwhelmed by deep confusion. He mumbles to himself, trying to orient and understand where he is. A sudden and sharp flash of memories, and he abruptly sits up straight in bed, stunned. A dim realization overwhelms him. His face freezes sternly, and finally, without any doubt, he understands. His reincarnation is not a dream. At the breakfast table, the whole family gathers. They are about to start enjoying bread and fragrant pastries. Mama asks about his plans, and his sister invites him to visit the tents with food. Leon politely refuses his sister, explaining that he has other plans today. He says goodbye to his family and walks away from the wooden house. He decides not to go towards the forest, but on the contrary heads to the city. He finds himself in a noisy square and immediately recognizes. This is the same street food area his sister talked about. Standing tall and looking down, he notices several quite interesting shops in one direction. In the end, he finds himself in a place where at every step there are workshops of various craftsmen. In the workshops, they do not hang signs with words, they show the craft with simple visual symbols. He freezes with delight. He notices one shop with a sign where the letters are clearly and distinctly written. He carefully pronounces the symbols, forming the phrase magical workshop of instruments. The realization hits him right in the face, and suddenly it lights up with pure sincere joy, blushing. He wonders if they are like machines. Impatiently, he pushes the door to look inside. Peeking into the quiet workshop, he called out, "Is anyone here?" Receiving no answer, he cups his hands around his mouth and calls louder. From the darkness of the workshop, a voice suddenly responded, and he flinched. A calm voice tells him there is no need to shout, he will be heard anyway. The door creaks and a figure slowly emerges from the dimly lit room. Suddenly, an elderly man with a mustache and glasses appeared and quietly asked what the boy needed. Embarrassed Leon, stammering a little, explains that he is interested in magical items. The old man's face sharpens, his gaze becomes piercing and extremely suspicious. He asks the decisive question, can this boy read letters? Leon breaks out in a cold sweat as he immediately realizes. He rushed forward without thinking. He tries to lie, saying someone read the sign for him, but immediately admits that it is not true. The gray-haired master nods and quietly says, the ability to read and write is indeed rare among common people. When he interrogates Leon, his gaze becomes sharp. Who taught him to speak so formally? Leon froze. Clearly he realized that the man noticed his polite manner of speaking. The master suspiciously notes that the boy speaks formally, and that is also too smooth. He directly and insistently demands to name the boy's true identity. Leon freezes. Leon mentally tightens with panic because he understands. The old man now looks at him with maximum suspicion. The master admits Leon's teacher was probably incredibly skilled. In a desperate attempt to divert attention, Leon asked if the man himself was a nobleman. Suddenly it turns out that this man is only a half-noble, and even then almost no better than an ordinary commoner. This confused Leon. He asked to explain the unfamiliar term in more detail. The master smiled and explained. It refers to sons of noble families who do not become heirs, for example, younger sons. Leon aloud wonders, does this mean that they will never become full-fledged nobles? The man clearly says, for a great feat they can be granted the title knight nobleman. Leon notes with admiration that the local social system is remarkably orderly. He quietly thinks to himself, being born noble does not yet mean living in luxury. The old master looks at the boy, who is now confused, and in his eyes is obvious surprise. He laughs heartily, impressed that such a small child can get involved in such complex topics. His voice becomes stern, and he sharply warns Leon not to boast about his cleverness. Then the master recalls why Leon first came to his workshop. Trembling, Leon confirms. He was really interested in magical instruments. He had almost forgotten about them. He awkwardly admits he has never seen a magical instrument with his own eyes. The man began to explain as if announcing a harsh truth. Magical instruments are expensive and intended for the nobility. He adds that the raw materials are extremely rare, so their prices remain at unprecedented heights. In despair, Leon fell onto the table and muttered that he thought he had found something useful. He raised his head and asked what those rare materials are made of. The craftsman enthusiastically talks about magical stones, an enchanted iron that changes shape under the influence of magic. He explains that the tool was made by fusing a stone with carved magical iron. Leon's excitement flares up again, and he demands to know where one can get one of these machines. The master sharply tells the impatient boy that he will not be able to get it. He reveals the truth. The state monopolizes all material mines and production workshops. Leon again weakly slumps onto the table, hoarsely groans, and grumbles that he is completely confused. He mutters resentfully that supposedly the nobility took everything for themselves. Suddenly a thought strikes him and he doubts, does this very workshop even exist at all? He leans forward and extremely desperately implores the man to tell him the reason. With a confused look, he asks why this master class exists at all. The old man, by his stature, made it clear that his workshop is a special exception. He admits that he once worked in state workshops and only recently retired. Instead of leaving the craft forever, his passion for the work pushed him to open this place. Instead of an honorary title, he was allowed to open his own private shop. Now he happily spends his days freely inventing, and Leon is simply delighted. The master carefully weighs Leon's words about his workshop being unique. Realizing how incredibly lucky he is, a blushing Leon asked if he could buy a tool. The old man fell silent for a moment, considering the boy's sincere request. He firmly but kindly told Leon that he could not sell him a magical tool. Leon's shoulders sadly slump. He is sure the man would not waste rare materials. He makes one last request, asking if there is any way to get one. The old master runs his finger over his chin and thoughtfully pauses, considering the boy's desperate question. He throws hope into the air. Leon might have a chance to get roles at the Royal Academy. Leon asks if ordinary people are allowed here. The man calmly replies, those who pass will be let in. The master warns, life here is expensive and among the students almost all are nobles. Leon quietly contemplates this, and confidently believes that he will cope with the academic difficulties. The master also added that entrance exams take place at the end of winter. The boy, joking, suddenly catches up. Money is needed right now. A new idea is born in him, and he boldly approaches the man and asks to buy his invention. The master was completely stunned by the boy's audacious proposal. He agrees, but only if the idea itself is really very good. Leon gladly agrees because he understands. This is almost the same as having patent rights. Suddenly a thought flashes through Leon's mind, when it seemed that their business was already finished. He remembers that he must get home before the evening bell rings. A moment passes, the conversation quiets for a second. The master invites him to visit again, and Leon sincerely showers him with thanks. Before leaving, Leon asked the man's name and they exchanged names. Leon waves cheerfully and says goodbye to Marcel, promising to return soon. 4 days later, Leon comes to the workshop and exclaims joyfully, "Hello." Marcel appears in the doorway and, smiling, says the boy is just in time. Leon's face flushed as soon as he said he couldn't wait to see those magical tools. Marcel, with a serious face, gestured for the boy to come inside, following him. The master opens the door to the storeroom, a sharp, piercing creak. Leon froze breathless, eyes wide with delight when he saw what was inside. Trembling, he asks if the legendary magic iron and magic stones are really before him. They leave the storeroom and move to another, more suitable place. Marcel calls Leon a little embarrassed to sit down and says that explanations fit better in this room. With a grand gesture, Marcel shows what he himself calls the most famous magical tool. Leon's jaw dropped in shock. Before him appeared only a simple lamp. Marcel awkwardly admits that he overdid it a bit during the presentation. He explains that the device is a light sphere powered by a stone of healing magic. To turn off the light, you only need to remove the magic stone. Ideas instantly sparked in Leon's head. He immediately began thinking about how to make a mechanical switch. His curiosity reached its limit. He asked Marcel if there were any other tools to look at. Marcel proudly lists other magical conveniences, even a fan and a flush toilet. He shows a device resembling a box, and Leon looks at it with admiration. Leon freezes in amazement. In the one running from the tap, he sees a modern flush toilet. He clenches his fists and grumbles that Zenith grabs such convenient things for himself. Returning to business, Marcel explains, now these 4 tools are needed daily. He offers a reward, 1 gold coin or 5 platinum coins if you register. Leon was caught off guard and could not utter a single word. His mind suddenly went blank from such an amount. He almost whispers that he actually does not understand the value of money. Marcel's explanation about that huge sum in yen leaves Leon simply stunned. Marcel laughed and explained that with noble clients, profit somehow comes too easily. Filled with new zeal, Leon thanks Marcel and vows to do everything possible. Marcel said he would transfer the reward to a bank account, and Leon froze in surprise. And right then he remembers, Leon does not have a bank account yet. He decided they will have to go and open one for the little boy. Marcel assures that children can open accounts, and suggests going with Leon so everything looks as if there is nothing suspicious. Leon is deeply moved and asks if it is true that this person will go with him. Marcel, with a friendly smile, encouragingly tells him, don't worry. Leon asked for some time to get his parents' permission, and Marcel agreed. When he leaves, Leon warmly thanks Marcel for today's events. Marcel waved goodbye and watched as the lively boy ran out of the workshop. He thoughtfully strokes his chin and quietly mumbles to himself about that interesting child. Seeing Leon walk away, Marcel runs his hand over his chin and thoughtfully thinks what an interesting boy he is. Returning, Leon loudly announced that he had come home to his family. A voice sounded from inside. He was surprised at how much he wanted to get to the city center. Leon's mother peeks from the top of the stairs, her voice trembling. Is it really safe to go with a stranger? Leon excitedly tells that he met a kind old man who has a workshop, and he showed him everything inside. His face twitched and he anxiously asked if he was not allowed to go out. After a short tense pause, Leon hesitantly gives consent. She reminds him, you are already 8 time to take responsibility for your actions. In a serious tone, she warned him, if you feel any danger, run to the security post. Then she suggests that everyone go to church tomorrow after lunch. Lone explains that even the smallest spark of magic will make his journey safer. Leon, filled with joy, with an explosion of excitement, realizes, finally he will be able to use magic. The next morning, before us stood the sign of Marcel's magical tools workshop. Leon Berson happily informed Marcel that he received permission for their journey tomorrow. Marcel calmly accepted the news simply, I understand. He asked if they would meet there at the workshop, and Leon enthusiastically agreed immediately. Leon cheerfully says goodbye and thanks Marcel in advance for tomorrow. Returning home again, he happily informed the family about his return. At the table, the whole family is visible. They just ate together. Washing the dishes, Lone urges Leon, get ready, we are going for a walk. The family walks together through the bustling streets of their native village. Leon greedily raises his gaze as soon as they approach the large wooden church. He points to the neighboring houses and asks his mother what they are. She says that each church has a healing hospital and an orphanage. Inside, they notice a statue of a holy figure at the end of the long building. In the silence of the church, 2 nuns quietly sat at a table. Among them was Lone Approach. She asked to measure the magical power for her son. The nuns smiled gently and agreed, offering to guide them. Anxious Leon nervously prepares to leave, while his family offers comforting words. He follows the nun to the closed wooden doors, his face tense. The doors creak and the nun leads him to the testing room. She gestured for him to sit at a small table, near which stood a wooden chair. Leon nervously sits before a round measuring device carved from ruins. No one loudly announces, the time has come to start measuring magical power. She strictly orders him to place his hand on the round device. She explains that his magical energy will be drawn out by itself. Barely touching, he placed his palm on the cold surface. A sharp surge of energy stunned him, and he immediately pulled his hand back. He freezes in awe before the strange and powerful feeling of his own magic. Nun announces that the test is complete and begins to state his power level. Suddenly a scream, eyes wide in full shock from what happened. She exclaims that his level is 5 and calls it incredible. She confirms to the stunned Leon that this is the highest possible number. Then she confidently declared that it is time to determine his magical element. She asks if he knows that there are 6 elements, and he confirms. She orders him to read a simple spell for each element to determine his natural type. When asked which element he wanted to start with, Leon enthusiastically chose healing. She unobtrusively explains how to cast a light spell, imagining as if opening a window. She insists that imagination is the most important thing in magic. Leon, with shining eyes, impatiently confirms that he understood the instructions and is ready. He closed his eyes, concentrated, and whispered the light spell. A dazzling spherical beam of light flashes at the tip of his finger and he froze in shock. He looks at the glowing sphere with admiration, stunned that the spell really worked. Warm, sincere joy flashes on his face as he finally realizes, this is real magic. He triumphantly exclaims about his victory, and the nun confirms that his element is healing. She told him that he has already mastered the method. No, he just needs to practice diligently. Leon nods happily, understands well how important visualization is. With surprise, he learns that his element contains spells that heal wounds and cleanse. He himself felt how dangerous it is to exhaust magic and promised himself to be careful. He asks if he can heal diseases, and she says that maybe at S level he will be able to heal fractures. She clearly says for now he can only heal wounds. Leon contemplates this limitation in his thoughts, and a gloomy concentration freezes on his face. He thinks that his instructor is confident, so he will be able to master his new abilities. He leaves the test room. The family waiting impatiently asks how it went. He joyfully exclaims that his magic level is 5, and the element is healing. His sister beams with joy. Finally they will be safe, and his mother warns, still be careful. The whole family laughed with joy when the mother announced that they would celebrate tonight. Leon sincerely thanks his mother, and they go home together through the city. Above the entrance to the wooden house hangs the sign of their family restaurant. Later, Leon sits alone in a simple room and is ready to begin practice. He extends his finger and quietly calls the light spell again. He carefully asks himself if he can change the size of the light he created. Focusing, he manages to make the light stronger and brighter. He is surprised and impressed by how confidently he controls this spell. Suddenly he realized, the spell can only be controlled by his imagination. With a trembling hand, he asks himself, can he cast this spell without speaking it? He closes his eyes and imagines the light with all his heart. The light flickered at the tip of his finger and not a single word escaped his lips. He is thrilled by his success and overwhelmed with admiration. Magic is truly incredible. He decides to move forward to the spell he wants to master more than anything. Suddenly he realized he has a purely practical problem. There is no wound on his heel to test the spell. With a frightened look he decides, otherwise he will not practice. On the wooden table before him lies a small sharp sword. Writhed in pain, he carefully and immediately makes a small even cut on the finger of the other hand. Panic seizes him. He vividly imagines how the wound closes as he utters the spell healing. A barely noticeable ghostly glow envelops his injured finger. The magic begins to work. Stunned, he sees the cut has completely disappeared. No trace or scar remains. This victory ignites the thought to heal even more serious wounds, even diseases. He quietly hopes that he will never get a real chance to test this theory. He moves on to the cleansing spell, and his gaze stops on a dust-covered wooden box. He utters the spell and a bright flash of light covers the object. The box looked completely new, not a drop of dirt remained. It occurs to him, could he cast this powerful cleansing spell on his own body? A wave of energy overwhelmed him. He felt completely restored. Enthralled, he decided to clean the entire room at once. A powerful spell backfired on him, and exhausted, he collapsed powerless on the floor. He groans, realizing he spent too much magical energy. A painful experience teaches him that he needs to learn to feel his limits. Suddenly it dawned on him, he had not yet tried creating spells from other elements. His heart pounds in his chest. Anxiety and excitement overwhelm him as he decides to try. Clenching on the spell itself, Leon tried a fire spell and shouted spark. A close-up of his eye, it is full of confusion about what is happening. A small flame flickered at his fingertip and he screamed in shock. He doubts this because he believes people should have only one element. Resolutely deciding to check everything, he rushed to the shed with a wooden bucket. He holds his hand over the bucket, tensely preparing to cast a water spell. The surface of the water instantly begins to bubble and ripple in response. His face contorted in shock, he managed to handle the second, different element as well. Then he quickly and flawlessly casts the body enhancement, earth, and wind spells one after another. A shot of his foot on the ground emphasizes his stunned, speechless stupor and shocked disbelief. He chokes from overwhelming emotion and exclaims, why is he allowed everything? He looks at his own hand and thinks, is it because he was reincarnated? Panic overwhelms him. He imagines being found and used as a test subject. He feels the gigantic, painful weight of a secret and knows he carries it alone. In despair, a sudden memory of that master craftsman, Marcel, surfaces. He feels that perhaps Marcel is the one he can trust with his secret. Abandoning everything else, he decides to try one more experiment, curious if he can create ice. He imagines how to apply water magic, and then instantly make it freeze. Sitting by the bucket, his first attempt produces only ordinary water. Suddenly, a guess strikes him while he is still looking into the bucket. He realizes he needs to somehow stir the water so that it freezes. With one touch, the water instantly and fiercely turned into sharp, cutting ice. Delighted, he understands that he can build a refrigerator, but suddenly a call interrupts him. Dinner is calling. Excited again, he shouted in response that he is coming. He quickly splashed water on his face and immediately went inside. The scene changes. The next morning, he cheerfully announces that he is leaving. The morning preparations are already finished. The scene changes. He enters Marcel's workshop and thinks that maybe he came a little early for their meeting. He knocks on the door and joyfully exclaims, "Good morning, Marcel." Marcel teases him for coming early, and Leon shyly admits that he just couldn't wait. The older man asks to wait a minute while he gets ready and comes out. Marcel agrees to the walk with a simple yes. "Ready to go," announced Marcella, and Leon enthusiastically echoed, "Ready." Walking through the city, Marcel explains that the carriage station is very close. Marcel notices Leon's thoughtful silence and asks what he is thinking about. Leon, having just looked at people's clothes, immediately notices the striking gap between social classes. Suddenly, he is overwhelmed with anxiety about the carriage fare, and he admits he has only a few copper coins. Marcel reassures him and gently offers to cover all the expenses for today. He explains it is an old man's simple whim to see Leon have fun. Deeply moved, Leon thinks that maybe he can trust Marcel with his magical secret. They arrive at the station where horse-drawn carts with canopies replace public transport. Marcel points to the carriages heading towards the city center. He says to the ticket seller, "The two of us and only 2 copper coins." Leon was beaming with genuine joy. It was his first time riding in a carriage. He climbs a small ladder onto the board, and Marcel watches from behind. Inside, they sit next to friendly passengers and greet politely. When the driver announced the departure, Leon's face lit up with anticipation. After a long, bumpy ride, the carriage finally stops. They have arrived in the city. Leon looks pale and feels unwell after this bumpy, rough trip. He groans because he completely miscalculated the carriage's dimensions, and he feels terribly nauseous. He complains about the terrible vibrations in that hard, uncomfortable seat. Bent over in pain and slowly sliding, he agrees to move from the spot. Before their eyes rises the impressive multi-story architecture of the city. Recovering, he raised his head and looked at the buildings with wide-open eyes full of admiration. He asked Marcel where the aristocrats live and heard about districts divided into tiers. He pondered. The life of an aristocrat turned out to be much more complicated than he had imagined. They walk further, passing increasingly exquisite multi-story houses. Leon nods to Marcel. "Today we are going to the bank." He asked if there were public carriages here, but Marcel explained, "The nobility rides their own." He wonders if ordinary people can enter the bank, and it turns out they also have carriages. Marcel stretched out his hand forward and joyfully announced that they were already there. Leon raises his gaze. Pure shock from what he saw froze on his face. A dramatic shot emphasizes the colossal size of the building's triangular roof. Before them towers a majestic building with impressively tall classical columns. Not believing, he asks, "So is this really a bank?" Marcel confirms that it is. They walk on the cobblestones, very tiny in the shadow of the men's Granger buildings. Together they head towards the huge, formidable entrance doors. They pass through the enormous main entrance, flanked on both sides by steadfast guards. There they see a huge hall. Along it stretch the windows of the cash desks, behind which people bustle continuously. A friendly bank employee greets them with a smile and asks why they have come. Marcel says he has come to open an account for a child. The clerk asks if the boy is his son, and Marcel answers without hesitation, "Yes." The clerk shakes his head, doubting that such a young boy needs an account. He warns, after 3 years of inactivity it will be closed, and Marcel agrees with this. The clerk looks skeptical and clearly unimpressed. He suggests that someone fill out the form for him, but Marcel refuses the help. Leon fills out the form focused, but with the look of a confident and joyful person. The form requires, enter your name, gender, age, and address. Standing by the table, he mentally repeats his new address again so as not to forget. He quickly fills out the form and hands it to the surprised clerk. The clerk verifies the data and says that everything fits. He carefully places the crystal ball on the counter to register the magical energy. Leon puts his hand on the sphere, and it immediately flashes with bright light. He freezes in amazement as his magical energy flows into the device. The clerk confirms that the registration is complete and asks them to wait. While they wait, Leon can't resist and asks Marcel what the crystal sphere is for. He thinks someone made it up, but Marcel says, no. Marcel explains that they were found in a forest church about 100 years ago. Research has shown that all spheres are interconnected, and that is why identity can be verified. Leon asked again if someone created them, and Marcel repeated, No. He exposes they are considered artifacts of God. He says that the origin of these artifacts is unknown, and over time they never spoil. Leon was left alone with a thought that tore his soul apart. What if a true God really exists in this world? The clerk calls them back to the counter and sincerely thanks them for their patience. He shows a small rectangular card, Sir Leon's bank card. He explains how payments are made with it, but only after magical identity verification. The clerk warns, reissuing a lost card will cost 1 silver coin. Then he said, to open an account, you must pay 3 silver coins, and this is shocking. The clerk bowed and politely thanked them for visiting the bank. Leaving the bank, Leon nervously glanced at his companion Marcel. Is it really normal that he paid such a high fee? Marcel calms the boy, reminding him that they had previously agreed to cover all expenses for today. Then he jokingly says that he wouldn't mind if Leon later deducted this contribution. Abruptly changing the subject, Marcel suggests buying something so as not to lose the new bank card. When all the tasks were completed, he solemnly announced that it was time to go for a walk around the city. The two of them walk through picturesque half-timbered streets in the city center. Marcel suggests starting the tour with lunch, then briskly lists various types of restaurants they could visit. Leon happily suggests going to a restaurant for ordinary people. Marcel seems to support him. Marcel, casting a funny protesting look, explains that he never actually said this was their final destination. Leon insists that he wants to go, and his sincerity makes Marcel smile. Marcel explains that decent restaurants have a dress code, but sparks lit up in Leon's eyes when he instead chooses a cafe. Soon they approach a pleasantly-looking coffee shop, above the door of which hangs a charming sign. The waitress greets Marcel and Leon with a warm smile as soon as they step inside. She politely waved her hand toward the free wooden table and invited them to sit. The waitress hands them the menu and gently says, "Call me when you are ready." Marcel turns to the confused Leon and asks what he will choose from the menu. The boy looks over the options. Several dishes are familiar to him, others are completely unfamiliar. He quickly chooses a sandwich and French toast. This surprises Marcel. Leon freezes in shock when he learns. The cafe in the city center has an entire menu just for drinks. He flips through the drink menu and freezes in shock. Among the options is green tea. He quietly reflects on that strange, almost Japanese atmosphere that seems to envelop this new world. The boy thoughtfully pieces together this strange feeling of familiarity and wonders if the tea leaves are from the same plant. Without further thought, he chooses a black t-shirt, and Marcel immediately agrees with him willingly. The waitress stands by their table, pen raised. She is ready to write down their final order. While they waited for the food, Leon called a friend and asked. With interest, he asked whether the food of the nobility was really much more refined than the food of ordinary people. Marcel confirms this and explains that cooking methods quickly developed after the war. He adds that thanks to the new availability of imported sugar, the variety of sweets also increased significantly. He dashes Leon's hopes with words that this culinary breakthrough will not reach ordinary people for a long time. Hearing this, Leon clenched his fist. Envy gnawed at him, and a burning desire to become a nobleman flared in his chest. Suddenly it dawns on him. To achieve his goal, his first step is to enter the Royal Academy. The waitress returned with a tray and placed before them a tempting set of sandwich, French toast, and a cup of tea. Marcel, with a warm and sincere smile, says that it is time to eat. They both said bon appetit and began to eat the exquisite dish. Leon admires the shiny silver cutlery, a clear sign of luxury in the city center. He looked at Marcel and noticed with surprise. The movements with the fork and knife were strangely familiar. As soon as he bit into the first piece of the sandwich, he was overwhelmed. The bread was soft and fresh. His face shines with genuine, sincere joy, and he exclaims, "What a wonderful treat." Leon was pleasantly surprised. Every component of the sandwich, from the juicy chicken to the spicy sauce, turned out unexpectedly tasty. Then he shifts his gaze to the golden brown French toasts already waiting on his plate. He carefully cuts a piece, holding a fork and knife ready to taste this sweet dish. The taste is incredible. He exclaims that this is the true sweetness of sugar and that it is simply unbelievably delicious. Sipping tea, he thoughtfully felt deep happiness and realized how important tasty food is. Marcel looks at him and smiles gently, asking if it was tasty for him. Leon confirmed that it was tasty and thanked him, and Marcel said that only his happiness matters. When they finished eating, Marcel smiled and announced that it was time to go buy a card holder. On the stage, elegant half-timbered shop facades are visible in the city. They approach a multi-story building. It seems to be a leather store. Inside, they are greeted by a neatly dressed shopkeeper, and Leon explains that he needs a card holder to wear around his neck. The seller lays out a whole range of options before him, and Leon, with wide-open eyes full of curiosity, carefully examines everything. The price turned out to be 5 silver coins, and Leon froze from an internal shock. On the street, Marcel hands Leo a new case and orders him to securely hide his card in it. Marcel reassures him. Expenses are not a problem. He plans that Leon will soon start earning for himself. Leon gladly agreed, stating that he is ready to work hard for his future. Suddenly, Leon screamed in alarm. He almost ran into someone in the middle of the street. A moment before the end, he sharply turns his head and sees a young woman with long, flowing hair. She wraps her arms around the man, rushes forward, grabs Leon's hand, and tries to study him. Despite a quick save, Leon pushes back with a cry of surprise and pain. He falls onto the cobblestones with a dull thud, grabs his head with his hands, and his eyes cloud from the blow. In a cloak, some figure leaned over him and anxiously asked if the boy was okay. Leon raises his gaze, his hand still on his head, trying to understand the sudden blow that just happened. He makes a surprised sound, opens his eyes wide, and recognizes the person standing over him. Under the cloak, the man Frederick also recognizes Leon and asks, "Are you the guy from the restaurant?" Lying on the ground, Leon recognizes Frederick and, raising his gaze, looks at him with surprise. Frederick apologizes for the collision, but embarrassed Leon insists, the fall is his own fault. The voice of a young girl named Frederick, "What happened?" She asks if he knows this child, and Frederick recognizes the beautiful girl as Miss Martin. Leon is instantly captivated by her appearance. Just one look at her makes his cheeks blush. To himself, he admires how incredibly gentle she is, and Frederick confirms that they just communicate from time to time. He cannot help but think that she looks exactly like a real doll when she politely introduces herself Martin. Leon abruptly stood up and declared that he was the one who stumbled first, so he should apologize. He remembered that Frederick addressed her as Miss, and he was troubled by the question, is she really from high society? At that very moment, Marcel appears, asks the stunned Leon what is going on, and confuses everything even more. Leon nervously tries to explain to Marcel that he accidentally touched that young woman. Marcel looked at the situation and calmly said that it was an unfortunate turn of events. Suddenly, surprise appeared on his face. He recognized someone from the group. Frederick solemnly introduced himself to Marcel and, with excitement in his voice, said that it was a great honor for him to finally meet him. Martin turned to Frederick and, as soon as she began to speak, covered her mouth. She leans in and whispers in his ear. Her face is stern, but others do not hear her voice at all. Hearing her quiet words, Frederick's stern face softened, and a gentle smile blossomed on it. Then Martin approached the group, introduced herself with a smile, and said that she could simply be called by her name. She gives them a gentle, disarming smile and calms everyone with a simple greeting. Marcel, catching the social cues, addressed her formally Mrs. Martin, demonstrating his respect. She addresses Leon with the same casual friendliness, and he gladly accepts her friendly offer. Martin asked what brought them to the city, and Leon replied that they were just walking together with Marcel. She asks if he is here for the first time, and he confirms, enthusiastically praising the lively atmosphere and delicious food. Martin agrees with delight and says that she also likes to stroll through this cheerful and noisy part of the city. She asked what he ate, and he finally remembered that sweet, tasty French toast that he loved so much. She opens her eyes wide with joy and exclaims that she also likes French toast, and that she completely understands everything. She leaned toward the surprised Leon and declared that she has an important request for him. With a radiant, hopeful smile, she asked him, "Please be my friend." She waits for his answer. The smile does not fade, and in her eyes sincere expectation. His bold and frank request hung in the air. Leon, Marcel, and Frederick froze, stunned and speechless. The scene switches. The four of them sit in a cafe, and the exhausted Frederick wonders how he even ended up here. The scene transition triggers a short flashback to explain the situation. The memories show Martin. She passionately and sincerely begged Leon to be her friend. Leon was completely confused by her straightforwardness and could only awkwardly emit some clumsy sound in response. Frederick instantly intervened and reminded Martin that she cannot just suddenly ask a stranger to become her friend. She sharply interrupts, "Leon spoke to me sincerely, not like other children from simple families." Martin insists, since he is acquainted with both Frederick and Marcel, he cannot be dangerous at all. Frederick, stunned, begins to deny Martin's audacity. Martin slyly suggests, "Might trusted Mr. Marcel be hiding danger?" And at that moment Frederick is cornered. With a radiant smile, she suggests everyone go to a cafe and talk. A cup on a saucer and the memory breaks off. Their situation finally becomes clear. Full of curiosity, Martin asks about the relationship between Mr. Marcel and Leon. At the cafe, Marcel enthusiastically talks about his workshop and how Leon visited him. Martin's gaze flashed with admiration. She so wants to visit Lyon's restaurant. Frederick immediately reminds her of their agreement not to leave the city center. Her face darkened with disappointment, and she quietly, sadly whispered that she finally found a friend. Leon was confused. Her sincere sorrow caught him off guard, and he did not know how to react to the expression on her face. He mentally catches himself thinking that at balls, all nobles have a bunch of friends. Seeing her broken gaze, he felt that he could not ignore her request for friendship. He dared to speak and directly told Martin that he did not care if she came to visit. Her face instantly lit up with hope, and she exclaimed with delight, rejoicing at this offer. Again, Frederick decisively states that Lady Martin cannot go. With an apologetic tone, he explains to Leon that due to Martin's status, she cannot go out freely. Leon sympathizes with her and thinks how painful it is to be a girl her age. The idea suddenly flashed in him as soon as he decided to find a way to help her. He offers her to come to his home, says it will be a useful practical experience. Martin grabs onto the new approach and calls Frederick, who is still not completely certain. She quietly reminds Frederick of the words her father always told her. With a sly spark in her eyes, she says, "To rule well, you need to understand ordinary people." Frederick was confused by her flawless logic and could not answer immediately. She takes advantage of the moment and asks, "Is it bad to want to learn exactly like that?" Consumed by defeat, he finally gives up and with a submissive sigh agrees to take on everything. Expressing joy, Martin radiantly and sincerely thanked Frederick for the permission. Later, in another restaurant, Martin asked Frederick how exactly he first met Leon. Leon, smiling, tells how he accidentally came across him on the outskirts of the capital. Martinez was surprised to learn that Leon regularly goes beyond the city center limits. She, clutching a small bag in her hand, says that his freedom is unfair, and he awkwardly agrees. Jokingly, she insists that from now on he must bring her gifts every time. Frederick quietly coughs, gently taming their frivolous jokes. He turns to Leon and Marcel and asks why they are in the city center. Leon explained that Mr. Marcel kindly brought him to see the sights. Frederick recommends trying the famous brisket from this restaurant, and Leon suddenly becomes embarrassed. He insists that everything is fine, so Frederick is already preparing to order 2 portions of this dish. Leon, blushing with shame, timidly asks Frederick if he can order something. Martin, glancing at the menu, decisively ordered only 1 portion of the dish called Ziyang. She lifts her gaze from the menu, and an interesting, slightly mischievous smile flashes on her face. When she closes the menu, a quiet smile appears on her face, one that knows everything. Leon suddenly wondered, did she notice him? He was deeply moved. Her character turned out to be as impressive as her appearance. He asks what shui is, and she, squinting, jokingly admits that she doesn't know herself. She says it is her favorite dish and suggests swapping plates so he can try it. Blushing with embarrassment, Leon nevertheless accepts her kind offer and sincerely thanks her. The waiter approaches and places 2 plates of bruschetta and 1 with sh fili on the table. Lion calls everyone to try that appetizing bruschetta, but Martin stops him. She lifts a piece of bruschetta, her face expressionless, focused, and serious. Under Frederick's watchful gaze, she deliberately takes the first bite of food even before everyone else does. After a few seconds of chewing, her stern expression remains. A silent pause hangs in the air. Suddenly, a bright smile blooms on her face. She invited everyone to the table. Leona, as if struck by lightning, suddenly realizes she has just witnessed a poison tasting. Barely pushing away the strange client, he dares to taste the food. As soon as the bruschetta touched his tongue, his eyes instantly widened with surprise. His face glows with genuine, sincere joy as he says it is delicious. He admires with enthusiasm the perfect harmony of tomatoes and cheese on the toast. The entire company at the table unanimously acknowledges the dish is a masterpiece and a complete triumph. Then Martin gently nudges Leon to try the dish she ordered for him. He looks at the new dish, hesitates, and frowns slightly in confusion. It seems to be sliced boiled eggs, lightly drizzled with almost likely olive oil. He takes the first cautious bite. His cheek puffs out as he makes up his mind. Suddenly, an unexpected sensation blooms on his tongue, and his eyes widen sharply in surprise. Suddenly it dawns on him, the dish is sweet. It's actually a dessert. Simple yet perfectly balanced sweetness, probably from honeypure bliss. He enjoys the flavor. His cheeks blush with a rosy tint and he contemplates his verdict. He enthusiastically tells Martin that this is such a delicious taste, worth fighting for again and again. Martin beams, is delighted. He really liked her favorite dish. Leon jokes that it's unfair. She is allowed only 1 per day and she laughs. The carefree mood collapses as soon as Frederick asks Leon about his plans for the future. Leon's smile faded as he pondered this serious question. He admits he is going to take the entrance exam to the Royal Academy. At first, Martina froze in shock, then joyfully exclaimed, "I'm going to the academy too." The bright, supportive smile on her face spoke for itself. She was sure that Leon would definitely succeed. To the question, why, Leon answered that his passion was ignited by Marcel's magical instruments. Frederick agrees and says that graduation opens up opportunities to work with such instruments. He and Martin are confident. Linda's motivation is completely different from that of ordinary commoners. Martin thinks that other children are either difficult to talk to or complete maniac fanatics, sick freaks. Leon nervously voices the thought, does his strange urge make him eccentric? Martina immediately and decisively assures him that he is not like that at all. With a warm and sincere smile, she tells him that she loves him much more. Direct praise confuses Leon. He feels that her innocent words are dangerous. Frederick asked if Leon was ready for the exam, and Leon assured that he can read and write. The news that he already knows how to read and write completely stunned Frederick. Leon suddenly realized he had let something slip, pressed his hand to his mouth, and panic overwhelmed him. He immediately tries to brush off his mistake with a nervous, shy smile. Under pressure, Leon says that his grandfather taught him everything. Frederick says that he is incredibly lucky to have such a wonderful teacher. Leon gratefully agrees but inwardly feels they still do not trust him. Martin enthusiastically offers to personally prepare study materials for him. Frederick immediately picked up the idea and promised to bring them during the next break. Stunned by their kindness, Leon only trembles in his voice and barely utters a sincere, "Thank you." As time was running out, Frederick decisively stated that it was time to go home despite Martin's objections. She clearly realizes the risk of being late, and that because of this she might lose future permits. They stand up, and Martin says that she is looking forward to visiting his restaurant. Frederick gives a final promise, "I will bring the materials," and Leon sincerely thanks him. As soon as they left, Leon fell onto the table and sighed weakly. After a short rest, he stretches out, and an expression of complete incomprehension appears on his face. He suddenly sat up, eyes wide open, immediately began scanning the room with his gaze. When he looked at the restaurant, which was already emptying, a strange realization overwhelmed him like a wave. He loudly asks, "Why is the place that a moment ago was full of people now empty?" After the meal, Leon looks around the restaurant with a confused expression on his face. His companion Marcel is silent, looking grim and stern as if he knows everything. The older man seems to have recognized this name. A drop of sweat ran down his forehead. With a tense face, Marcel asks the boy what he wants to find out from him. Leon cheerfully asks why the restaurant, which once teemed with people, is now empty down to the last bench. Marcel confesses, as soon as they arrived, all the visitors were replaced by guards. A young boy presses his friend and asks if he knows who their friends really were. With a calm, serious face, Marcel begins to reveal who these two really are. He recognizes the young woman as Miss Martin Larslasia and the man as Sir Frederick. Leon is shocked and repeats the name Lars Lazio again and again, and finally begins to understand what it means. Marcel confirms his suspicions and says that she is the first princess of this country. The revelation hit Leon like an electric shock. He was stunned. Panic grips him as he realizes she is not just noble, she is a true princess. Leon asks about the Townsend family, and Marcel, with a spark in his voice, explains that Frederick belongs to the highest nobility. He enthusiastically further describes Frederick's worthy position, a young fighter of the royal guard. Leon chokes with anxiety over his rudeness, and Marcel tells him to calm down. Marcel explains that the princess herself gave him a sign, behave naturally with her. Despite the assurances, Leon cannot imagine how he would behave naturally around royal persons. He asked if he could talk about it, and Marcel admitted that they trusted him. Leon pondered the news and with relief realized. He said nothing foolish, it turned out they were simply kind. He decides not to bother himself over that incredible situation he himself got into. Marcel noticed how exhausting the day was, and Leon quietly thanked him for the company. 3 days pass under a gloomy sky and time seems to change. Leon sincerely tells how he tries to live as before, although the city recently trembled from shocking events. He decides it is time to open up to someone he trusts and heads to Marcel's workshop. Marcel, full of trust in Leon, quietly asks what brought the boy to him today. The master immediately decided that Leon came to discuss ideas for new magical weapons. Leon sharply interrupts, his voice grows heavier. He asks to discuss his unique magical material. They entered a private office, where Marcel impatiently asked about the results of his single measurement. Leon confirms that he has 5 mana and the attribute is healing, and this impresses Marcel. Seeing the anxious expression on Leon's face, Marcel gently asks, what really happened? With a cheerful smile, Leon admits that it seems he can control all magical elements. The revelation throws Marcel into a state of complete, dazzling electric shock and disbelief. Marcel sharply slams his palms on the table and coldly asks, "Did Leon really mean each of them?" He intently looks at the boys, they still cannot comprehend this incredible statement. Nervously denies that it is true and offers to demonstrate his abilities. In Marcel's mind, one deep word is born: mystery. The master repeats the word, and the embarrassed Leon asks what he means. Leon calls Marcel and tries to understand why he has such a strange reaction. Suddenly Marcel falls to his knees, collapses on him and begs him to get up. Marcel sincerely apologizes to the apostle, but Leon panics and rejects this title. Leon pleadingly asks him to calm down, but Marcel cannot come to terms with the fact that the refusal does not correspond to the facts. Finally calming down, Marcel apologizes for his outburst and explains that he got carried away. Leon is still confused by this word. He asks embarrassedly, "What is an apostle?" Marcel begins to explain, an ancient legend's seriousness on his face and a familiar move in his gaze. He describes the apostle as a messenger of the gods, a person with boundless knowledge. Marcel adds that since then, and that was hundreds of years ago, no one else has used these two attributes. Leon looks at his hands and quietly wonders if he is that apostle. He tells himself, although he has knowledge, it is only partial. Moreover, he has never seen any god and did not even suspect that such beings exist at all. He comes to the bitter truth: if he was not sent by some god, he cannot be the apostle. Marcel looks disappointed and sighs quietly as soon as he hears their conclusion. He carefully considers that the return of the apostles could rekindle the extinguished faith of people. Leon, knowing very little about religious feelings, asks what faith is. Marcel says that since the time of the apostle, faith in the goddess Michelin has gradually faded. Leon recalled the name of the church and suddenly realized, she is the god of this world. Then he asks about the current power and influence of the church. Marcel mockingly stated that the influence of the church is now practically absent. He clearly says, the church is under state control and most of its employees are civil servants. Leon is satisfied. He believes this will prevent complex religious and political conflicts. Leon apologizes for not meeting Marcel's expectations, but the master only smiles and says it's all right. Marcella sincerely apologizes in response, "Sorry, I got distracted from the original topic." Leon smiles, ready to return to the matter that is truly important. He reminds Marcel of the original reason for their conversation, his trait. With surprise, he asks, if he is not an apostle, then why can he use all the attributes? Leon says that probably besides the apostle, no one else used more than two. Marcel confirms that this is true, and his face becomes serious again. The master admits he does not know where Leon's power came from. Leon looks, his eyes wide open and full of anxiety, waiting for his advice. Marcel warns, if his power leaks out, foreign countries may target his family. He advises Leon to hide his power until he can protect them. That is why he insists, attending the royal school is extremely important. Marcel explains that this path can lead to the position of an assistant to a noble lord or to the royal court. He categorically insists, the main condition of this plan is to finish school. He looks sharply and piercingly at Leon and asks if he understood everything. Leon, whose face is now full of determination, confirms that it really was so. The scene changes and a close-up of a bookshelf appears before the eyes. Leon calls Marcel, ready to change the subject. The bookshelf is packed with various texts and scrolls. He again brings the conversation back to the topic of new magical tools. Liam enthusiastically suggests ideas for a kitchen device and a cold box for food storage. Marcel explains, these ideas have been studied since ancient times, but they never worked. Leon listens attentively, replaying old technical obstacles in his mind. He rushes to look for options, and the first thing that comes to mind is insulation. It seems he notices the problem and realizes he still cannot handle the fire tool. Marcel adds that for the cold box they still cannot even make ice. In Leon's eyes, moments of insight flash. He firmly states this is not a problem. Smiling confidently, he says he can make ice himself. The statement shocked Marcel. He froze, stunned, unable to utter a single word. The master urgently demands to find out how this could have happened, while Leon simply asks for a mug. Leon explains the first step. He uses water magic and cools the liquid extremely strongly. Marcel notices that it just looks like ordinary water, but Leon insists, look. He holds the mug and explains that he will now give the water a little push. Barely touching it, he summons and the water immediately crystallizes into solid ice, astonishing Marcel. The master freezes in silence. He looks at the result and silently processes what he has seen. Leon looks at him hopefully, waiting for what he will say about the demonstration. Marcel asks aloud if any water mage is capable of performing such a trick. Leon explains his modern knowledge allows him to imagine and create this effect. He believes if this concept is simplified, others will be able to do the same. Smiling, Leon raises the mug with the solid ice ready for another attempt. Leon enthusiastically tells his theory about how mana and imagination can freeze water. Caught up in thought, Marcel suggests finding the mage and testing this idea. Then the master looks up and asks Leon if he has already decided on the final form of the instrument. Filled with excitement, Leon proudly shows his meticulously detailed refrigerator design. Marcel, a spark in his eyes, enthusiastically praises the brilliant idea using iron to preserve the rare magister. But he emphasizes, this device is more for making ice, not for anything else. Suddenly, a new thought flashed in Leon's mind how to make the design better. Marcel proposed an idea, to make a separate device for ice without that bulky box. With a focused gaze, Marcel asked if they should try to make one. Then he gives Leon an incredible chance to do it with his own hands. Leon froze and could only quietly utter a sound of amazement. Marcel shows how to mold Magistil using mana and imagination. Leon, full of enthusiasm, said, "I'll try." First, he closes his eyes and carefully imagines the box he wants. Then he begins to pour his magical energy into the material. His hands start to tremble as he pours all his strength into the block. Suddenly, in a bright flash, Magistral unfolded and turned into a large, perfectly even box. Leon froze in amazement, admiring the incredible universal material. He proudly declares his creation is complete. Marcel and another man look at each other. Curiosity is clearly visible on their faces. The master, not hiding his surprise, asks where such a strange shape of the box came from and what the two holes are for. Leon passionately talks about his innovative method of creating perfectly formed ice. Marcel notes with surprise that embedding two magical crystal stones is a completely new thing. He decisively decides, we will immediately test this device. Focusing to the limit, Leon prepares to insert the first magical stone. He is tensely preparing for the decisive test of his new invention. With a quiet click, he carefully inserts the wind stone into the socket. Marcel watches the process with an expression of knowledge and satisfaction on his face. Leon confirms that the constant flow of wind is coming out exactly as it should. Next, he carefully takes the water magic stone, holding his breath, and lifts it to insert. Water begins to fill the container, and he quietly says that all they have left is to wait. In a dazzling flash inside the box, a large ice block appears. Leon triumphantly announces that the process is complete. Marcel is stunned and enthusiastically praises the ice for how well it preserves food. He understands its commercial potential and mutters that it will sell wonderfully. Marcel suggests testing the device with the help of a high-ranking water mage. He proposes registering the idea, but Leon fears it will be stolen. Marcel calmed him down, promising to call upon his faithful friend for help. Leon sincerely rejoices, thanks him from the heart, and says that he counts on him. In the new scene, the action unfolds, and attention is now focused on another part of the story. 3 days ago, a young nobleman stood outside the cities in some kingdom. He walks down a long, sunlit corridor, completely lost in his own thoughts. His mind is gnawed by one question: who really is this boy? He again turns his thoughts to the first meeting with that mysterious boy. Suddenly, the boy spoke extremely elegantly. He notices only wealthy merchants speak like that. This deep suspicion made him think that the boy might be a spy. And when they dug into his family and passed nothing, it occurs to him, where could the boy have learned such advanced skills? His intention to investigate was disrupted by a chance meeting in the city. He had to act as cautiously as possible to avoid arousing even a shadow of suspicion. He wonders, why does Lady Martin seek to get close to a possible spy? The memory of how these four ended up in the cafe simply drives him crazy. He recalls Leon's lightning-fast thinking, a skill that far surpasses the abilities of an ordinary person. But his facial expressions give everything away in advance, so he is a very bad spy. Moreover, at the table he behaved completely unlike an infiltrator should. He cannot understand the motive if this is all a planned action. Since the investigation turned out clean, he decided Leon is probably not a spy. Where he got such advanced skills from remains a complete mystery. Despite all the questions, one thing is clear: Leon is incredibly skilled. He decisively decides to dig deeper and tell his father what he has learned. Suddenly, someone off-camera asked what he had just said. His father, former Duke Richard Townsend, fiercely accuses him. Frederick admitted that he does not have the strength to stop the dangerous visit of Lady Martin. He adds that if he were allowed, he would do everything to ensure her complete safety. The Duke finally calmed down and gave up. What happened cannot be undone. He confirms it is about the very same boy Leon. He suggested to Leon to leave the estate for the academy. The Duke approves the plan and firmly decides, first he must meet with Leon. After a few days, the daytime hustle and bustle in the noisy tavern finally quiets down. Leon wipes the table and notices with relief, the busiest time is already behind. A man enters the quiet establishment and, with hope in his voice, asks if it is still possible to order. Leon flinched in surprise as soon as he saw Sir Frederick. He came to discuss something. Frederick explains that his usual camouflage appearance helps him blend in unnoticed with people. He begged Leon not to tell anyone about his noble status. As soon as they start talking, Frederick decides to order a juicy steak for lunch. Leon's younger sister Mary grabs him by the sleeve and pulls him aside, casting a look full of anxiety. She anxiously asks who this man is and whether he can be trusted. Leon smiled gently and reassured her, explaining that this man is his friend. He asks Mary to serve the other customers while he himself serves Frederick. A woman from the kitchen joyfully exclaimed that the steak is ready. When Frederick finishes the last piece, he thanks Liam for the dinner. Leon approaches him and asks if they can talk for a bit. Frederick agrees and begins to explain why he came. He says that his family has heard about Leon and really wants to meet him. He suddenly invited him to dinner tonight and it shocked Leon. Leon asked to consult with his parents, and Frederick suggested going with him. Leon asks in surprise why Frederick wants to keep it a secret, if he will have to meet the parents anyway. Frederick explains that he does it so they won't worry because it is his responsibility. Leon is sincerely touched by his attention and thanks him from the bottom of his heart. The parents held their breath as soon as they learned that their son was invited to a gentleman's house. The father asks in surprise, why was Leon invited specifically? Frederick gently and smoothly explains that there was only simple curiosity in his family. He tells how the idea to invite to dinner first came to him. He sincerely apologized for scaring them and asked them not to overthink it. Leon's parents look at each other and still cannot comprehend this incredible news. The father entrusts his son to Frederick for the evening. Frederick agrees and announces that Leon will spend the night. He quickly calms them down, they will be returned safe and sound. Frederick asks Leon to pull himself together and set off while his sister watches anxiously. Young Leon informed his frightened parents that he was leaving. The large spoked wheel of the carriage begins to turn. Their journey starts. In the noisy transport, Leon nervously sits opposite the calm Frederick. Leon stammers with eyes full of wonder, inquired about their luxurious transport. Frederick smiles and says that it is a ducal carriage for secret trips. Small glass beads lay near the refined magical light spheres, illuminating the interior of the wagon. His surprise quickly fades instead. A much more important question about the invitation arises. He asked if the Duke Frederick's father had called him, and received a reassuring answer. Frederick explains the ancient custom of the country. The ducal title is always passed to the eldest son. Understanding that the man is still noble, Leon nervously sweats. He does not back down and asks, why does a nobleman like Frederick care so much about him? The confident expression on Frederick's face suddenly fades as soon as he begins to explain his reasons. He freezes for a moment, carefully choosing words for his difficult answer. After a short pause, determination appeared on Ernest's face. He decides absolute honesty is the only way to gain the boy's trust. He admits that at first he assumed Leon might be a spy from another country. Frederick could not help but notice. Leon's intellect was too exceptional for an ordinary child. Staring intently, he declares that the ducal family wants Leon to join their side. A shock. Leon widens his eyes and only now does the true reason for this trial dawn on him. He processes the news. He was investigated and, although it is shocking, he immediately sees a great opportunity in it. Hiding his excitement behind a brave smile, he shines and sincerely thanks them for such high regard. His smile instantly disappears as soon as the full weight of the situation finally falls upon him. Their carriage approaches and stops right in front of the huge sprawling townhouses and the family estate. At the entrance, the servants solemnly greet Lord Frederick. He has returned to the estate. Frederick introduces him to his honorable steward buffet manager, an elderly man named Albin. A little frightened, Leon politely introduced himself and sincerely said he was glad to meet him. Frederick commands, if anything is needed, turn to Albin or any other servant. Then he explains that the maid will now escort Leon to his guest room. Frederick casually waved his hand and said he would see him again at dinner. Leon thanks him, but inside he is overwhelmed by panic at the mere thought that he might be left alone. The very thought of being left alone in such a magnificent place is frightening. A kind maid named Anne smiles and introduces herself, ready to escort him. Leon bows deeply to her and, filled with the sincerest respect, introduces himself and smiles warmly, telling him that there is no need to bow. He was indignant. I am a commoner, so there is no need to be so ceremonious with me and the staff. She gently calms him. He is a guest here, so his social status does not matter. Lend is stunned by her professional friendliness and unwavering persistence. He looks mesmerized at the huge chandelier powered by numerous magical light spheres. She leads him to the room and he sincerely thanks her. Leon froze at the sheer exquisite beauty of the guest room. To himself, he compares this luxurious space to an elite hotel from his past life. She asked him to sit down to review his schedule. She says he has an hour before dinner to take a bath and change clothes. Curious about the new world, Leon asked if there was a clock in the room. And he sees with his own eyes. In every room there is one, and all the servants carry pocket watches. Leon freezes in shock upon learning that in this world there are also watches. A short, meticulous shot shows all the details of the furniture in the room. Eagerly, he asked if he could look at one of the pocket watches. He froze in amazement. The scales are the same as on the watches he remembers. He and Anna were convinced. In this world the day also has 24 hours. Anne is delighted by his literacy and polite speech. She considers it simply wonderful. He modestly says that he acquired his improved skills thanks to a good teacher he was lucky to have. Leon enthusiastically notices that his two worlds are becoming more and more alike. And he leads him to the bathroom and he is delighted. The room has its own. She offers him help after all. To use it, some explanation is needed. In the bathroom, Anna carefully helps him prepare for bathing. Warm water incredibly soothes him as it gently washes his hair. She begins to rinse the foam from his hair. Her movements are skillful and tender. She asked if he wanted to wash. He agreed. She smiles gently and says she will wait outside. He need not hurry. He starts washing and stubbornly rubs his hand against the rough cloth. He smiles, remembering how he tried to warm the bath with magic. They fill the bath from the tap, then warm it with fire magic. Now he understands why nobles hire servants with high-level fire magic. He lifts the heavy wooden bucket and is surprised by its unexpected weight. He realizes how hard it is to bathe without modern conveniences like a shower. When he sinks into the warm water, a quiet sigh of pleasure escapes him. Soaking in the bath, he thinks how lucky the nobles are. They wash every day. Coming out of the bath in a robe, Anne asked if he liked it. She leads him to a chair, ready to fix his hair and help him change clothes, and informs him that Lord Frederick has prepared special clothes for him. Now dressed from head to toe, he confidently walks in his new polished boots. He bows low and sincerely thanks for the dinner invitation. The whole town and the entire family froze, watching as he solemnly enters the dining room. The head of the family, Richard, warmly welcomes him, smiles, and asks him to relax. A little embarrassed, Leon sits in his place at the huge, elegant dining table. Richard announces that they will start with a simple round of introductions. He introduces himself, Richard, former head of the ducal Townsend family. Then he introduces his elegant wife, Catherine. She looks on, smiling. Then he introduces his fair-haired second son, a young man named Julian. Finally, he introduces his third son, Frederick, and casts a calming glance at everyone. Richard explains that their other children are absent and invites everyone to the table. Before them, a luxurious table was spread, on which masterfully prepared dishes were elegantly served. After the meal, Leon exclaimed with delight, "That was incredibly delicious." The atmosphere thickens and becomes serious as Richard prepares to speak about a more important matter. He says he has a personal request for Leon. Richard enthusiastically began explaining to the boy how politics is arranged in the country. He talks about his faction. They value the talented regardless of class. On the contrary, another group fervently defends a stricter class system based on aristocracy. He explains that the structure of this country was established long ago by the apostle himself. The main rule is simple and strict. Nobles receive privileges in return. They are obliged to protect common people. Leon listens attentively, and in his heart a clear understanding is born. Mutual cooperation is more important than tyranny. Richard reports that faith in the goddess, Lady Michelin, has recently begun to fade. And now some have already started seriously doubting, is it really necessary to follow these ancient rules? Leon feels that he should be grateful for the apostles' governance system. Richard tells Leon that he agrees with Frederick's assessment. He is truly exceptional. Then he leans forward and sincerely asks Leon to become an ally of their faction. Confused, Leon pleadingly asks the powerful nobleman to raise his head. The section sign is a signal of an important turning point in the plot. Leon apologizes and asks if he may address the Lord with just one question. He reflects, why does the mighty nobleman protect common people and not his own? The Lord is confident. Oppression of common people is a direct path to the collapse of the state. He confidently states that ordinary people are the true foundation of the nation. Shaken by this philosophy, Leon understands, nobles can be trusted. Filled with determination, he sincerely promises to help with everything he can. Then the Lord shows Leon a clear path through the royal academy. Leon froze in surprise. He was generously offered to settle in the ducal estate. His master insists, explaining that it is for Leon's own protection and safety. Full of kindness, confused Leon stammers and haltingly spills out everything he has to say. Then the nobleman frowned and asked if Leon's magical power had already been measured. Nervously looking around, Leon hesitates a moment before revealing his magical element. God looks with an expression of surprise and asks if there is any problem. Sweaty Leon confirms, yes, he really has something to say. Taking a deep breath, he simply and incredibly declared that he has all the elements. The whole family froze with wide-open eyes. The revelation shocked them all. Frederick asked for confirmation, and Leon awkwardly offered to show what he is capable of. The Lord's face changed. Slowly horror grew on it and drops of sweat appeared on his forehead. He asked aloud in surprise whether Leon was the same legendary apostle. Leon immediately and wildly denied this, waving his hands in protest. After the refusal, the nobleman touched his chin and fell silent thoughtfully. He asked which exact element was officially recorded during Leon's magical measurements. The ruler decided, from now on they would officially consider his element to be healing. Leon admits that he has already entrusted a man named Marcel. His master agrees, it is possible to tell those you trust but strictly demands secrecy. Leon, embarrassed, quietly asks if he can tell his family about it. The nobleman pauses for a moment, carefully weighing the boy's request. He agrees but strictly warns, they must remain completely silent. Frederica was asked to explain the new layouts to Leon's family. An important matter was decided. The Lord announced that the meeting for today was over. He looks heavily at Leon and says that now he relies on him. The rosy-cheeked Leon sincerely rejoiced that he met everyone. Later, Frederick sincerely thanks Leon for agreeing to help the Duke's family. He did not hide his surprise. Leon has all the elements. Frederick admits he really thought that hiding this was a wise move. Leon asked to inform the family himself, and Frederick will explain everything later. Frederick confirms Leon will return home the next day. He offers to go with him and wait in the carriage to stay alone. Leon thanks him, quietly hoping that his family will not consider him a weirdo. Then Frederick suggests moving to another room for the training materials. A stack of books hidden in a cup of tea sat on the table. In the elegant office, Frederick solemnly arranges books for the entrance exam. Leon asks if he can review the materials, and Frederick gladly agrees. He begins to read and Frederick immediately offers to answer any questions. He quickly waved off the first-grade state language textbook, saying he absolutely doesn't need it. The next book he takes is dedicated to mathematics. Only the basics: addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. He waved his hand, I don't need this either, and moved on to history. The history textbook breaks down modern events into small details, and only briefly mentions ancient times. Leon's eyes lit up. He was eager to learn more about his new country. He asks if he can simply borrow the history textbook, and confirms that he understood everything. Frederick asks in surprise if all of that is really enough for him. Leon smiles and says, enough, no need to hide anymore. Realizing this, Frederick sincerely hopes that this book will help him prepare for the exam. Leon sincerely thanks him and promises to do everything possible to be helpful. Then Frederick starts a conversation about the upcoming visit of Princess Martins. Leon, impressed, asked if the date had already been set. He was told that the visit would be exactly in a week, at 10 in the morning. The suddenness of the event hit so hard that Leon turned pale from shock. He faltered with words. The date was much closer than he had imagined. Frederick explains that the princess herself insisted on coming as soon as possible. He explains that she wants to see the real life of ordinary people. He also adds that she expressed a desire to play with Leon. Leon panics, fusses, and racks his brains about what entertainment would suit the princess. Suddenly a flash came to his mind. They gather berries and bake pancake pies. He complains about the lack of sugar and says that this idea is not special enough. Suddenly a spark of inspiration flashes within him. An idea is born in his head. With excitement, he realizes that he can simply buy sugar in the city. A spark in his eyes, and he lays out his plan to Frederick to gather berries and prepare dishes from them. Frederick listens to the proposed matter, and a thoughtful expression appears on his face. He agreed to the plan because he believed that Her Highness would be delighted. Leon, a little worried, asked if sugar could be used, and Frederick assured him. Then he asks how much of his supposed identity he can reveal. Frederick froze, carefully weighing the consequences for the safety of this visit. He warns if the news spreads in advance, it could cause serious danger. He invents a legend. She is the child of a distant relative. The visit will seem minor, but this area will be tightly guarded. The plan is ready. Frederick says he is counting on Leon. Leon is choking from stress. His heart feels like it is about to explode. In bed a little later, he quietly sinks into thoughts and remembers the kindness he felt from the townspeople and from his family. He recalls Martin's visit and decisively decides to make this day pleasant. He is simultaneously gripped by nervous excitement and delight as he prepares. The manor majestically remains silent under the night sky. An empty panel signifies a transition, a moment that separates events and emphasizes the passage of time. The next morning, Leon wakes up with a huge, irresistible yawn. Lying in bed, he suddenly realizes this is not his usual home. He sharply gets up and remembers that he spent the previous night at the Duke's manor. While he was thinking about the day, suddenly a voice was heard. "Good morning," and it unexpectedly startled him. Maid Miss Anna greets him with a warm, friendly smile. He is worried that he overslept, but she quickly calms him down. She explains that in the estate, everyone has breakfast in their own rooms. Leon sighed with relief upon hearing that his own breakfast was already prepared. He wants to greet the others, but Anna has a message. She hands him new clothes and asks him to change. Leon, embarrassed, says that these things are not his, and explains that they were specially selected as a gift so they would not stand out. Touched by her thoughtful gesture, he sincerely thanks her. Confident in his new outfit, he greets the elegant noble lady. He solemnly thanks Lady Catherine for the invitation to the estate. She smiled warmly and said she was glad to work with him. The young nobleman Frederick extended his hand and, smiling, invited Leon to go. Two horses pulled a luxurious carriage over the cobblestones, and the wheels clattered rhythmically. Sitting in the speeding carriage, Frederick asked Leon if there were places he would like to see. Frederick encouraged Lee not to be shy, while he himself listened attentively as the boy named the stops he wanted. The mention of the bank stunned Frederick. He even asked if Leon had an account. Leon explained that a man named Marcel had opened an account for him. He clearly said, "This is payment for his help in creating magical instruments." Frederick thoughtfully noted, "Having all the necessary elements for such work is a huge help." Then he turned to the maid named Anne and ordered her to take them to the 3 places Leon requested. Their first stop was a huge bank building with impressive classical architecture. At the bank, Leon and Anne approached a long counter with teller windows. Leon placed his palm on a shining crystal ball to verify his identity. The bank teller checked his name and showed how much money was currently in the account. Having paid a full 10 white gold coins, Leon is simply stunned. Although he was grateful, he decided that later he would definitely ask Marcel about that insanely high amount. Then he asked to be given money as much as 1 gold coin costs, but in silver coins. Approaching the elite watch shop, they are explained that only nobles are allowed in here. She approached the shopkeeper by the door and quietly told him to make way for them inside. The seller warmly welcomes them in the well-equipped store. In the middle among elegant watches, he asks Leon, "Which watch do you want?" Leon holds in his hands his new purchase, a wonderful pocket watch with engraving on the lid. He was sincerely happy. Finally, he has a watch, though not cheap. He dreamed of only one thing, that it would definitely show the time. He confirms that their last stop is for sweets, and Leon willingly, enthusiastically agrees. He squeezes in his palms a small pouch with the money he paid for the purchases. When the matters were completed, Frederick asked if they could now proceed to Leon's home. The carriage approached the rural wooden house, the restaurant of his family. Frederick kindly offered to wait outside while Lionel spoke with his family. Standing on the threshold, Leon declares that he has returned home. His family immediately rushed to greet him, all happy and relieved that he is safe. The elder sister Maria was the first to notice his new elegant clothes. Leon quickly reassures her. He says it is a gift and there is nothing to worry about. Mary still cannot understand why the aristocrat decided to give him exactly this item. She insists that Leon clearly and understandably explain everything to their parents. The burden of this moment weighs on Leon, and he anxiously looks ahead. He swallows bitterly, gathers courage, and prepares to reveal the truth to his family. He brings them all together and says that he has something important they need to hear. Father gently nudges him to start explaining. He asks his son to tell them everything that happened. Leon looks at the family with a nervous expression. He is ready to speak. He tells that he accidentally came across Lord Frederick, who offered him materials for learning. Mary asks embarrassedly why he even wants to go to the Royal Academy. Leon says he learned about the academy from a man named Marcel right in the city center. He passionately talks about Marcel's promise to live life using magical tools. With a determined face, he firmly declares his decision to enroll. His father recalls, magical tools are useful things usually used by nobles. Leon enthusiastically confirms this and says they are incredibly innovative. His parents listened to the passionate story, and surprise was clearly reflected on their faces. Mother smiles warmly, watching the sparks dance in his eyes as he talks about them. She firmly says that she and his father will fully support his dream. Mary worries whether he will be able to cope, but Leon assures her that he is being helped. She presses and insists, why would a noble person do so much for them? Leon becomes serious, preparing to finally reveal the real reason. He clenches his fist, gathering courage to finally reveal his huge secret. He tells the family that his magical element is not only healing, as they thought. In a stunning revelation, he admits that he can control all the other elements as well. His mother froze in complete shock. She had never heard such news. His younger sister Mary even stopped in amazement at this discovery, and enthusiastically called his skill incredible. He sincerely thanks her, but with a serious tone warns, this must remain the strictest family secret. Leon says that such a rare ability could put them all in mortal danger. That is why the nobility offered their help and protection in exchange for his power. With a frightened expression on his face, he asks his parents, do they consider him scary or creepy? The parents calmly and stubbornly look at him, ready to answer. They immediately exclaimed that they had no idea to attribute such a thing to him. The father calms him down and explains they were simply shocked by this news. He shines with pride and enthusiastically praises his son's ability to use all the attributes. It's incredible. The mother agrees, her gaze full of love. She calls him a son they are proud of. A tear rolls down Leon's cheek. He is overwhelmed by a wave of their acceptance. He thanks his parents sincerely and from the heart for their unwavering love. Mom said thoughtfully, as soon as he goes to the academy, they will immediately feel loneliness. She thinks as long as his support is known, there is nothing to worry about. She encourages him to do everything he can, and he promises that he will. Suddenly Leon remembered he still had to tell them something. He asked for permission to let Lord Frederick in so that he could explain a few things. Even before they managed to say a single word, he suddenly said that he had already brought him with him. As soon as the nobleman appeared, his parents immediately fell at his feet. Frederick insisted that they stand. He said sitting would not allow for a proper conversation. As soon as he sat down, Frederick first apologized for suddenly taking their sons away. He explains that he came to discuss Leon's future with them. He confirms they know about Leon's power, and the Duke is clearly interested in it. He asked for their official consent and they immediately, without any hesitation, gave it. Then he reveals Leon will live at the Duke's estate while he studies. Frederick confidently tells them that the Duke's family will be fully responsible for him. The parents solemnly hand over their son to him, bowing their heads. Frederick said that he still needs to discuss one thing with them. He says that a young relative will soon want to visit their restaurant. Mother worries that their modest restaurant is not suitable, but he reassures her, everything is fine. Leon's father sincerely thanks him and promises that they will not disappoint the guests. From the neighboring door, a small, curious face peeks out and watches closely how they are gathering. When Frederick leaves the room, the parents slump at the table, completely exhausted. The father admits that he was trembling with nerves so much that he barely understood what was being said to him. In her gaze and in her agreement, it was clear she was just as exhausted by this stress. Leon happily dreams of life in the Duke's estate after he is accepted. His parents still cannot recover after a whole day full of shock and stress. Mother anxiously recalls that some noble relative will visit next week. Leon asked them to help prepare everything for the arrival of the important guest. He corrects the visitor is not just a noble gentleman, but a noble lady. Mother panics, realizing that, of course, the relatives of the nobleman are also noblemen. Father fusses and worries why she will come and whether they need to get nice dishes for serving. While the parents panicked and rushed all together, Leon calmly asked them to calm down. With a smile shining with confidence, Leon reassures the frightened family. He has already thought through every detail. His mother herself looks with an understanding expression, finally grasping what his plan is about. Calmly advises them to gather raspberries and bake pies, a simple homemade task without unnecessary noise. Leon, to understand, they ask if all they need to do is just clean the house nicely. His parents, noticeably relieved, agree. The simple plan gives them a feeling as if a great weight has been lifted from their hearts. Marie, their younger daughter, enthusiastically and impatiently asks if their friends Nicola and Lucas will join them. Leon puts a finger to his lips and whispers that this time their friends cannot join. He whispers that their noble guest should not interact with many people. Marie's eyes suddenly widen. She realized that this is another important family secret she will have to keep. Someone from the family anxiously asks, what should they do if friends suddenly come? The sister suggests asking the aunt and uncle to keep the other children away that day. Jen worries whether simple raspberry pies will suit a noble person who is used to sweets. The mother watches and understands what their simple dessert idea might turn into. Leon demonstratively, solemnly raises a bag of sugar that he brought specifically for this occasion. The parents are stunned they can't believe their own eyes. Could it be that he really brought this expensive, rare ingredient? Marie simply beams at this news, and one of her sisters even asks what sugar really is. Lone immediately wonders, where could he have gotten the money for such a luxury? He awkwardly says that he was paid to help a man named Marcel create a magical device. His parents looked at his cleverness with admiration and almost believed that such things really happen. Leon impatiently advises to immediately practice baking pies with the new sugar. The whole family works shoulder to shoulder, baking delicious pies that will surely please the guest Martin. The shot abruptly switches to the majestic and menacing silhouette of La Sallesia Castle. Inside, clad in heavy armor, a guard named Sentinel stands before the large double doors. Prime Minister Richard arrives at the castle and asks the guard if His Majesty is here. The guard loudly reports the Prime Minister's arrival to the king, who nods and allows him to enter. Richard sincerely thanks him as he is admitted into the royal chambers. Upon entering the room, he bows low and whispers a polite "Good morning," addressing His Majesty. King Alexis Lars Lazio responds to the greeting, addressing the Prime Minister simply by name Richard. Richard politely asks the king for a moment before the daily duties begin. He orders the hall to be cleared to hold a private, incredibly important conversation. As soon as they are alone, Richard whispers that this urgent matter concerns a master named Leon. The king confirms he means the very same ordinary guy they talked about earlier. Richard's face darkens. He is about to deliver truly shocking news. He is firmly convinced this boy is one of the legendary messengers. King Alexis jerked sharply from complete shock and loudly demanded an explanation of what exactly Richard had just said. He asked if Leon called himself that, but Richard clarified. The boy denied everything. Richard demonstrates his evidence. Leon's refined speech and intelligence clearly exceed his status. He adds the most convincing proof. Leon is capable of using all forms of elementary magic. Richard says he believes Leon is hiding his true identity for a certain reason. The king's face becomes serious and focused as he agrees with Richard's assessment. They understand that they must secretly protect Leon because enemy forces might try to intervene. Then the king persistently questions Master Leon about his further intentions and plans. Richard dropped the ball. Leon wants to enter the Royal Academy and again impress the king. The king tightens up, leans forward tensely, and prepares to announce extremely important information about the state. He reveals a secret record about the messengers. Their description almost literally matches Leon. Richard suddenly shudders from an epiphany, now almost certain that Leon really is a messenger. The king, saying this with heavy seriousness, declared that their conversation must remain a strict secret. He confirms that he has already ordered Leon to hide his elemental abilities until graduation. The king confidently says, as soon as Leon becomes a nobleman, hostile forces will not be able to reach him. He asks if the Duke's family will be a protection for Leon, and Richard gladly takes on this duty. Richard smiles. His granddaughter will also be at the academy, and he sincerely hopes that she and Leon will become friends. The king hesitates, whether to tell the girl about Leon's unusual magical abilities or not. Richard warns that she is still too young to bear such a heavy secret. The king passionately desires to meet Leon face to face, but Richard says it will not be so easy. He warns, even the slightest extra attention can drive Leon's entire family into serious danger. They agreed his family will be protected. Security will be hired through the Duke's court. The king also offers to send guards from the elite shadow squad of the royal family. When Richard leaves, the king lets out a long, tired sigh as if the whole weight of the day has fallen on him. He thinks the appearance of the messenger is definitely connected to how the forest of beasts is spreading. In his office, Richard thinks the same and decides that this is the will of the gods. The king is worried. If this continues, in 10 years the monsters will completely take over the world. He looks out the window, hoping that Leon is the light capable of averting this terrible fate. Richard shares this determination and swears to protect the messenger with all his might. Showing initiative, the king entrusts Richard to compile a list of the most dangerous nobles. Richard accepts the order without any hesitation and promises that the list will be ready by morning. The king's gaze hardens. A new, powerful resolve to protect the kingdom's hope is born in him. He peers out the window and feels as if a ray of hope has finally appeared. The shot moves on and shows the roof of a modern building under a clear, cloudless sky. It turns out this is the world of the gods, and from there bursts a desperate cry for help. The goddess named Michelin is in panic. She is sobbing, because the embodiment of her spirit has failed. Another goddess sheriff appears and, angrily losing her temper, demands an explanation of what she means by her failure. Sheriff fiercely shakes Michelin, reminding her that she was explicitly ordered to take good care of him. The Earth goddess Sharif demands a clear answer, why she failed her task. Michelin began to explain. In her world there existed a body that corresponded one-to-one with the soul. When the previous person died, a new spiritual essence seemed to be drawn to the empty body and inhabited it. Sheriff ponders, how can a soul fit so perfectly into another's body? Michelin insists that the body instantly recovered, but Sheriff is still unimpressed by this piece. Sheriff looks with a tired and wary expression, waiting for the continuation of the story. She understands. Michelin wanted to save the people of her world from a monster invasion. Michelin regrets. At first she wanted to endow the soul with powers and rebirth it as a queen. Sheriff says that Michelin was not even able to give the soul its special powers. Michelin laments that she was reborn as a poor commoner, and she can't even speak to him. She clenches her fists, disappointed that she cannot take him on a mission to save the world. The sheriff asks how much time is left, and Michelin grimly replies, only a few decades remain. Michelin admits she has spent almost all her divine power and is now almost empty. She confesses she created this world because in her previous world humanity went extinct. In her first world she gave all creatures magic, and then monsters exterminated humans. So in the second world she gave magic only to humans and modeled it after Japan. The sheriff grimly notes that the appearance of magic really changes everything, and begins to doubt a few minor things. Michelin explains that she revived a child from Japan to give the world a special atmosphere. In panic she grabs her head, recalling how terribly she erred in creating this world. This text vividly shows the fatal mistakes she made in creating this new world. She admitted that she accidentally connected him to her first world, and thus the forest of monsters was born. To prevent another catastrophe, she released a divine instrument for people in a book. But as soon as the book was finally found, no one could read its ancient language anymore. She admits through pain, despite all her efforts, the monster forest only grows and expands. The sheriff advised, if she can no longer help, let her pray that the person manages on their own. The sheriff, as if casually, says that monsters are cute, and she is not at all against a world full of them. Miss Lin passionately declares that she loves people and prefers the human world. The sheriff says that her world is human, but Miss Lin explains her creative intentions. The sheriff thoughtfully reflects that in a world without magic, smart people survive and continue to exist. Miss Lin agrees with her friend and adds, even with magic, the world will perish sooner or later. His companion continues and says that other sources of energy that people use gradually lead to destruction. Miss Lin, with an irritated expression, complains that her plan was going well until one moment came. Gathering strength, she insists. Supposedly, she is just unlucky and now she needs to look to the future. She is tormented. She tries to remember the name of the reincarnated boy Leon and anxiously thinks about how to contact him. An invisible cloud of thoughts asks doubtfully, is some form of communication really necessary? The sheriff hints at a revelation from above. This will probably require a drop of divine power. A brilliant idea struck her like lightning, and Miss Lin, overwhelmed with pure delight, jumped up and grabbed her friend. At first she is overwhelmed by a wave of excitement, but it quickly dissipates as soon as she realizes there is a critical mistake in the plan. Slowly she sinks into defeat, recalling, in this world no one respects her at all. A view opens from the roof and Miss Lin calls the sheriff. Two goddesses sit side by side and doubt, will Leon even believe in the divine revelation? The sheriff tries to calm her, but Miss Lin firmly and sincerely says that she deeply and without any hesitation loves the world she created herself. Reduced to the role of an observer, Miss Lin vows to save people at any cost. A week later in the morning, Leon is seen. He is diligently cleaning the family home. All his relatives joyfully announce that everyone has already finished cleaning. Leon looks at them with an overly serious expression on his face, and this makes him a little anxious. He tries with a trembling voice to attract the attention of the whole family. He needs to deliver important news. The younger brother notices that Leon has a terrible expression on his face and asks what happened. After clearing his throat, Leon began to tell about the girl who visited them today. The family looks at him puzzled. There are so many questions in their eyes that they silently wait for him to continue the explanation. The parents froze in complete shock when he said that among the honored guests was a princess. Lion says haltingly that her name is Martian and that her true nature must remain a secret. The father tries to ease the tension, insisting that nobles and kings are just like them. His younger sister Mary, not knowing a word about this, naively asked, "What is a princess?" Leon explains that she is the daughter of the most important person in the country, the incredible Mary. He fervently warns what a disaster it would be if someone found out that the princess is in their home. Leon will beg his relatives to call her Martin, only this way can they keep this vital secret. Mary willingly agrees as she was asked that their guests can call her only by her first name. A sharp knock on the door instantly makes the whole family panic. A little boy peeks out to make sure the guest has already arrived. Leon nervously confirms. The old wooden gate slowly opens, and in the beam of light appears the figure of a visitor standing outside. The boy shouted that Miss Martin is already here, their guest is already standing by the door. Martin stands in the doorway surrounded by her companions and gives a soft, pleasant smile. Leon, smiling embarrassedly, greets her while his parents bow low in the distance. Martin beams with joy and exclaims how long ago it was, and how long she has waited for this day. Martin and Leon, with blushes on their cheeks, both agree to introduce their families to each other. Leon introduces his parents, they bow solemnly, and next to them flickers his younger sister Mary. The parents greet her a little awkwardly but sincerely, hoping that she will like being with them. Mary, enchanted, tells Martin that she is beautiful, and hopes that they can become good friends. Martin thanks Maria and in response calls her sweetie, and the parents are completely lost. Martin's radiant smile, and he is preparing to introduce his companions to the family. She introduces her personal maid as a guardian, assuring the family that they will not be a burden to them. When the formalities are behind them, Martin impatiently asks what the plan for today is. Shay Lion, a bit embarrassed, explains that they will start with a tour of their modest house. Next in his plans to go to the nearest forest to pick raspberries. Finally, he reveals they will prepare a dessert pancakes with fresh berries. Leon smiles and asks how she feels about the activities he has prepared for them. Martina is wildly happy. Her eyes shine and she says these plans sound incredible. She asked if pancakes are a dish of simple people, but Leon admitted he himself invented this recipe. Enchanted by his creativity, Martina exclaims that this makes everything even more interesting. Leon solemnly proclaims the start of the tour of his family's house. Mary enthusiastically agrees to become the conductor, takes Martin by the hand and leads her. While the two girls walk away, Leon's parents stand up and watch them go. Anxiety is visible on their faces. Leon remains at the table, and his face freezes in a mask of sudden and complete panic. She anxiously says aloud that her too familiar behavior might be perceived as rudeness and even cause punishment. His mother calmly reassures him and says that Martin speaks easily and naturally. She gently teases Leon, saying that his conversation was a bit tense. His mother sincerely admits that they are not used to speaking formally, but is glad that the guest understands everything. Attention stops at one word still, and an unresolved question hangs in the air. His mother becomes serious and asks how he manages to speak so politely. His father joins in and confirms that he was also surprised by Leon's refined manner of speaking. Leon invented a fable. Supposedly, some Lord Marcel taught him everything. He adds that Marcel called him smart, while inside he panics over the lie hastily concocted. Leon mentally suffers. It is already difficult for him to even invent excuses. His father shines with pride, certain that his son's intelligence is a family trait. The father noticed that he was lingering and asked, "Why are you still here?" Overcome with fear, Leon shouted that he was running away and rushed forward to catch up with the tour that was already moving on. He jumped out of the house, shouted to his parents that he was leaving, and they just stood there watching him walk away. When they were left alone, the parents decided, in the future they would probably have to learn to speak more formally. Meanwhile, their son gladly agrees to the request of one of the girls, smiling. During the house tour, Martin looks with a radiant and inquisitive gaze. She called Leon, he responded, and they continued to explore the house. Martin sees the well for the first time and marvels excitedly, the water really comes from beneath the ground. She is truly impressed, says that this experience is very educational, and immediately asks to see the bedroom. Martin impatiently repeats her request to show the bedroom again, joyfully awaiting the next part of the tour. Mary happily flops onto the bed, greeting the guest who entered the room. She explains that everyone sleeps there together and Martin is delighted. It's so wonderful and fun. Mary adds, in winter it is pleasantly warm here, and in summer it can sometimes be a bit hot. The tour continues through simple but practical rooms of the wooden house. Martin sincerely thanks them for the tour and suggests going to the forest right now. Suddenly she realizes that they haven't planned lunch at all and wonders what to do. Leon shockingly admitted that he completely forgot about their lunch. The father almost imperceptibly intervenes and sincerely offers to prepare them lunch from the kitchen menu. The group finished the meal and sincerely thanked for such delicious food. Leon asked Martin if she would go to the forest, and she enthusiastically agreed immediately. At the edge of the forest, Martin suddenly froze. Before him appeared a sight that filled his heart with sincere admiration. She joyfully exclaims that for the first time in her life she found herself in a real forest. She is enchanted by the incredible number of trees that grew by themselves without any intervention. Leon enthusiastically explains the plan for picking raspberries, and Martin solemnly promises to gather a lot of them too. Leon quietly smiles tenderly because of her contagious enthusiasm. She immediately notices it. She playfully asks what is funny here, and the embarrassed Leon admits that she is simply pretty. The unexpected compliment made Martin blush and left him speechless for a moment. Leon himself is also stunned by his own boldness. He blushed and cannot believe he said that. The floral background emphasizes that sweetly awkward moment that passed between them. The recovering Martin clears his throat. It's time to seriously get down to choosing. A friendly competition begins. Both swear to gather more berries than the other. Soon Mary proudly shows a linen bag stuffed with a generous harvest. Martin asks to try a berry, and although Leon warns that it might be sour, Maria loves it madly. With a barely noticeable surprise on her face, the young noblewoman named Martin decides to try the freshly picked raspberry. She puts a small berry in her mouth, and her face becomes thoughtful as if savoring it carefully. A sudden burst of flavor overwhelmed her, and she tightly closed her eyes from genuine, unexpected pleasure. Mary impatiently demanded her verdict, and Rosie Martin quietly confirmed that it was very tasty. Seeing her reaction, Mary rejoiced and generously handed Martina one of the berries she had picked herself. Leon smiled warmly, imagining how much tastier the berries would become in their pancakes. Returning to his sister, he gently reminded her with a smile that she shouldn't eat too much, she needs to leave some for the recipe. Mary understood and happily ran off to look for more, promising to stay nearby. Together with Martin, Leon sincerely thanked her for being so kind to his younger sister. He advised her to rest a bit and have something to drink. Martin, beaming with a joyful smile, agreed to his suggestion. Blushing, he admitted that he was enjoying this wonderful day no less than she was. She thanked him and sincerely rejoiced that he was having fun. Martin admits everything for her is a new experience and she eagerly awaits this day. The girls proudly show Leon the generous harvest. They gathered a whole bunch of berries. Leon joyfully announces, "It's time to return home. Finally, we'll make pancakes." They return to the family dinner and loudly squeal that they have returned from the expedition. His parents warmly welcomed them and assured that all preparations are already ready for them. Leon advises Miss Martin to use the lounge to freshen up. A few moments pass while she prepares for the next task. Martina appears in an apron and apologizes to the surprised company for being late. Leon and Mary shower her with compliments, saying the apron fits her perfectly. Her face flushed with a blush and in her voice determination. Leon says it's time to start baking pancakes. Mary begins cracking eggs while her mother brightly and clearly explains what to do next in the recipe. Then the flour is poured into a large bowl along with the rest of the ingredients. Martin diligently and focusedly stirs the dough until it becomes absolutely smooth. She pauses for a moment and asks Leon if the dough consistency is correct. Leon happily gives a big thumbs up, confirming that everything is perfect. He smiles and announces, "After you add the berries, all that remains is to bake." Leon's mother says, "The pan is ready, let's start with Martin's pancake." The dough hits the hot, oil-greased pan and a pleasant sizzle sounds. A little more dough Barrafield carefully pours into the very bottom of the pan in the very center. Leon brightly explains how to skillfully flip the pancake as soon as its bottom side browns. He says while it cooks, we will make jam from the remaining berries. He asks Martin to willingly transfer the berries from the bowl to the pot. Then he asks if she wants to light the fire herself and stir them. The berries in the pot are energetically mashed as soon as they start to warm up. Martin carefully browns the pancakes, while Leon and his mother watch her closely. Leon approached Martin and was already ready to add the next ingredients to the jam, which was slowly simmering on the fire. He showed 2 small bowls and said, "This is sugar and lemon juice." Martin eagerly explains his mother's advice. A few drops of lemon juicing the taste of the jam blossoms. Leon suddenly exclaimed, "One of the pancakes already seems ready." Martin excitedly asks if he wants to check it himself, carefully slides a wooden spatula under the edge and lifts it to check if it is ready. They both peer into the pan and he exclaims, "Perfect." Martin says that flipping is a difficult step, so she will entrust it to his mother. His mother lifts the spatula and she will flip the large pancake, covered in berries. With a joyful exclamation, she skillfully tosses the pancake high into the air. The children burst into delighted cheers, calling her amazing and incredible because of her skill. Martin closes his eyes and whispers with delight, "What a wonderful smell here." Leon impatiently asks how much longer to wait until the pancake is ready. Martin proudly places the ready golden brown pancake on the plate and exclaims, "Done." She beams with joy and says she made it herself, and Leon asks if she wants to taste it. She suggests waiting and eating it together with everyone after all. We made it together. Leon advises the maid to try Frederic's approach. At first she hesitates. Martin insists, let both of them take just a little, after all, a little won't hurt. Leon encourages them and emphasizes, they are not on official duty. The three simultaneously took the first bite and surprise lit up their faces. The whole group unanimously decides to participate in the tasting. Frederick and the maid froze from the unexpectedly delicious aftertaste. Martin, in the glow of sparks, exclaims, how incredibly tasty this pancake is. She likes its unique texture and the perfect balance between sweet and sour. Frederick and the maid can only agree on one thing, it is truly incredible. Leon smiles, glad they liked it, and says that the jam will make it even better. He spread the jam on the plate and announced, the dish is ready, time to eat. Leon finally takes a bite of the finished pancake, topped with jam. He slowly savors every note, most enchanted by the grainy, coarse texture of the jam. He closes his eyes, pure bliss, fully immersed in this maddening flavor. Martin agreed that the jam was incredibly tasty, and sincerely thanked Leon for his help. She smiles and says she loves this casual texture, and might ask the chef to make it the same way. The plates are empty, everyone sincerely thanks for the meal. One of the adults sincerely thanks everyone for their help, and for this wonderful day. He also thanks Leon and, smiling, says the pancakes were simply wonderful. Martin says that this, honestly speaking, was one of the happiest days in her life. Shyly she asked if she would ever be allowed to visit them at home again. Leon responds with a radiant, friendly smile and says, of course she can. Martin's face lit up with sincere, pure joy at his answer. She sincerely thanks and wholeheartedly promises that she will definitely return. After a few days, the action moves to a quiet rural room. Leon is visible. He sits alone at a simple wooden tabletop and immerses himself in a book. An empty panel, a sign that the scene changes for a moment. He names the book he is reading as The History of This World. Another transitional shot, a close-up of dense, unfamiliar text. He reads about a long, turbulent period of great wars in the past. He learns that after the war, a new threat appeared, the forest of beasts. Ominous phrases, forest beast, and it stops its course, draw all the attention to themselves. Suddenly he is pierced by an anxious, trembling spasm. He realizes that the forest is still expanding. He cannot let go of the thought of where it really is, and how quickly it is creeping up. Irritated, he complained that the book contains neither specific nor useful information. He dreams of finding someone who understands this hopeless situation better. Suddenly a thought strikes him. Lord Frederick as a knight probably has the freshest information. After a few days, the events shift to Leon's family cafe in a quiet, peaceful moment. Leon works behind the counter, smiling and keeping a cheerful demeanor. He stands on tiptoe and impatiently waits for the appearance of Lord Frederick. He lifts his gaze from work and meets it with a smile. Lord Frederick enters the diner, and Leon suddenly exclaims that he has been waiting for him for a long time. Leon says that he has long wanted to ask one important question. He suddenly begins to pour out continuous, panicked apologies for what happened. Frederick calmly assures him, explaining that Leon simply had no way to contact him. He hands Leon a tiny object meant to solve exactly this problem of message delivery. Young Frederick raises a small Nate coin so that the boy named Leon can see it. He says that it proves his connection to the Duke's family, so the item must be kept safe. With the coin, Leon will be able to leave a message for a man named Albin near the Duke's gate. Leon gratefully accepts the talisman, promising never to lose it. At the diner, Frederick encourages Leon, ask the question that has been troubling you for so long. The boy confirms that he is fascinated by the forest of monsters, same topic from the recent lesson. Hearing this, Frederick's facial expression became thoughtful and stern. He enthusiastically explains, the forest is far in the east and there live animals that can perform magic. Leon is clearly stunned by the discovery that magical creatures exist in this world. Frederick adds, some beasts are so strong that they must be overcome for several nights in a row. He tries to calm Leon, but the boy asks why the knights still repel his attack. With a barely noticeable smile, Frederick says there is nothing to worry about, the forces are equalized. A deep distrust of the overly simple explanatory version froze on Leon's face. He thinks to himself, an ordinary child can be deceived but not him. The boy begins to understand. The growth of the forest is a much scarier threat than he was told. His mind is seized by an irresistible desire to find out more accurate information. He realizes that Frederick will not tell him anything more. It seems to him that the truth is simply censored. Outwardly, he pretends to be calm, but inside he decides to figure it out himself. When the guest left, Leon remained sitting alone at a simple wooden table. He suddenly realized that he was blind and never thought that studying forbidden magic could be important. When he realized that he could combine his elemental abilities and compose powerful spells, a new idea was born in his mind. He thinks with surprise. It turns out that the more he uses magic, the stronger it becomes. Filled with determination, he decides to make full use of this unique and mysterious opportunity. His sister calls him on an errand, but another goal is already in his mind: he needs to train. After a few days, he finds himself in a lonely rocky corner in the forest. A scene that pushed him into training comes to mind. A miserable creature resembling a rabbit had already been defeated. He relives that encounter again, pointing to the creature that ignited his desire to attack with magic. With a determined shout, he releases a fireball. A sudden flash of emotion runs across his face as he sees the spell's effect. He freezes in amazement and watches as the spell vainly dissipates, hitting a large stone boulder. Walking along the path through the thicket, he reminds himself that he came here specifically to train. The first failure did not break him. He resolutely decides to try again, this time with a new approach. He closes his eyes and decides to focus on imagining greater speed for his spell. He launches another fireball, but again it weakly splashes against the rock and goes out no damage. Disappointed, he approaches the undamaged boulder and admits that his attempt has failed. He thinks, is it because of the speed or because of the incredible hardness of the rocket itself? A spark of insight instantly flashed in his wide-open eyes. He realizes in shock, fire is not a material thing, and as soon as it touches, it simply disappears. His deep revelation hit the mark and overturned his entire approach to offensive magic. He understood, for the spell to have real physical power, it must be mixed with another magic. His first idea is to use earth magic to create a strong stone arrow. Then he imagines encoding the newly created magical arrow by charging it with crackling fire magic. He tries to lift the heavy burning projectile, his face contorted from the effort. Superhuman effort makes him realize this method consumes too much magical energy. Exhausted, he collapses to the ground and sinks heavily into thought, straining to devise a more effective plan. His gaze fell on the loosened earth and the sturdy stick, and a new thought flashed in his mind. He is enlightened. Instead of creating an arrow, he can simply take real earth from beneath his own feet. He grabs the stick and imagines it as weightless, making it easier to lift into the air. Engaging the physical part, he begins to spin the stick held in the air with fire magic. With a mighty shout, he releases the newly created fiery projectile. The blazing stick cuts through the air like a small but powerful meteor. He watches with wide, surprised eyes as it swiftly rushes straight toward its target. The projectile crashes into a giant boulder with incredible force. The impact explodes in a huge fiery flash, proof that his new method really worked. He looks at the stone with craters and notices the impact mark has the shape of an arrow, just as he expected. He believes it is better to consciously imagine the projectile as a sphere from the very beginning. He tests this new theory by launching a dense, burning cloud of earth and fire. He does not look away when the new projectile hits another part of the rocky landscape. The explosion was at least no weaker a huge success. The stone shattered into fragments. He triumphantly calls his new magic effective fireball, pleased that it is so easy to use. Satisfied, he decides that his next goal is to create a spell that will hit many targets at once. His first thought is to use wind magic and release a powerful gust. He collapsed exhausted, disappointed. The spell turned out to be much weaker than he expected. Suddenly he realizes he cannot truly imagine wind blades. He has never seen them with his own eyes. His gaze fell on scattered pebbles, and suddenly the idea flashed again. He releases a tornado of wind magic into the ground, lifts the fragments, and pulls them into the very vortex. The spell creates a huge, fierce whirlwind of sharp stones on the ground. He stands in the very eye of the storm and looks back at the destructive power he himself unleashed. Sudden surprise flashed across his face. The scale of this spell simply stunned him. He decides his powerful spell, although it consumes a lot of energy, will be his final strike. Nervously smiling, he officially names his new wider radius attacking technique Rock Tornado. A strong surge of motivation overwhelms him, and he resolutely decides to develop other types of spells as well. He masters a stream of water, a weak but effective spell, and a hot fireball. He also casts an earth protection spell, Wall, which becomes his shield from danger. Proud of his new arsenal, he looks around and decides, training is enough for today. Looking at the devastated clearing, he involuntarily sweats and decides that he probably overdid it a bit. He consoles himself, since he is deep in the forest, almost no one will find that damage. The training is over. A new desire has ignited within him. He firmly declares that he wants to truly test his new spells. Although he knew he could not enter the dangerous beast forest, he needed a real challenge. He understands how important it is to learn to release magic exactly at the moments when real danger is already looming. His search suddenly breaks off. A huge black bear bursts out of the trees like a whirlwind and roars madly. He froze in horror as the giant monster lunged straight at him. The survival instinct kicks in. He casts a body enhancement spell and runs away. He flees from death, neighing in despair while the giant bear thunders after him. He gasps for air and cannot believe how big and evil this creature is. The bear swung its huge paw, almost hitting him, and he realized he must fight. Freezing in place, he prepares his most reliable spell and decides to release a fireball. He stands before the beast, charging at him as big as a shopping mall and already ready to attack. With a desperate scream, he hurls the fireball straight at the bear's head. His hands instantly flew to his face. In horror, he realized he completely missed. The bear struck him with a mighty paw and he flew into the air. He falls to his knees and prepares another fireball while the bear charges at him again. The strike hits, but only enrages the beast even more. It rises on its hind legs, howls, and lunges forward in furious rage. Standing before the enraged monster, he realizes he must act instantly to survive. When the bear bursts forward, its muzzle is a mask of relentless determination. He unleashes the most powerful spell, a huge vortex of dark energy and earth debris. The colossal bear, wrapped in a furious storm, roars in pain. The boy watches, his eyes wide open, mixed with shock and fatigue. The monster was thrown upward so fiercely that its body twisted under colossal magical pressure. In the middle of the forest clearing, a mighty magical vortex hurled the giant monster, the bear, backward. Barely breathing, Leon sat on the ground and whispered that this encounter was deadly close. Nearby, a young girl with a happily relieved smile confesses she really thought she was going to die. Completely exhausted, Leon stops thoughtfully and realizes the colossal, destructive power of his spell, the Stone Tornado. He soberly understands that his excessive overconfidence in magic could become a deadly weakness. After that terrible day, silence fell on the earth, and with it came the winter cold. It was then that Leon's younger sister, Mary, unfortunately caught a cold. Lying in bed, she takes short, painful breaths. Her face is flushed and drops of sweat roll down it. Leon sat by his sister's bed and watched. The high fever that started last night had not subsided. He remembered giving her the medicine he bought, but there was no effect at all. Completely helpless, he worries due to lack of medical knowledge and does not understand what he can do at all. At that moment, a sudden idea flashed in his mind like an exclamation. Suddenly he realizes maybe he can use his powerful healing magic to help her. Wondering if it really helps with illnesses, he recalled he had never used it otherwise, only for treating wounds. He hesitates how to apply it if it can pass through her entire body. He does not want to try it on his sister, so he firmly decides to first test the unfamiliar technique on himself. Directing the magic inward, he suddenly froze from a strange, completely new sensation. He is sincerely and enthusiastically impressed by the incredible ability to sense the internal state of the body with perfect clarity. With new confidence, he returns to his sister, lies down, and says that he will heal her himself. His magical scan shows the source of her illness, an accumulation of energy right near the nose and throat. Directing his healing power at the source, he watches as her face, twisted in pain, slowly smooths out. The last bright flash of light, and he exclaims with relief that the illness has completely disappeared. He noticed that her skin changed color. She looks calm, the pain is gone. The incredible effort of the powerful spell completely exhausted him. Steam rose from his bent body. Although he was exhausted due to the incredible expenditure of magic, he is glad that his healing magic overcame the illness. Looking at his sleeping sister, he feels deep, warm gratitude for his special gift. A few days later, he approaches the familiar sign of the magical tools workshop again and loudly shouts a greeting. In the workshop, Master Marcel warmly welcomed him and said that quite some time had passed. Leon, with shining eyes and clenched fists, excitedly announces that he is going to create a fire magical tool. The announcement stunned Marcel. He froze, exhausted, confused, and in shock, demanding an explanation of what exactly he had just said. The master explains, every winter many people have the same thought to try to create something that helps to keep warm. Marcel points out a critical problem that remains unsolved. However, magical metal simply cannot withstand intense heat. He emphasizes once again, magical stones and magical metal must be physically connected for everything to work. Such direct contact inevitably melts the metal, so creating heated tools is almost impossible. Despite everything, Liam deeply contemplates a solution and suggests covering the metal with earth or stones, using them as insulation. Marcel immediately doubted the practicality of this idea. How would they even attach the metal in the soil? And firmly rejected the idea of using ordinary earth in magical tools for noble clients. The masters say stone is not only heavy but also incredibly difficult to work with. Leon understands. Even with insulation, heat will still transfer from the part that directly touches the magical stone. Marcel Muse admits, the only real way out is to release fire magic from a point farther away from the stone. This comment causes Leon Poo to go blind and sink into deep reflection. Suddenly, an epiphany lights up his face, a new idea begins to form in his mind. He shouted to Marcel, confirming, magic usually flows directly from the magic stone. Then he reminded the masters about their device for making ice. It could divert wind magic from the stone. Marcel stands confused and admits, he always thought the wind blew simply from the stone itself. Leon explains, the wind in this device actually came from the very center of the box, far from the place where the stone lay. With shining eyes and a smile full of hope, he asks if he can try to apply the same principle to fire magic. Intrigued by the boy's logic, Marcel asks what exactly he intends to do with this new method. Leon announces his ambitious plan to create a magical heater that will warm rooms. He vividly explains his design solution, not to protect the heating element with a casing so that adjacent parts do not melt. His brilliant idea is to adjust the magic stone so that it releases a small fireball exactly to the right place nearby. Then he shows how the modified stone is attached to the base of the device, and a decisive click sounds. Suddenly, a tiny, stable fireball appeared a few inches above the stone, and he and Marcel froze in shock. Laughing triumphantly, Leon announces to Marcel that his breakthrough invention is finally ready. He, with a barely noticeable surprise, admits that he really didn't think he would succeed. Both noticed, at such a distance and with such a size of the fireball, the magical iron somehow withstands the heat. Leon says the last step is simply to close this space with ordinary iron rods, like a cage, and the heater will be ready. Marcel froze, looking at the boy, silently, stunned and impressed by his elegant solution. His first shot quickly died down, and a look of deep, impressed admiration appeared on his face. He praises Leon. His legs are truly impressive. They created something that even experienced masters failed to do. His tone turned serious and he advised, maybe it's better not to show this invention to the royal palace. He reminds Leon that even the ice generator he created earlier has already attracted considerable attention. A working magical tool that uses fire magic is an even bigger breakthrough, so almost certainly someone will start tracking it. When Leon hesitates, Marcel insists, this will definitely attract that much attention. He explains that decades have passed since magical tools were first developed in their world. And still, in all that time, only 4 different tools have been put up for sale. He exclaims, if Leon registers several revolutionary instruments in 1 year, then, of course, he will attract colossal attention. Leon smiled slyly and said that since he had already found a new way to use magical stones, others would most likely notice it soon. He insists, in that case, it is better to manage to register the invention before someone else beats him to it. Marcel was struck by the sharp, indisputable logic of the boy. He quietly gasped in surprise. He thoughtfully runs his fingers over his mustache and weighs how convincing Leon's argument sounded. Agreeing with the boys, Marcel decisively declares that this time he is registering for the last time. Seizing the chance, Leon cheerfully asks with a sly smile if he can register a few more of his ideas. He smiles and says that he has already made and tested magical devices that can be used both as a stove and as a water heater. He says that he even sketched a rough plan for them, and this shocked the old master even more. Changing the topic to a more practical one, Leon addressed Sir Marcel with a new request. He explains that as a commoner, he cannot buy everything he needs by himself. Marcel confirms this and exhales heavily, saying that the rules do not allow him to sell anything directly from the workshop. Leon devises a cunning way out. Maybe Marcel can just buy the stove and then resell it to him, deducting the cost. Leon, excited by the plan, exclaimed that he is looking forward to working with him and no longer has to sleep under heavy blankets. Marcel suddenly remembers how he recently checked his account and saw more money there than expected. He tells Leon that it was a well-deserved gift for discovering a new way to use water magic. Stunned by the unexpected news, Leon sincerely thanks him. A few days later, Marcel proudly shows Leon the ready, newly registered oven. Marcel nervously laughed and admitted that he is afraid. The bosses will not believe that he really developed it himself. And he says, as soon as the orders came down from above, the device was immediately registered without any questions. He looks at Leon inquisitively and distrustfully, as if asking whether he has connections with the higher officials of the royal palace. Confused, but Leon assumes that they are from the Townsend family and are trying to pretend to be simple intermediaries. Marcel does not back down and insists that he is connected not only with Lord Frederick, but also with the Duke's family. Leon shyly admits that he was recently invited to the Palacios, if he simply forgot to mention it. Marcel decides not to dig deeper and simply sends the topic away. It doesn't matter. He confirms that he transferred a generous reward to Leon's account, 14 platinum and 5 gold coins, so the cost of the furnace has already been deducted. Then the bountiful master hands Leon a transport card, so that he can carry the huge magical instrument home. Soon Leon arrives home. There is a restaurant right there, and happily announces his return. Behind the counter, his father greets him warmly, and Leon immediately asks for help with the load. Seeing that large metal cage, the father and another person simply froze. They stood completely stunned. The father, without taking his eyes off the strange object, asks, "So what kind of thing is this?" Leon, beaming with a proud smile, declared that it is a magical instrument. The father sharply jumped back from shock and asked how a magical item could end up in their modest house. He panicked and asked why they had an item intended exclusively for nobility. Leon explains to his father that he asked for the instrument from his friend, the master of magical instruments, Sir Marcel. His father looks at the device with admiration, and Leon explains that it is a furnace for heating rooms. Father impatiently asked to be taught how to use this, and Leon gladly agreed. Later, the whole family gathers very close in the bedroom, and curiously asks how the stove can warm the room so much. Leon explains the first step in detail. Imagine a fireball above the magic stone and fill it with energy. The parents look at each other, silent, and it is clear how these confusing instructions worry them. Mother doubts this task might turn out to be too difficult for their level of magic. Leon thoughtfully froze, listening to the mother's apt remark, and only then did a thought ripen in his mind. He says with a spark in his voice, "First develop imagination to use less magic," and adds that the church teaches this. The parents silently agree. His logic makes sense and it is worth trying. He begins their training and clearly lays out the scientific truth. Without oxygen, fire will not ignite. Dad, nervously smiling, admits that he understood only a little, and asks where Leon knows such things from. Leon instantly made up an excuse. Supposedly, he read it in a book at the nobleman's estate. Despite doubts, his mother, encouraged by Leon's relentless enthusiasm, agrees to try. And the younger sister, meanwhile, is already dead asleep, completely unaware that a magical lesson is taking place. Leon again orders them to imagine a fireball just like a moment ago. He gently asks them to imagine how a small fireball appears right by their palms. To their surprise, both parents still manage to summon small spheres of magical energy. They look at the glowing balls in their palms and are silent with admiration. The father exclaims with excitement, and Leon eagerly urges them to try it on the stove. Leon hands the father the only magical stone as if nudging, "Try it yourself." The father closes his eyes and directs the newly found power of imagination onto the magical stone. He carefully clicks the stone into place near the base of the stove. The stove activates its magical stone, it flashes with bright light, and the whole family and everyone else disappear. The mother breathes out with relief. Now they will be able to sleep warmly, remembering that fierce winter cold. Then she advises that Leon's magical tool and his method remain a secret. Leon listens, and his face becomes stern. He feels the full weight of her warning. He senses that his parents probably understood this is no longer the same Leon, but he needs to be careful. Faces with smiles remind him they love him unconditionally and without any words. Rummaging under the blanket, he quietly makes a vow to protect his wonderful family while they take turns whispering goodnight to each other. Looking at the roof under the night sky, he felt a new determination to become strong for their sake. The seasons change, winter retreats, and the first signs of spring are already breaking through outside. One day a messenger arrives. She calls Leon from the doorstep and frightens him. The courier solemnly hands him a letter sealed with wax from Lord Richard. Leon unfolds the parchment, and it turns out that its content is divided into two main parts. He reads two letters, one about an autumn journey, the other an urgent summons to the Duke's estate. He is overwhelmed by a wave of questions. Why was he specifically invited to the lands of the duchy? He regrets not having a real map of the world until he saw it now. Previously, he had only encountered rough sketches from books. He realizes it. When the Duke invites, it is no longer a request but an order that cannot be refused. There is a smile playing on his face when he admits that he wants to see even more of the world. Sitting at the table, he was puzzling over how the phrase "as soon as possible" sounds and how urgent it is. He decides to stop worrying, saying he will find out the reason as soon as he gets there. Behind the kitchen door, he told his mother that the letter urgently asks him to come. Mother said, tomorrow is fine, so be polite and don't get into trouble. He notices that his father suddenly fell silent, and his face has an extremely serious expression. Leon, sensing his father's sudden anxiety, asks if everything is all right. Dad is worried. If Leon goes to study, they might have to hire an assistant. His mother agrees and adds that Mary is still too young, so hiring someone is a good idea. A wave of guilt washes over Leon. He understands that his new path creates this need for them. He turns to his parents and sincerely apologizes for all the trouble he causes them. His father waved his hands quickly and loudly and insisted that it was not Leon's fault at all. Mom says that the number of clients was growing, so they were already thinking about hiring someone. Leon, with obvious relief on his face, sincerely thanks them for their understanding. He himself willingly offers to help train the new employee, a gesture his mother considers very good. Mom advises to turn to the church for help with hiring. She explains that the church will post a job announcement for them on its public bulletin board. Leon is impressed when he learns that church workers even read the announcements aloud for those who cannot read. Father says that later he will go to the church and post the job vacancy announcement there. Then he sincerely advises Leon, stick to your goals and don't worry about the restaurant. Leon is deeply moved. He thinks about how incredible his parents are and promises to repay them someday. The next morning, Leon sets off in a horse-drawn carriage on a muddy street. The difficult road leaves him a little tired and exhausted as he travels along with other commoners. When they arrived at the destination point in the city, the driver thanked the passengers with a sincere smile. Leon stands on the cobblestone and prepares to set off on foot for the next stage of his journey. He exhales with a sigh, realizing that it is still too far from here to the Townsend estate. Pushing through the crowd in the noisy city, he dreams of a simpler way to get around teleportation or flight. Finally, he approaches the gates of the Duke Grand Townsend's estate. Standing before the luxurious gates, he exhaled with relief he had finally arrived here. Politely catching the attention of the guards standing watch at the entrance, he solemnly pulls out a letter. It clearly states that he arrived by invitation of Lord Richard. The guard takes the letter, checks it, and asks him to wait a moment. As soon as he was recognized, the guard nodded and invited him inside to wait for an escort. Suddenly, the silhouette of a maid appears. She thanks him for waiting and gently says, "Young Master Leon." The friendly maid smiles and thanks him on behalf of the entire family for today's visit. She gestures to call the young man and calls him Servant Roger. Standing with a completely stone face, Roger introduces himself and says that serving him is an honor. The girl stunned Leon. Roger will now take care of all his needs. Leon mentally doubted how tense and incomprehensible the new servants look. He feels that Rogers is incredibly restrained and too formal. The maid apologizes and sincerely says that because of his serious appearance, Roger seems unfriendly. She gently reassures Leon, "Don't worry, Roger behaves like that with everyone." May then decisively confirms, from now on Roger will be his personal assistant. Leon sharply protests against such a distribution and Roger only politely says, "Thank you." The maid, beaming with a smile, says goodbye to him despite his desperate pleas. Leon was left alone with Roger and nervously stared at his silent, unyielding companion. Breaking the silence, Roger said that he will now lead Leon to his room. Leon followed behind, feeling the tense and awkward atmosphere between them. In the room, Roger briefly spreads out the schedule and almost casually says that after dinner he has a meeting with Lord Richard. He adds that lunch will be brought directly to the room for his convenience. Roger smiled and said that he is a servant, so Leon does not need to speak to him formally. He tells Leon to simply call him Roger, and this completely throws the boy off balance. Roger's piercing gaze looms over his seemingly mundane request and creates a strange tension. Completely confused, Leon stammers and, barely pronouncing the words, says that he understood the instruction. He agrees to the new arrangements, and Roger promises to meet his expectations. After lunch, Roger asked what Leon wants to do with his free time. Leon's face lights up and he happily suggests going to the bank. They appear in front of the main building of the bank in classic style. Inside, they approach the cashier's window and the cashier thanks them for waiting. The clerk extends a tray with 10 silver coins and a message from Leon's account. Leon froze in surprise upon seeing the balance. 24 platinum coins, approximately 14,300,000 yen. Holding the pouch with money, Leon sincerely explains that he believes one should save for the future. Having finished the matter, Leon told Roger, who was just waiting, that they could return. Returning, Roger stunned Leon, ordering him to go and take a bath. In the bathhouse, Roger silently begins washing Leon's hair, doing it with refined skill. The tireless servant does not stop. He continues working, rinsing Leon's hair with water from a wooden bucket. Finally alone, Leon calmly lies down in the spacious steam room and feels completely relaxed. Roger energetically dries Leon's hair with a towel, bringing the bathing to an end. In the silence hanging between them, Leon decides he will be the first to speak. He breaks the silence and enthusiastically praises Roger for his impressive speed and skill at work. Roger matter-of-factly replies that his efficiency is a natural thing, because it is simply his job. A small sincere smile appeared on Roger's lips, a sight that completely stunned Leon. Leon felt a sudden surge of hope. He realized that simple compliments could be the key to friendship. Catching Leon's watchful gaze, Roger asked if everything was all right, and his smile instantly disappeared. The question caught Leon off guard. He quickly got flustered, began mixing up words, and awkwardly denied, insisting that there was no mess here. Roger announced that he was finished, and addressing the slightly uncertain Leon said, "Time to have lunch." The scene switches, and we find ourselves in a luxurious, elegantly decorated corridor of the Duke's estate. In the lavish dining room, Leon sat at the table together with Lord Richard Frederick and a noble lady. Lord Richard politely apologizes for having summoned everyone and announces the start of dinner. A close-up shot shows the exquisite cutlery dazzlingly sparkling on the luxuriously set table. The precise table setting calls, a flawless plate with a pattern and a gleaming wine glass. Leon understood this meant the beginning of an important evening conversation. Lord Richard spoke and explained, the trial concerns a trip to the Duke's estates. With a smile, he announces that his grandson Lucien, Leon's peer, will soon go to the royal school. We are going to greet Lucien so that Leon finally meets Christophe. Leon, beaming with joy, thanks Richard and assures, he is already aware, so don't worry. He admits he can't wait to see places beyond the capital, and this pleases Lord Richard. Richard added, after they distributed the trip schedule, one more thing remains to be discussed. With a smile, he announces, tomorrow the tailor will come to sew new clothes for Leon. Leon was completely stunned by the unexpected and luxurious offer of new things. Richard smiled and quietly reassured him, don't worry about the tailoring expenses. Overwhelmed by such incredible generosity, Leon tries to object. He feels, this is too much. Richard gently waved off his concerns, but inside Leon stubbornly kept telling himself that he was still worried. Unwilling to accept so easily, Leon offers his skills in return. Lord Richard is stunned and loudly demands an answer whether Leon can really create magical tools. After Leon's abrupt proposal, a heavy, awkward silence hung over the table. Leon, with a slightly embarrassed face, admits that he is indeed their creator. He sincerely hopes that using the name Sir Marcel was not a crime. Richard, embarrassed and impressed, asks for confirmation. Did Leon personally make those recently registered instruments? Leon explained to Marcel that he had to ask her because he himself could not register them. A sudden realization flashed across Richard's face as the detail came together and clicked, becoming clear. Richard noted that it seemed to him, Leon gives the creator only minor advice. He explains that with these new instruments, magical research rapidly surged forward. Leon finally understood what Sir Marcel meant when he earlier asked about his connections with the royal palace. Richard advised him to stop making instruments himself, and that was exactly what Leon was already about to do. Apologizing for the distraction, Richard sighed and prepared to return to the original topic. He announced that they were returning to the previous topic, and again defined the purpose of the dinner. Leon enthusiastically talks about his healing magic, proudly recalling how it cured a cold in one of his relatives. This news literally shocks Lord Richard. He immediately turns to the boy and issues a terminal and sharp demand. On his face is a desperate plea as he asks Leon for help. Leaning over the table, he implores Leon to help a man named Albin. He explains that the Oldman family has served them for generations and is like kin to them. Driven by despair, Leon promises to do everything in his power to help this man. Filled with relief, Richard fervently thanks him and says he relies on him. The servant loudly knocked on the door and announced the arrival of important guests. Leon enters the hospital ward, apologizes for the noise, and carefully examines what he sees. A sharp smell of herbs hit his nose and revealed how diseases are treated in this world. Lord Richard says that Sir Albin's condition has been worsening continuously for 6 weeks. Lying in bed, the powerless man could not stop apologizing for his miserable state. Frederick awkwardly asks Leon if he thinks he can cure the patient. Leon admits he is not sure but firmly promises he will try. He returned to Sir Albin and said that he will now use healing magic. Leon cautiously adds that he cannot promise a full recovery, but asks to continue. With his last strength, Sir Albin gives consent for the treatment. Leon placed his hand on the man's forehead and felt. The temperature was too high, dangerously high. Sir Albin coughs weakly, painfully repeating that even breathing has become a real torture for him. Leon thoughtfully says that it is probably pneumonia and announces, "He is starting right now." He stretches out his hands, a soft magical glow envelops the exhausted servant. Leon's golden sensations confirm his suspicion. The problem is indeed in the lungs. He decided to imagine wiping away all the harmful things, although he knew it would consume an incredible amount of energy. Confident that he has become significantly stronger, Leon decisively undertakes the complex treatment. He feels as if his last strength is being sucked out of him, but he grits his teeth and stubbornly brings the matter to an end. While Richard and Frederick, enchanted, watch, Leon pushes himself to the limit of his own capabilities. He feels that the eerie energy has disappeared, a consequence of success. With relief, a weary smile blooms on his face and he breathes heavily. With a smile, Sir Albin says that he has already completed the treatment. Sir Albin's eyes tremulously opened, and his face froze with an expression of complete disbelief. He slowly sits down, still trying to comprehend the sudden change in his condition. Leon asks how he feels now, and Albin can only look silently. The servant exclaims, "Incredible," and sincerely thanks Leon with all his heart. A wave of emotions overwhelmed Sir Albin, and tears of gratitude ran down his face. Bowing, he swore, "I will never forget this kindness as long as I live." Leon, with a relieved smile, notes that it seems Sir Albin has fully recovered. Richard and Frederick stare at Leon, stood in complete shock, and could not utter a single word. Frederick finally breaks the silence, and enthusiastically declares that Leon's legs are truly incredible. Slightly embarrassed, Leon can only respond with a sweet, shy giggle. 3 visitors at Rogers quietly leave the now calm ward. One day in the corridor, Lord Richard stops Leon and says he has something to talk about with him. Seriousness is read on his face. He asks if the boy has a moment. Leon looked up and responded with surprise to the sudden request. He asked what it was about. They went into Lord Richard's private room to talk secretly. Richard enthusiastically praises Leon's incredible strength but sternly warns, "Keep this completely secret." He pauses for a moment before moving on to the real purpose of their conversation. His face darkens and he says there is someone else who needs Leon's strength. Richard, pleading, struggles with despair, promising to pay any price if only Leon would help. Lee, seeing the surprised ones, willingly agrees to help if he can. Richard, smiling, asks if he can examine this person right now. Leon explains that he has almost no magical energy left, so he suggests postponing it until tomorrow. Richard apologizes for pressuring him, and despair is visible on his face. Leon silently, intently gazes at the tense expressions on the men's faces. He reads it unmistakably in their eyes. The condition of this person must be extremely serious. Lord Richard, with a serious face, gently asked Leon to name the one they are asking to heal. When the name was called Princess Martin, Leon simply froze in shock. He is completely stunned, babbling and unable to believe, trying to comprehend this devastating news. Bright memories of a happy, healthy, and smiling Martin pierced his thoughts, sharply contrasting with her current state. A wave of fear covers him. He is afraid he will never see her radiant smile again. His confidence crumbles into panic, yet in his soul he doubts. Does he really have the power to save her? The boy's face became a mask of pure horror as he imagined he might suffer defeat. Lord Richard, seeing his suffering, apologizes for placing such a heavy burden on his young shoulders. Another man stubbornly insists, now only Leon's strength can be relied upon. Hearing their desperate pleas, Leon gathered all his will and bowed, ready to do anything to save Miss Martin. A wave of deep relief and boundless gratitude washed over the 2 men as they thanked him. Richard briefly outlines the current plan and assures that he will inform His Majesty the next morning. He strongly advises Leon to rest well and focus on restoring magical energy. A difficult trial lies ahead. With a final solemn request, Richard entrusts Leon with all care for Her Majesty. A silent panel hisses, static noise cuts through the silence, and it continues further. On another transitional panel, the passage of time is visible. In a luxuriously decorated royal bedroom, a maid stands guard by a large canopy bed. Princess Martin Lissel, her face pales, and she breathes very heavily. In a feverish delirium, she barely whispered one broken name, Marala Ramuna. Already the next morning, the king was brought the loud news about Leon's miraculous ability to heal. The decision was made instantly. Leon must go to the royal palace, but his power must be kept secret. That very same afternoon, he secretly sets off to the palace in a clattering fiacre. In the carriage, Leon admits to himself, last night he was so nervous he couldn't sleep. He thought that at least good food would help restore his magical energy. As soon as he arrived, a man approached him, greeted him, and immediately told him the first step of their carefully thought-out plan. The man hands Leon a set of unfamiliar clothes and orders him to put them on. He explains that Leon will pose as a trusted foreign apothecary so that everything remains secret. Leon is impressed by the plan's thoughtfulness. He understands that every detail has been considered. He begins changing into the new garments tailored as if for foreign high officials. He is told that on this mission he will be the apothecary's assistant. The comrade smiled and praised him, saying that this foreign outfit suits him very well. The man introduced himself as Sun Huang, and without ceremony assigned Leon a new identity number. He smiles and confidently confirms that this is Leon's official image for their entire visit. Lei, seeing that some were a bit confused by his new name, instantly takes on his role. Fully in character, he politely bows, hoping to meet their expectations. The shot opens on a majestic royal palace, spacious, widely spread out. Their carriage, drawn by horses, rumbles over the cobblestones and approaches the castle. They approach the bars and gates of the heavily fortified castle. A guard is lurking there. San Huan calmly extends the official invitation to the guard, as he was asked to do. After a brief inspection, the huge gates creaked and slowly opened, letting them inside. Their carriage stops in front of the grand main entrance to the palace. The man in an elegant vest sincerely apologizes for the delay in their reception. He solemnly thanks her son Juan for having traveled a long way to be here. The man smiled and offered to take them directly to His Majesty to go through the usual formalities. Suddenly he notices a small figure in a hood near San Juan and asks who it is. San Juan introduces his assistant Nam Hai and asks permission for him to accompany him. While they walk, the escort explains, "By direct order we are being taken past the usual reception hall." He leads them to huge double doors guarded by a sentry and gestures for them to follow. The guard solemnly announced, "Sir Sun Huan and his assistant have arrived to His Majesty." The escort opens the door and gestures for them to enter the private office. They enter a huge hall where a man, surrounded by guards, meets them in the castle. The man, pretending to be the king, addressed Sun Huan and warmly praised him for his reputation as a skilled apothecary. Sun Huan warmly accepts the greetings and sincerely thanks him for the invitation. The man apologizes for the harshness and says the patient is in critical condition and needs immediate examination. Sun Jian calmly smiled and agreed haste was not a problem for him. He again insistently asks for his assistant to be nearby during the treatment. The man nods and they immediately begin preparing to move to the princess's chambers. The solemn procession forms a column and sets off towards the private chambers. They march solemnly through another long arched corridor. The atmosphere is tense, filled with determination. Leon in a hood looks focused and holds a serious expression. He understands the full weight of the situation. The group stops before another pair of guarded double doors, the entrance to the princess's room. The leader of their group addressed the guard and said he had brought the apothecary for Martin. The female guard with a noticeable eye patch allowed them to enter. They enter the room full of tense ladies, waiters, and other servants. The leader sincerely apologizes for the intrusion and asks everyone to leave him alone. He explains that the treatment relies on secret techniques they cannot be seen by outsiders. She doubts this decision, feeling as if she is not trusted because of sudden secrecy. She involuntarily accepts the explanation, and whether she wants to or not, still agrees to leave the room. The heavy door quietly knocks and closes, and the room finally remains private. The boy in the shack was called by his real name Leon, as soon as the nest began to collapse. Their guide dropped the ceremony and sincerely thanked Sun Huang for coming. Sun Huang modestly gives all credit to Leon for their smooth journey. He offers to take Leon's bag and admits that his role in the transformation is already over. The man begins the real introductions and reveals the full scale of the deception. He introduces the blonde not as a guide, but as His Majesty King Alexis Lars Laja. Embarrassed, Leon stammers with a trembling voice when introducing himself to the real king, whom he warmly welcomes. The king smiles and tells Leon that he has already heard everything about him. He quietly reassures Leon, who is still in shock, "Don't worry." The king says that Princess Martin often spoke warmly about her visit to Leon's house. Leon's name is pronounced with a new, desperate pause. The atmosphere changes sharply. The royal dignity crumbles. He bows deeply and implores Leon to save Martin. Leon, completely stunned, feverishly begged His Majesty to lift his head. He says he came precisely to save her and asks to start immediately. Sighing with relief, the king agrees and leads him behind the curtain to the bedroom. They enter the room where the princess lies seriously ill, her breathing barely audible. The king rushed to his daughter's bed, calling her name and sobbing in despair. Every week, Princess Martin barely whispers, letting her father know she is near. Leon froze in horror upon seeing her condition. It turned out to be much worse than he had imagined. He calls her name, stunned by how severe her illness is. He could not believe it. Her health had deteriorated so quickly and so severely. The king hunched over the bed, and his former silhouette was the embodiment of deep sorrow and helplessness. He turns to Leon, and in his voice sounds the desperate plea of a father. He imploringly asks the boy to bring a smile back to the face of his daughter, Martina. Hearing the raw emotions in his voice, Leon clenched his fist. Determination grew within him. Pressing his hand to his heart, he vows to do everything in his power to save her. Approaching her bed, he quietly introduced himself to the sick princess. Every week Martina quietly whispers that she hoped to see him at least one more time. He quietly advises her not to overexert herself and not to speak. Her condition is too fragile. Smiling reassuringly, he said that from now on he would be the one to treat her ailment. Leon clenches his fists, gathers strength, and prepares to release healing magic. Focused and full of determination, young Leon stretches his hands over the sick Princess Martina. Confusion flashed across his face. He felt that something was wrong with her illness. He felt her ailment is not a virus, it is malignant cells. To his horror, he realizes these cells flow through her body along with the blood. He concludes it must be a blood disease, something beyond his current knowledge. Despite the uncertainty he feels, now he must focus on one clear goal. He decides to imagine the sick cells becoming normal and healthy again. Seeing that his imagination is weak, he decides to dispel this burden with magic her own. With grim determination, he vows to cure her, no matter the cost. Two men who were watching King Richard and Lord Alexis froze. They were overwhelmed by a wild, uncontrollable force that broke free. For a moment he forced himself to smile and made a victory gesture. A colossal surge of energy begins to break through his tiny body. Suddenly he fell backward, completely exhausted from the magic. Two men, gripped by panic, shouted his name fearfully while he lay unconscious on the floor. Soon his eyes involuntarily open wide, and he cannot figure out where he is. Suddenly he stands up frightened. A man is looking at him from the neighboring chair. The man Alexis smiles with relief and says that he has finally woken up. The king explains he was allowed to rest because they decided that he had simply exhausted all his magical powers. Despite his condition, Leon is primarily concerned about whether Lady Martin is all right. The frame shows Martin. He is sleeping peacefully in bed, breathing evenly. Alexis says that they talked to her a little and she fell asleep again. She told them that her body felt much lighter. This gives hope. She is on the road to recovery. Alexis, filled with deep gratitude, sincerely thanks Leon. The king began to bow, but Leon shouted in panic for him not to make such an official gesture. Alexis firmly states that he will never be able to perceive Leon as an ordinary person. He admires Leon's impressive power, which controls all properties and heals diseases. Taking Leonov's hands, he warns, this power is actually insanely dangerous. The king explains that Leon's position is now extremely unstable. He warns there is a high probability that Leon or his family will be in danger. That is why he was asked to remain silent about his power for now and to strictly conceal it. As soon as he finished explaining, a warm, soothing smile blossomed on the king's face. He shifts the conversation aside and says that he has one small, personal request. He asked Leon to call him by his name Alexis when they are alone. Leon, although surprised by such informality, still agrees to the request. Richard suddenly burst out laughing, noticing in the king a surprisingly naive, childishly clear trait. Richard then announced that he was going to reward Lei for his actions. He generously offers to fulfill any wish of Leon's that is within his power. Leon cautiously asks if this is really possible, and the king confirms that it is. After a minute of deep reflection, Leon finally begins to voice his request. He asks for a title or position in society to more reliably protect his family. This crazy demand leaves Richard and Alexis in complete shock. They froze, looking at the boy. No words, only astonishment. A heavy, uncertain silence hung in the luxurious room. Leon begins to worry. Was his request too ambitious and dangerous? The three freeze in tension and silence. The air thickens with unspoken thoughts. Alexis's expression softened. Understanding appeared, and a warm smile flashed on his lips. He sincerely reassured Leon. He was just scared, and the reaction was completely unexpected. He understands Leon's goal and promises to do everything possible to achieve it. Richard sternly notes, to obtain a title, one must definitely graduate from the Royal Academy. Instead, Alexis suggests assigning the Royal Guard to protect Leon's family. Quiet, barely audible creak of the neighboring bedroom door interrupts their important conversation. Alexis flinched with fear and broke off, Martin. Richard also rushes to the door. Just like with her daughter, he is worried. He finds Martina awake, and she barely notices her father's presence. The king asked Richard to bring Martina a glass of water. Alexis gently helps Martina sit down and asks if she can drink. She raises the cup to her lips and takes a small, restrained sip. Alexis smiles and advises her to drink slowly, don't rush, take your time. After the sip, she sighs quietly, and her facial expression is unreadable at all. The three hold their breath and watch her, waiting for her reaction. Her eyes suddenly widen in shock and disbelief escapes her lips. She turns to her father, and in her voice admiration and surprise. She exclaims that despite long torments, she now feels no pain at all. Now she can drink without any problems, a simple action that was once impossible for her. The king whispered his daughter's name, and his voice trembled with emotion. He held his daughter close in tight, desperate embraces, and repeated words of relief again and again. Alexis smiles contentedly and gently adjusts Leon's hood. Then he asked Leon to come closer to the bed to talk to Martin. Alexis anxiously asks Martin how she feels now and if anything still hurts. She smiles at Leon, confirming that he healed her and that she feels completely calm. Leon quietly and carefully asked for permission to check once more how she feels. He steps forward, preparing to use magic for the final, soothing check. A soft, ghostly glow envelops her as he performs a diagnostic scan. In a moment, he steps back and meets her gaze with a calm, happy smile. Magical light spheres slowly fade away and it becomes clear. The healing has occurred. He says with relief that it seems the problem has already disappeared. Martin's face lit up with radiant, sincere joy, and he thanked him from the bottom of his heart. Leon freezes lovingly. He thinks this is exactly the smile he wanted to see. Her happy face instantly fills him with a deep sense of purpose. She shines with a happy, bright smile, and relief is felt immediately. In response, he smiles, his cheeks blush with happiness and relief. The king gently advises her, eat well and move a little, then strength will gradually return. Martin eagerly asked if she would ever be able to visit Leon's home again. Leon thinks it might be difficult, but she offers instead to come to him. Alexis asks if she is really okay, and she assures him that she is. She recalls that it was Leon who healed her with magic. She notes that she has never before heard of healing magic-curing diseases. Leon panics, mentally estimated how much truth he should reveal to him. Alexis thoughtfully contemplates this delicate situation. Finally, he decides there is no point in hiding the truth from Martin. He decides since she is a princess, she can be trusted with the secret. Leon returns to Martin ready to tell about his strange abilities. He boldly declares that he is much more skilled in magic than most people. Martin fell silent and listened carefully, feeling that a great revelation was about to happen. Then he reveals the full power of his strength. He can control all the elements. The statement stuns Martin. He repeats her words and does not believe it. She aloud wonders if he is the same legendary holy messenger. She modestly says that for some strange reason he can master all the elements. He says that the secret lies in his imagination and in boundless magical energy. In the finale, he summarizes and clearly shows how to use magic wisely and effectively. Leon explains a strange phenomenon. Every time he uses magic, its power increases. The stunned King Alexis believes that Leon's power has already grown several times over. He concludes it may be even tens of times greater than someone else's. With a quiet smile, Leon says that this incredible power helped him heal Martin. Lying on pillows in his bed, Martin asks to explain more clearly what imagination is. She repeats his phrase, not having even elementary knowledge, completely bewildered by this idea. Her face lit up with insight, and she begins to ask where he got such knowledge. The question hung in the air, and Leon and the two nobles simply watched silently. Noticing that he was uncomfortable, Martin quietly asked him to forget that she had asked that question. The shadow of the hood hides his face, and Leon quietly agrees to her suggestion. In his head, he was wondering, how can an ordinary commoner have such advanced knowledge? He thought that by discovering his elements, he had found the ultimate secret, but he was mistaken. The highest truth flashed instantly. He suddenly realized he was reincarnated. He panics, realizing this secret must not be revealed under any circumstances because he will be persecuted for it. Sweaty, he desperately tries to come up with a way to justify his knowledge. Martin suddenly changed the subject and asked if he could teach her healing magic. She insists his power, which healed her, has more than enough qualification. King Alexis agreed, noting Martin's high level of magic and his natural gift for healing. A gray-haired nobleman with burning eyes sharply protests when a commoner approaches the princess. Despite objections, King Alexis solemnly asked Leon to take her as a pupil. Leon looks confused and uncertain, sweat appearing on his forehead under the pressure of the royal order. Martin senses his hesitation. Hope flashes on her face. She awaits the answer. Carefully warns, success is not guaranteed, everything depends on magical power. She flashed with joy and asked if she would give her a chance to learn imagination. He admits the chance of success still exists. Overflowing with joy, Martin squeezes her hands and begs, teach him. Leon is completely disarmed by her dazzling smile and cannot refuse her sincere request. Senior Noble Richard raises a rather practical question: where exactly will the lessons take place? King Alexis admits that this is indeed a very important point to consider. He suggests holding classes right in Richard's own house. Richard immediately realized, if the princess comes too often, it will look suspicious. King Alexis thoughtfully considers this new logistical task. He came up with a clever excuse: Catherine will officially become a magic teacher. Richard nods. Catherine's healing magic is truly amazing, so the cover story sounds convincing. Alexis suggests Katerina can take Leon with her as her permitted husband companion. Leon does not understand how he suddenly got drawn into the role of a servant. King Alexis smiles, pleased with how cleverly he solved their problem. He solemnly asked Leon to come to the palace and become Katerina's servant. He orders Leon to start training as soon as Martin fully recovers. The king orders Richard to deliver information about the new agreement to Katerina. The plan is ready. The king decides it is time to address the servants who have been waiting. He approaches the bedroom door, leaving the others by Martin's bed. The large wooden doors creak and slowly open. Behind them is a crowded crowd, frightened and anxious. A group of servants and guards stand and watch intently, their faces full of worry. The king apologizes for the delay and gently invites them into the room. The servants burst in, shouting Lady Martin's name in fear. The woman with the braid impatiently asks the king about the princess's condition. The most radiant king, with a broad smile, joyfully announces that Martin has fully recovered thanks to Mr. Sun Huang. The servants peeked into the room and called Miss Martin. Lying in bed, Martina quietly says she can get up and apologizes for scaring them. She exhales with relief. The terrible pain just seems like a feverish dream. She sincerely attributes her recovery to the wise healer, Sun Huang. With a radiant smile, she sincerely and deeply thanks him. Sun Huang warmly replied that her words are extremely important to them. Those present, overwhelmed with happiness, could not hold back tears and sincerely thanked the healers. Leon modestly said, "I was just doing what I was assigned." Sun Quan says he must quickly go to the next patient and apologizes. The court official praises Sun Huang for his amazing, rumor-shrouded skills. He handed over a huge, luxuriously decorated chest as a reward, and Sun Huang gratefully accepted it. A group of healers bows and leaves the palace. The royal family and the entire court retinue line up to see them off sincerely, with deep gratitude. The shot shows a majestic facade, probably the residence of the duke. On the street near the carriage, Sun Huang reassuringly places his hand on Leon's shoulder. Another courtier bowed low and prepared to leave the palace. The large carriage begins to turn around, clinking and clattering on the cobblestone. Inside the carriage, Leon sighed deeply, completely exhausted. The servant told him that he had done everything properly and confirmed their return to the duke's residence. Leon lies on the soft seat, with a pillow under his head, staring blankly at the ceiling. After a long journey, when he finally relaxes a little, a small, tired smile appears on his face. Returning to the great estate, the servant begins a conversation about Leon's schedule. The conversation does not subside, and the carriage approaches the luxurious gates. A new chapter begins. Several weeks have passed since Martin's incredible recovery. Leon tells how he is slowly returning to his usual life, helping around the house and training magic. He also started training, working on his body to be in better shape in the forest. One day, amidst his daily chores, he received a letter. The letter brought joyful news. Lady Martin's health is gradually but steadily improving. The plot jumped to the present time. The carriage rattled, rolling over the cobblestones. Leon rides in the carriage together with Lady Catherine. They are heading to the palace for lessons. Lady Catherine eagerly asks if he will teach her magic too. Leon modestly says he doubts he can help her in any way. Catherine immediately reproaches him for excessive modesty. She reminds him that he cured the princess of illness, and enthusiastically says that he is truly incredible. In her eyes flashed impatience, and it immediately became clear why she was so happy today. Leon was a little confused by her burning and radiant gaze. They enter the reception hall of the Lars Lasha Palace and exchange greetings with the royal family. Lady Catherine solemnly greets Princess Martina and says that a lot of time has passed. Martin smiles. He is pleased to see Catherine and glad that she has fully recovered. Leon sincerely thanks for the meeting. Suddenly, King Alexis ordered everyone to leave the room to remain alone. Lady Catherine nods, understands, agrees, and is already about to ask permission to leave with the servants. Quietly explains, the secret is a necessity because healing magic is woven into life itself. She, with a calming smile, asks everyone to understand the situation. Those who were present looked disappointed but seemed to accept the explanation. Lady Catherine allows Leon to stay because he is her official assistant. Another man releases the remaining servants. They bow and leave. The heavy doors closed, and only 4 remained in the private room. Lev Nervovany is invited to sit at the luxuriously decorated table. Lord Alexis insists on explaining why the first meeting must be held alone. He politely and formally thanks Leon for coming, sincerely expressing his gratitude. He suggested holding classes once a week on Healing Day. Smiling contentedly, Leon agrees with the proposed class schedule and assures that it suits him perfectly. An informational plaque explains the 5-day week in this world. The days are named after magical elements: fire, water, wind, earth, and healing. Leon stands stunned, suddenly realizing that he still does not know how many months or days are in a year here. Rethinking this, he concludes, if the concept of age exists, then there must also be a system for counting years. Across the room, solemnly, a man named Alexis solemnly announces the start of today's lesson. Alexis asks permission to eavesdrop, and Leon gladly agrees. When everyone calmed down, Alexis announced that the lesson was starting right now, and asked everyone to listen carefully. Leon was the first to raise his voice. Will the new visualization be able to reduce the consumption of magical energy? The young noble Lady Martin recalled that Leon was talking about this very idea during their last meeting. She confirms she had heard before how important it is to properly imagine magic. Alexis admits that he was stunned. For him, this is a completely new thought. Then Leon throws an even deeper question. Do they know why healing magic heals wounds? His question made the entire royal family stand in complete confusion. Surprise was clearly readable on their faces. Martino explains it very simply. Wounds heal because magic is at work here, right? He clarifies, asking if wounds can heal by themselves, even without magic. Martin calmly says that they always use magic, and Leon is struck, pondering how securely their lives are protected. She adds, of course, they almost never get injured. Leon cannot get the thought out of his head. How strange it is that they have never seen natural healing before. He explains that magic is only an aid to the natural process of healing the body. Pointing with his finger to emphasize, he insists, understanding how natural healing works is the most important first step. Martin, focused and determined, promises to do his best to learn. Leon explains that even a little understanding will greatly help reduce their expenses on magic. Then he asks the students if they manage to grasp this idea even a little. Sweaty Martina excitedly says that she somewhat understood the new idea. The elegant elderly woman Catherine quietly smiled and said that she understood everything about the same way. Please, Leon suggests, a practical demonstration will help them understand the idea even better. But then he throws out a shocking demand. Maybe someone could lend him a sharp weapon. Alexis nervously hands him a small knife and, anxiously saying its name, addresses him. Leon reassures them, saying, don't worry, and only asks that the wound be quickly patched afterward. With a sharp, precise movement, he makes a small, neat cut on the fingertip. Turning to Martin, he sincerely asks her to carefully imagine how the wound is healing. Martin closes her eyes. A drop of sweat glistens on her temple. She is completely focused on the task. Her eyes suddenly opened wide. She resolutely said she would do everything possible to pronounce this spell. A soft, ghostly glow quietly envelops Leon's finger as Martin successfully casts the healing magic. The cut disappears instantly, and the finger remains perfectly healed without a single scar. Leon raises his healed hand and asks her to evaluate this new experience. Martinez, impressed, exclaimed that this feeling is completely different from what she was used to. She enthusiastically reported that now she can use this spell 4 more times, a real great success. Everyone turned their eyes to Lady Catherine, tense, ready for her to try this technique herself. Lady Catherine also succeeds. Her hands flashed with light as soon as she focused on the new image in her imagination. Leon thinks about how hard it is to learn, but still rejoices they have passed the first stage. He decides, slowly, step by step, this will be best for both him and Martin. He stands straight, briefly summarizes the lesson of the day, and suggests stopping there. Lord Alexis sincerely thanks him for the lesson, and Leon modestly replies that it was an honor for him. Martin, however, tells him that there is no need to behave so formally with her. She enthusiastically suggests, instead of all these titles, just call me Martin. She even jokingly suggests, since he is her teacher, she will call him Master Leon. Lady Catherine indignantly rejects such familiarity, and Martin agrees to leave everything as it is, at least for now. Martin smiled so brightly it was blinding, and said reassuringly that from now on they could become closer. Leon was completely confused. He thinks he won't withstand her smile while Alexis asks a question. Alexis asks with interest. This visualization technique works not only with healing with other magic too. He directly asked Leon to teach him how the fire magic method works. With a gentle smile, Leon agrees to show him this technique. He begins to explain this idea just as he once taught his parents. Alexis freezes in shock. A small, controlled ball of light appears in his hand. He is stunned and notices how this method has reduced the consumption of his magical energy. A deep seriousness flashed across his face as he contemplated the consequences of this discovery. He looks at Leon, about to ask a question that holds immense significance for the kingdom. With a grim expression, he asks Leon how he feels about spreading this method among the people. Leon firmly said that he has no intention of doing so because it could dangerously strengthen their enemies. He adds that maybe it's worth sharing this only with those you truly trust. Alexis nods, agreeing with Leon's cautious and wise assessment. Then he suggests, when Leon finishes, let him teach this method as a professor. Alexis calmly but resolutely reassures the stunned Leon. For now, they will keep this knowledge only for those they trust. Leon sadly admits that it will be a long time before that happens, so he can't promise anything. Alexis enthusiastically confirms that this proposal is genuine and will wait for its time. He orders Leonov to ensure that no one else learns about this method until the time comes. Leon is confused. He thinks that the standard 5 years of training gives him more than enough time. Alexis says that students can finish their studies in 1 year if they pass the exam. Then he declares with unwavering iron confidence that Leon will be able to finish his studies in just 1 year. Smiling, he encourages Leon to give his best and promises many job openings. Suddenly, another matter arose for Alexis that he needed to discuss with Leon. He asked if Leon would mind meeting his wife and Martin's double. Leon is noticeably nervous, but Alexis gently reassures him there is no reason to worry. Leon feels he has already received enough thanks, but Alexis insists Leon must also accept theirs. He adds that his gratitude was not material, but his wife was very eager to choose a gift. Leon, confusedly shaking his head, politely agrees to accept the gift. Alexis sincerely thanks him, says he will call the servants, and orders Leonov to resume the role of escort. The living room door creaked. It was a sign that new guests had arrived. Alexis apologizes for the delay while the newcomers are led into the room. The majestic woman addresses the first Prince Stefan and introduces herself. She is Queen Elizabeth in gestures. The Queen welcomes Lady Catherine, and once everything is arranged, she lets her go. The living room door quietly clicks, closing the room for a private meeting. Queen Leon and Alexis are now sitting at the table, with gifts laid out before them. Nervously introducing himself, he says it is an honor for him to meet their majesties. The Queen flew up with joy and exclaimed that this is exactly the one she had long wished to meet. She asks them to relax. This is not an official council, and invites them to sit. The table is piled with beautifully wrapped, exquisite gift boxes of various sizes. Leon nervously sits on the sofa opposite the Queen and her mountain of gifts. She extends a small box and explains that it is a symbol of their feelings. Confirmed Prince Stefan and Princess Martin, it was he who saved her life. Leon bows deeply and insists, no matter how much there is, it will never be enough. Embarrassed, Leon implores them to raise their heads from the bow of gratitude. The Queen smiled gently and, folding her hands, accepted his feelings. Leon gently accepts her feelings and says he was glad to help. Suddenly, the Queen changes the conversation. A new idea just occurred to her. She asks Leon to address her only by her name, just as he addresses Alexis. Leon thinks to himself why the royal family dislikes formality so much. The Queen joyfully announces that she will now show all the gifts she chose for him. In panic, Leon frantically looks at Lord Alexis, begging for help. Leon froze in horror as soon as he realized the king just turned away from him. The Queen extends a brooch and Leon involuntarily thinks, could the king really be so submissive? She shows the dress and he notices. Everyone looks away as soon as he looks. Sweaty Leon understands the Queen cannot be stopped. She does not lose her enthusiasm. She continues to speak passionately and extends another generous gift. The man intervenes and offers to take the gifts to the Duke's house. Lady Catherine calmly agrees and promises to reserve a room for them. With relief, Leon agrees to the arrangement and sincerely thanks them for the sensible decision. When everything was settled, the Duke closed the meeting for today. The shot shows us the Duke's luxurious, solemn estate. Inside, Leon and his assistant Roger froze for a moment in awkward silence. Roger froze in front of the pile of gifts and cannot contain his excitement. What an incredible value they have. Leon quietly acknowledges his own worth, yet still cannot recover from what happened today. The empty panel silently hangs a pause in the conversation between the two. The camera seems to linger on the exquisite quilted armrest of the luxurious sofa. Leon sincerely talks about how he is gradually getting used to visits to the palace and receives a new invitation for tea. He explains that the party was secretly arranged only for him and Martin. He honestly admits that he does not understand why she wanted to meet with him alone. Princess Martin sits in the garden at the table, and she has a pleasant expression on her face. Leon recalls it was an invitation he simply could not refuse. On the appointed day, the servants bring refreshments, and Leon nervously watches them. Martin sincerely thanks Leon for coming but insists he is the one who should be thanked. Holding a cup of tea, she says she wants to talk to him quietly. With a happy smile, she sincerely rejoices that he is nearby today. Nervous Leon feels very honored to be able to talk with Lady Martin. Martin is a little confused by his constant and tense formality. She gently reminds him to behave naturally, and with her gaze makes it clear that she wants to be closer. Leon admits the very thought that he is in the Grand Palace makes him nervous. She emphasizes that they are alone and no one can eavesdrop on them. She looks vulnerable and asks if her desire annoys him. Leon flailed his hands anxiously, firmly denying her worry. He confesses her words really make him very happy. Martin carefully pauses in thought over his own weight and realizes the reason is his position. She invented a simple, almost tender rule alone without official titles. Overflowing with happiness, she exclaims joyfully, and Leon, hesitating a little, agrees with her wish. With a gentle smile, she asked him to call her Martin when they are alone. Leon happily comes alive. They are the same age and will soon become classmates. He thinks I will definitely be noticed, but I will be able to behave as always. In close-up, a stern man, and on his face is reflected the same face of those gentlemen he is thinking about. Quietly pondering his life, an ordinary commoner living under the protection of the Duke's family. After finishing his studies, when he reveals his abilities and noble origin, he will become even more noticeable. He grimaced, realizing that now he would have to be the center of attention for his entire life. Martin quietly says that the best thing is to pretend they are just random strangers at the academy. She is gnawed by the thought that it will be boring without conversation, so she looks for a way to meet. She decides that she will think about it later. There is still time before registration. Martin confidently states that the entrance exams for Leon will be a piece of cake. Up close, Martin's face is visible. Her serious, attentive gaze is fixed on everything around. She noticed his sudden silence and asked, "What happened? Are you okay?" Gently leads him to the difficult question she wants to ask. She directly asked if he is hiding something from her. Martin quietly but confidently explains. She will not pressure him to give an answer. She admits that anxiety is gnawing at her, some secret might hurt him. She recalls how during treatment, his eyes showed longing. Leon inwardly agrees that she is right, and every time he thinks about Japan, he feels sad. He remembers family and friends from his past life, those he will never see again. Martina admits she cannot imagine his burden, but offers to listen to him. With a gentle smile, she tells him, "If you trust me, you can open up." Leon quietly weighs her offer and feels, maybe he can tell her. He asks if she will agree to hear his very strange story. At that moment, she quietly agrees, and a silent understanding passes between them. Leon is about to reveal the strictest secret he has hidden from everyone. He admits he has memories of life in another world. Martin repeats his words with disbelief, trying to grasp this revelation. A shot from Nate Pillars emphasizes the majestic background of their conversation. Leon's hands are nervously clenched on his knees as he sits in front of her. He describes his former world as a country unimaginably far from everywhere. He assures that in that life he was a completely different person. Leon says he lived there until adulthood, then tragically died in an accident. He recalls waking up in this world as an 8-year-old boy. He realized that all his advanced awareness came from his previous life. Martin, still stunned, apologizes for his shock and admits his story is beyond any imagination. She feels that these memories live within him and asks if they are connected to his magic. Leon admits that he cannot in any way confirm whether they are related. Martin, again with a trembling voice and burning gaze, stubbornly questions, could he really not be the holy messenger? He denies he is seeing this goddess for the first time. On Martin's face, pensiveness and a barely noticeable surprise. She says directly, the king and the duke believe that he is a messenger. Leon thought that if it were true, the goddess would have contacted him long ago. His thoughts whirl in a vortex. He asks himself who he is, and fears he will turn out to be a stranger. He was pierced by a terrible thought. Could the goddess erase his existence? Martin waved her hand and smiled joyfully. Her parents' ideas are just assumptions. Leon agrees, let the misunderstanding about him remain. He understands, now he can use his knowledge unnoticed and no one will suspect anything. They lightly laughed and the heavy tension between them finally disappeared. Martin suggests listening if he ever wants to talk about something. Leon immediately accepts her offer. He is eager to share his stories. He fusses, not knowing where to start. He wants to say so much. He enthusiastically tells that the food from his world is much more perfect. Martin impatiently asked him to name a few examples of this food for her. He points to the pancakes he made for her. Here is one such example. She recalls that sophistication and dreamily thinks about other delicious dishes from his world. She asked hopefully if there is something else in this world that can be created. Leon lists several dishes and sincerely admits he does not know the exact recipes. Martin confidently states that the court chefs will be able to reproduce them. Leon carefully runs through in his mind what can be cooked from these local ingredients. He suggests pasta, and Martin asks what kind of dish is that. Leon is worried who will get recognition for this new recipe. Martin proudly declares, as the king's daughter she will handle everything. He likes her childlike confidence when she asks for a pen and paper. She orders the servant to immediately bring paper and a pen. A young boy named Leon contemplates his new life. He feels his adult mind finally merging with his young body. It seems to him as if he has regained his youth. Leon is confident. Even with an unclear recipe, professional chefs will manage to cook something tasty. Lately, he has begun to perceive his companion Martin as a sweet girl whom he sincerely admires. Leon, all tense, receives a request from Martin to write down the recipe spinning in his head. He begins, together with his mother, he cooked a dish called pasta. With a focused gaze, he anxiously tries to recall the imprecise proportions of the ingredients. To himself, he worries about all these assumptions and decides to add a note with corrections. But the memory of the process itself is still clear thanks to his past efforts. At first, he describes how he mixes the ingredients and lets the dough rest a little. Next, you roll out the dough, fold it, cut it, and finally prepare fresh pasta. He names the approximate cooking time, but immediately clarifies that everything may vary slightly. Leon vividly explains that the macaroni are elastic and springy, and advises that tomato sauce is perfect for them. The final dish is fresh pasta swimming in tomato sauce with meat. Quietly hopes that professional chefs will be able to handle such a vague recipe. Leon proudly hands over the finished recipe to Martin, who in response looks extremely grateful. She joyfully exclaims that their next tea party will be a tasting. A week later, Leon looks with admiration at the beautiful and appetizing pasta in front of him. Martin gently reminds the embarrassed Leon, when they are alone, do not use formal address. She quietly wishes that they could speak so casually even when others are nearby. Leon understands that the future is unpredictable, and that is what ignites a spark of hope in her. He cheerfully advises, eat while this delicious-looking dish is still warm. Martina agrees with his proposal, and just the thought of it makes her face light up. Leon smiles warmly, pleased that her gloomy mood has finally lifted. Martin, beaming with joy, says that the head chef was delighted with the new recipe. Leon learns with surprise she is also trying this dish for the first time. She explains that she wanted to share with him the surprise of the first taste. They both agree this incredible aroma drives them crazy with hunger. With shared excitement, they prepare to taste the new dish for the first time. The fork skillfully tosses and twirls the fresh pasta. The long-awaited tasting is about to begin. Leon takes the first bite, his eyes instantly light up with astonishment. He closes his eyes, and pure bliss envelops him as he savors the incredible and multifaceted flavor. He mentally notes the dish differs from his memories but tastes truly incredibly delicious. Martin takes a sip and, holding his breath, Leon watches her reaction intently. She exclaims with delight at the taste, and Leon praises the cooks for their incredible skill. Martin trembles when he realizes that she is savoring food from his past world. They finished everything on their plates and sincerely thanked for the wonderful dinner. Martin eagerly asked if he had any more recipes they could cook and try. Leon runs through a bunch of dishes in his mind but honestly admits, in this world, only a few of them are easy to prepare. He awkwardly admits that he knows few recipes well enough to share. Martin enthusiastically encourages him, try even harder, remember others. Leon sighs sadly, there are no key seasonings here, like soy sauce and miso. Suddenly it dawns on him, maybe these seasonings are found among the nobility as well. He directly asked Martin if she had ever heard of seasonings called shoyu or miso. She focusedly admits that she has never heard of them before. Martin promises to ask the chefs and her father about those mysterious seasonings. She decisively decides to investigate. New information about the alliance has energized her. Leon was trembling at the thought that he might run into them somewhere in a distant country. His excitement reaches its peak. He exclaims that he himself wants to go to that country. Martin smiles and promises that he will figure it out before their next lesson. The scene changes. A week has passed since that conversation. She apologizes and tells the depressed Leon that no one knew anything. Time passes and Leon spends his noisy but so calm days alongside Martin. He again immerses himself in magical lessons together with the princess in the palace. Day by day, he repeated his habits until the quiet approach of late autumn. Leon reads a letter and suddenly realizes he needs to prepare for the upcoming trip. He froze in shock as soon as he learned that a new male assistant would come to work tomorrow. His parents confirm the new employee is a lively guy who is passionately interested in cooking. Leon is shocked looking at his mother. "You hired someone and didn't even consult me." He is seriously worried about Maria, fears that she is in danger, so he says, "Better to take the girl away." His mother reassures him. She says the boy seems kind and polite. His father jokes that this 15-year-old boy might one day become Mary's husband. Leon admits his goal is to become a nobleman, but his heart is full of confused feelings. Mary looks at her brother's reaction, so confused and anxious that it is unclear. Leon decisively decides to test the newcomer himself to check if he is truly worthy of Maria. The next day, the family's rural wooden house greeted a new morning. Leon froze in a threatening pose, ready for a fight. He looks at the confused Mary and firmly says, "In such matters, one must not show weakness." Mary's sister could not stand it. Her brother's strange and overly serious behavior was driving her mad. She tells us to Leon's surprise that everyone has already met the new assistant. Mary Gush is a story about how a newcomer was wonderful, smart, and skillful. His jokes and teasing that he was more reliable than Leon instantly knocked him off his feet. A friendly voice is heard from the threshold, a simple and sincere greeting. Mary loudly and joyfully calls the newcomer's name Ian, and Leon freezes in shock. She enthusiastically pulls her stubborn brother forward to introduce him. Ian gave Leon a warm, confident smile to those who were nervous and suspicious. Ian introduces himself extremely politely and shakes Leon's hand, confused, but without hesitation. Leon boils with irritation, noticing how Ian makes a flawless and polite first impression. When his parents greet Ian, Leon is overwhelmed by a wave of complete disappointment. Ian is told that Mary herself will teach him how to do this job. Mary shows him how to wipe the table, and Leon cannot help but notice his speed and accuracy. Ian responds to customers and tries dishes with impeccable politeness. Leon, gripped by horror, realizes this new opponent has no flaws. He sadly says how wonderful and capable this new young man is. Leon is a little sad, as if his sister Maria was taken from him. Ian approaches closer and sincerely praises Leon for his desire to enter the Royal Academy. He admits the studies turned out to be too difficult, and he himself could not attend school. He admits it will become even harder for Leon at the academy. Ian confesses he was hired so that Leon could fully concentrate on his studies. A selfless, caring confession simply overwhelms him completely. Leon froze without words. Ian's incredible kindness and care stunned him. He suddenly realizes what an amazing and worthy young man he really is. Ashamed, Leon admits defeat and sincerely apologizes to us. With gratitude, he thanks Ian for the trust and the restaurant and Mary. The next day, Leon, as ordered, arrives at the Duke's estate. Roger, his servant, reports that all his belongings are already prepared. Roger warmly wishes him a peaceful sleep, and Leon sincerely thanks him. Leon turned to Roger with hope. Does he know where the Duke's lands are located? Roger explains, detailed maps are confidential, they can only be viewed with permission. He politely suggests asking for permission on Leon's behalf so that he can look at the map. Young Roger returned, apologizing for the wait, and brought a bundle with a document. Unrolling a large scroll, he showed that he had obtained a map of their country and its neighbors. Roger pointed with his finger at the map, showed a section, and said, "Here is the kingdom of Lars Lazio." Leon froze at the map, marveling as the outlines of the surroundings finally emerged. His gaze fell on a large dark kingdom. He recognized in it the terrifying forest of monsters. Then Roger shows a more detailed map. On it, only the kingdom is visible. His finger stops at the central point there, where the capital stands. Then he ran his finger along the shore, showing the lands of the Duke and their capital, the city of Zaria. Leon silently chews over the newly learned geographical information in his head. Suddenly, he is overwhelmed by an exciting thought as he continues to study the map. He exclaims with joy that here, on the coast, he will finally be able to try seafood. Changing the subject, Leon asked Roger if he had ever traveled outside the capital. Roger sincerely says that he was born and raised in the capital and has never left it. Together with Khan's class, he sincerely thanks for the upcoming trip with Leon. He sincerely explains how much the chance to travel to the Duke's lands means to him. Leon cheerfully suggests, "While we are there, let's try to see the sea." The warm, personal invitation puts Roger in complete embarrassment. He gets lost and blushes. While he recovers, he honestly admits he really wants to see the sea himself. Smiling with joy, Roger sincerely thanks Leon for his caring attention. That evening, at dinner in the Duke's family, the plan to depart for Port City was approved. The next day, Lord Richard surveyed those present, made sure everyone was gathered, and ordered to set off. At dawn, they had to leave the Duke's estate. A long road lay ahead. In the carriage, two boys pressed against the window and eagerly looked outside. Another passenger also looks out the window, her gaze fixed on the passing landscape. Leon is enchanted by the crowd of guards accompanying their procession. Their caravan moves along a well-maintained road through endless fields and towns. The record says that small villages branch off from the main road. A passenger in the carriage looks intently with a focused expression on his face. A huge coach accompanied by guards moves through the city. Fixing his gaze on the window, Leon froze. The faces of the townspeople shocked him. With anxiety, he notices that the locals seem to have no respect for the nobility at all. His companion says that not all nobles are as kind as the Townsends. After a few hours, the team finally reaches Tales City. Dusk is falling over the city. Lord Richard announces that they will soon arrive at the deputy governor's house. It is said that in cities outside the capital, deputies of governors rule. The size of the inhabitants corresponds to this city. It is one of the few truly spacious enough to accommodate them. Often these deputies are younger sons of minor nobility. The deputy governor of this city, Morgan, rushed out to meet the guests. Morgan, triumphant, joyfully welcomes the family of the respected duke. A young girl from the residence steps forward and leads the group to their rooms. Leon stays with the group, his face tense and alert. They ascend the luxurious, richly decorated stairs inside the mansion. At the second-floor landing, Morgan waves his hand towards the prepared rooms. He designates separate chambers for His Highness, for the lady, and for Lord Frederick. The group froze. The rooms obviously lacked something in their allocation. Frederick, feeling the same anxiety, nervously asks where Leon's room is. Lord Richard angrily reminds Morgan of his order to treat Leon as an equal. Morgan explains in a trembling voice that he has only 3 guest rooms in his house. He insists the other rooms are just abandoned servant quarters, and strangely, that is indeed the case. Leon looks stunned by such a brazen excuse. Lord Richard, enraged, sharply points out that there are other free rooms. Morgan, stammering, says those rooms are used as storage. The Duke's face is gloomy. He notes that during previous visits everything was simply smaller, probably by chance. Loudly and sternly, he orders Morgan, from now on all guest rooms must be constantly ready. The fallen Morgan does not know what to do with the knight's plans. Leon steps on calmly and politely said that the servant's room suits him perfectly. He says it would be wrong if someone were evicted for his sake. With relief, Morgan agrees and offers to show him the way. He leads Leon to the airplane door and, as if it should be so, announces that this is his room. Leon politely said thank you, though somewhat uncertainly. Morgan turns away and snorts disdainfully with contempt. Morgan walks away and Roger is already standing next to Leon. Roger informs Leon that he was given a room nearby and offers his help. They open the door to Leon's room together. Before them unfolded a space densely filled with dust. Obviously, it had not been cleaned for a long time. Roger offers to help clean the room and Leon gratefully agrees. Roger does not believe his own eyes. The ducal guest is met with such open hostility. Later, Leon sincerely thanks Roger for cleaning, and Roger, with a barely noticeable smile, says that it is the least he could do. Roger asks about bathing and Leon replies, "I can use cleansing magic." The diligent caretaker offers to prepare everything else he might need. At the banquet, Lord Richard asked Leon about his room. Leon politely insists that there are no problems at all. Yet Morgan panics inside, realizing that there are plenty of problems. Leon silently listens as the conversation continues. A thoughtful anxiety froze on his face as he assesses the situation. Exhausted on the road, Leon quietly apologized and left the table. Lord Richard wishes him good night and says he will see him tomorrow. Returning to his room, Leon falls onto the bed and instantly collapses into complete exhaustion. He refuses Roger's offer to drink tea and immediately decides to go to bed. Leon sincerely thanks Roger for the help while the servant is about to leave. Roger quietly, with proud calmness, says that serving Sir Leon is his duty. Before Roger leaves, they say goodbye with the words, "Good night." The door clicked and closed. Lay was left alone in the room. Lying in bed, Leon lets out a long, tired sigh again. He was struck by a half-open, frank hostility, the kind that fell on him simply because he was an ordinary commoner. He was lucky the nobles he met turned out to be good people. His quiet reflections were suddenly interrupted by a barely audible sound. He hears the voice of a young girl behind the door and wonders if it is a new maid. Using body enhancement magic, he strained his hearing to eavesdrop on their conversation. He overhears one maid whispering tremblingly that she is afraid. The Duke's family will find out about something. She exposes that Lord Morgan sold the furniture from the guest room for his own benefit. Leon is stunned by this discovery, while the maids quietly whisper among themselves. They said that some servant overheard Morgan talking with the head butler. The maids sigh sadly. Ordinary people cannot stand against Lord Morgan. Leon anxiously realized that he had just overheard something extremely serious. He understood, behind the shabby dwelling given to him, there was a much more sinister reason. He notices theft in Morgan's actions, and begins to suspect that even greater corruption is hidden behind it. With firm determination, he decides to report this to Lord Richard. Before deciding to turn to Roger, he swiftly rushes to the neighboring door in Noxie. Sleepy-eyed Roger opened the door and asked what happened at such a late hour. Young Leon urgently asked his servant Roger to let him into the room for just a moment. Inside, Leon with a grim face says he has an unofficial but extremely urgent report for Lord Richard. In his bedroom in a robe, Lord Richard asked what had happened and why they had arrived so late. Leon says he just overheard something extremely serious, and Richard is instantly overwhelmed with anxiety. With a grim expression, Leon said that his report was about their master, Mr. Morgan. Richard listens attentively, slowly rubbing his chin and pondering this unexpected information. Then the Duke addressed the agitated boy by name, and his face suddenly became serious. Richard orders Leon to take this burden onto his shoulders and keep everything completely secret. Richard decides to himself, Morgan must be dismissed, but only after they gather enough evidence of his crimes. Leon sits before the Duke and resolutely swears that this information will remain only between the two of them. Grasping the armrest of the chair, Richard says in shock that Morgan is involved in such a thing. He admits his share of guilt for hiring that man and swears, justice will prevail in the capital. Leon wisely noted that it is actually very difficult to understand the true nature of people. Richard smiled, thanked the boy for the report, assured him he would handle everything himself, and advised him to rest calmly. The next morning, as they prepare to depart, Richard officially thanks Governor Morgan. Morgan wishes them a safe journey, and Richard notes that on the way back they will pass here again. Then the Duke demands 2 more guest rooms for the return trip. This demand impresses Morgan to his core. Richard, with a sharp, confident smile, says he relies on the governor let him prepare them. Morgan, frightened and drenched in sweat, could only stammer and whisper that he understands everything and will wait for them. When the luxurious carriage sets off, Morgan remains in the courtyard bode in kowtow, trembling with anxiety and horror. He grits his teeth in irritation and moans silently, because an incredible pressure overwhelms him completely. The journey in the carriage continues. The wheels clatter, once over forest-covered hills rolling wave after wave. Under full guard escort, their further path through villages and fields pass smoothly, without any incidents. In the next town, they are warmly welcomed by a kind and gentle city leader, so finally, they can rest peacefully for the night. On the 3rd day of travel, the tired lion dozes in the carriage, gently rocked. The voice of Lord Richards calls the boy, gently waking him from sleep. He announces their arrival on the territory of Tazaria, and Leon impatiently sticks his gaze to the window. Their carriages make their way through the noisy city streets, approaching the grand estate of the Duke. Finally, they found themselves in front of a huge, sprawling mansion, with beautiful, neatly trimmed gardens. Near the grand entrance, the delegation was already lined up to greet them. A young man named Christoph warmly greets Lord and Lady Richard, addressing them as his parents. The entire family clan, along with the servants, stands shoulder to shoulder to welcome their honored guest at home. Christoph and his brother Frederick joyfully greeted each other and talked about how long these separations lasted. Lord Richard, speaking with his son, recalled, the last time they saw each other, his youngest grandson had just been born. An elegant woman gently nudges her little daughter Alberta to properly greet her grandfather. Little Alberta shines with genuine joy and cheerfully, enthusiastically greets her grandfather. The adults simply lose their heads over her incredible, contagious cuteness. Richard is deeply moved. He asks his 3-year-old granddaughter how old she is and promises to always protect her. He is trembling with excitement, and he promises to buy her everything she desires, and this annoys Christoph madly. Then Christoph shifts his gaze to their young guest and confirms that it is Leon. He solemnly introduces himself, Christ from Townsend, the current Duke. Then he introduces his elegant wife Sophia and their joyful younger son Albert. Finally, he introduces them to his calm, reserved elder son, a boy named Lucien. Leon politely bows before the gathered family and sincerely says that it is a great honor for him to meet all of you. After the introductions, Christoph smiles and, with a hospitable gesture inviting, calls the whole company to enter the estate. In the luxurious living room surrounded by flowers, the noble family gathered to talk. Kristoff sincerely thanks his family for coming all the way here to say goodbye to his son Lucien. Lord Richard replied that it is completely understandable he would be very worried if something happened to his beloved grandson. Lucien politely and sincerely thanks his grandfather for his warm and candid words. Richard casually remarks how mercilessly time flies, and Lucien is already preparing to enter the Royal Academy. He confidently states that thanks to Lucien's abilities, it is almost impossible for him to fail the entrance exam. Christophe warns, the content of the exam changes every year, and this truly surprised Leon. Frederick is also stunned by this news and cannot believe it. Shouldn't the exam content be the same every year? Christophe turned to Frederick and asked in a firm voice why he did not explain this important detail to Leon. Frederick admits that he assumed Leon had already learned all the details from a person named Lord Marcel. Christophe looks a little disappointed. He just realizes that a serious gap has occurred. He apologizes to Leon for providing little information, and Leon accepts the apology with understanding, immediately asking about other parts of the exam. Christophe clarifies, last year's exam besides the usual interview also required passing a practical magic test. Frederick gently reassured Leon, admission mostly depends on the written exam, so he should not worry. Lucien, all glowing, says that this means he and Leon will be classmates in the same year. Leon beams with joy and, happily blushing, admits that he has never had a friend his own age before. Then Lucien asks Leon with interest if there are subjects at the academy that he is especially looking forward to. With enthusiasm, he shares his love for the sword, saying that he trains every day. Lucien simply shines with joy when Leon also shows interest, and he thinks with relief that they will get along so well. In the midst of their joyful conversation, Leon's face suddenly filled with anxiety. He nervously turns to his father, who lowers his gaze and asks what is wrong with him. Lucien hopefully asks his father if they can now discuss the rumors about Leon's magical abilities. Christophe agreed and, apologizing, politely dismissed the servants to stay for a private conversation. The heavy doors quietly clicked shut, cutting the room off from the whole world and giving them privacy for an important conversation. Lord Richard sternly orders Lucien to ensure that the servants do not overhear a single word of their conversation. Lucien finally turns back to Leonridi to ask the question that has long gnawed at him from within. He directly asks if it is true what he heard about Leon's incredible magical abilities. Lucien passionately declares that he wants to develop fire magic, and greedily asks if Leon will agree to teach him. Lord Richard explained, at first he intended to hide from the children everything Leon is capable of, but now there is no need for that. Since they will have to spend a lot of time together at the academy, he decided it was better to find out about it now. Leon was delighted by Lucien's sincere request and gladly agreed to teach, beaming with a smile. Christophe admits he is also curious. He wants to see Leon's famous magic with his own eyes. Leon nods with a bright, confident smile. He is ready to demonstrate his powers for the sake of the family. In a stunning spectacle, he easily demonstrates how he controls fire, water, and finally healing power. Leon continues the demonstration, summoning the elements of earth and wind, while the spectators freeze in amazement and delight. He activates body enhancement magic, and his hand bursts into powerful, crackling energy. Leon explains that his healing magic not only heals wounds, it also senses diseases. He generously offers to quickly examine everyone present, and Christophe gratefully agrees. With a smile on his face, Leon announces that he will start the examination with Lord Christophe. Approaching the seated man, he apologizes for any inconvenience. His hands are extended and ready. A soft, otherworldly glow envelops Christophe. He is both surprised and intrigued. In a moment, Leon confirms, it seems Kristoff has no hidden health problems. Without any hesitation, he moves to Lucien, and just as quickly declares that he is healthy. Next, Albert, captivated by her beauty and with wide-open eyes, examines Lady Sophia. Then he goes to Lord Frederick and Lady Catherine and sees that they are fine. Finally, he approaches Lord Richard, who calmly agrees to the examination and fully trusts the young man. When Leon began scanning Richard's body, his face suddenly filled with serious concern. A bright, focused flash of light burst from Richard's abdomen. The older man could not hold back and whispered, "What is happening?" Leon apologizes before announcing the stunning diagnosis to the surprised couple. He tells the shocked Lord Richard that he found a small irregularity in his abdomen. Richard insists that he feels no discomfort, and looking surprised and confused while clutching his chest, seems not to believe his own sensations. Leon reassuringly assures him that now it can be easily treated, and asks for permission to start treatment. With a confident, determined smile, Leon says he will begin treatment. Immediately his hands flare with power. The whole family is watching, on their faces mixed deep admiration and shock from the spectacle. Frederick and Lady Catherine froze in complete shock, looking at the dazzling holy light pouring from Leon's hands. Smiling stubbornly, Leon agrees to start the treatment. The procedure is complete. He calmly announces that everything is fine, and now everything is in order. Lord Richard, with relief on his face, sincerely thanks for the rescue. A bit embarrassed, Leon objected that he does not deserve such. He insists that it is Lord Richard, the same one who has always been kind to him. The rest of the family could only freeze in stunned silence and watch the miracle. Nervously, Leon turned to the crowd and asked if everything was all right. Christoph, stammering, apologizes and insists that everything is fine. He asks if his father has really recovered, and Leon confirms it. With a focused look, Christoph nods. The treatment was successful. Leon looks confused by their strange and silent reactions. Christoph explains his surprise, pointing to Leon's sacred magical glow. Lord Richard confirms, healing magic usually does not glow so brightly. Off-screen voice explains, healing magic begins to glow where power was infused. Lord Richard recalled a healer whose magic became brighter with each surge of power. Leon suddenly realizes, his magical light is much stronger than anything he has seen so far. He understood this powerful glow must also be hidden. Leon agrees with Christoph's advice, better not to attract unnecessary attention. Lord Richard thanks Leon again and admiringly marvels at his incredible power. Leon calmly reported that he found no problems in those he examined. He generously offers to heal any of them if someone suddenly feels unwell. Christoph thanks him, feeling that this offer truly reassures him. The noble ladies also sighed with touched gratitude and boundless relief. Christoph advises to escort Leon to his room for the night. He gently suggests Leon to rest after the exhausting journey while dinner is being prepared. Just the mention of dinner fills Leon with sincere, genuine joy. He dreams and hopes for a generous seafood banquet. After all, they are right by the sea. His hopes comically crumble to dust, and tears of disappointment run down his face. Instead, a perfectly cooked steak is placed before him, not seafood. He sobs and continues to eat the steak. Beside him, Lucien stands completely stunned. The narrator insists no seafood was served at the table. A 3-hour carriage ride turns the transport of fresh fish into a real ordeal. Ice-making machines are a rare luxury that only nobles can afford. Leon sadly realizes, enjoying seafood is only possible in a port town. The next morning, neatly dressed Leon knocked on Lucien's door. He bursts into his friend's place, exploding with sparkling energy. Good morning. Leon enters with a smile and suggests starting with tea. Lucien sincerely thanks him for coming so early in the morning. Leon says he was too excited and couldn't wait for their magic lesson. First, he asks about Lucien's fire element and his magical level. Lucien gently asks Leon to be less formal. He wants them to get closer. Leon faltered and quietly said that he is just an ordinary commoner. Lucien suggests, while they are alone, they can behave casually. He sincerely asked Leon, "Call me by my name, Lucien." They easily connected again, and a new friendship quickly blossomed between them. Then Lucien recalled the question about his magical power, and fear appeared on his face. Leon gently calms him, explaining that he just needed to find out where his limits are for the lesson. Lucien felt relief from Leon's caring and attentive explanation. Leon recalls the training yard for magic, the perfect place to hone fire magic. The shot changes, a simple dividing line appears on the screen. They step onto the large magical training ground. Walden. Lucien looks around with admiration, glad that he can finally train completely freely. Leon begins to ask if Lucien imagines a blazing flame for his fire magic. Then he orders Lucien to add a new image to his consciousness. The narrator assures, Leon explained what air and oxygen are. Lucien carefully considers the new information and begins to understand the principle. Eagerly, he asks if he can try casting a spell in this new way. Leon pushes him, imagine the fireball in a new way and release it. Lucien agrees that a focused determination has appeared in his gaze. He sharply thrust his hand forward. A bullet spiraling with dark energy flared before him. The unusual projectile flew through the yard like a whirlwind, and the one who launched it froze in shock. It crashes into the wooden fence and a dense smoke explosion rises. Lucien looks at his hand with admiration, while Leon nervously demands his verdict. He was completely overwhelmed by shock from the result of the new technique. Lucien exclaims that he threw it using less than half of his usual strength. Now Lucien impatiently asks to see Leon's magic in action. He reminds Leon that he saw his healing magic only yesterday. Leon becomes embarrassed and hesitates before showing his offensive power. From afar, some observer calms others. Leon can be trusted. Leon thinks maybe just throw a regular fireball. Lucien, with a sly spark in his eyes, instead offers a spell combining several elements at once. Leon was completely baffled by this unexpected and audacious request. He stammers, desperately searching for an excuse to avoid the demonstration. Lucian jokingly exposes him and says that lying is bad. Leon reluctantly admits that he can do it, but his power is too great. After Lucian encouraged him to hold back, Leon agrees and decides to try. He enthusiastically describes his complex spell Fireball, which combines earth and fire. Lucian is thrilled by this idea. He exclaims that it sounds incredibly cool. In Leon's palm, an unstable ball of fire and stone flares up. He releases the spell with a powerful shout and Lucian freezes in amazement. At that moment, Leon realizes he can no longer contain his power. He shouts to Lissei, "Hide!" The spell bursts forward. A gigantic explosion throws them both back, and Leon covers Lucian. When the dust settles, they freeze, looking and silent in shocked silence. Two boys cautiously sneak up to the site of the destruction. They peek out from behind the rubble of the broken stone wall. The thick wall is completely destroyed in its place, a huge black breach. Lucian lets out a crushed cry of disbelief, looking at the destruction. Guard Jack rushed to them, anxiously shouting Lucian's name. He asked if Lucian was injured, but the boy confirmed that he was fine. Lucian sharply turns to the embarrassed Leon and excitedly exclaims about the incredible power. Leon sincerely apologizes, but Lucian only smiles and tells him not to worry. He beams with happiness and excitedly says that the spell was truly incredible. Leon shyly thanks him and is glad that his friend liked it. Jack was simply stunned by the consequences. His face froze. He smiles and, glancing at Lucian, red with shame, says that it is pleasant to see him behave according to his age. Mention of Jackson sincerely thank Leon for being there as a friend. Lord Richard and others burst in suddenly and sharply. What happened here? Unfortunately, Leon admits, during the demonstration he could not control his power. Lord Richard froze before the crater and could not comprehend what magic caused this. Leon, a spark in his eyes, explains his combined spell Fireball, which combines fire and earth, while Lucian remains embarrassed by such a name. Sir Richard attentively touched his chin and looked further, a drop of sweat shining on his face. Then he asked Leon with interest, "Can two people combine their magics like this one-to-one?" Leon admits that he has never tried this, and Lucian notes that magic mostly serves as support on the battlefield. Frederick added that truly powerful offensive spells are rare, and repeating them often is impossible. Lucian doubted, does this mean that in the future they will no longer need combined magic? Richard deflected the blow. Leon's method is so effective that it allows casting spells much more frequently. He proposes an experiment, goes to earth to magic and ignites a fire. Lucian immediately agrees with the plan and shouts loudly, "Understood." They both begin to cast spells, combining Richard's earth sphere with Lucian's fireball. After a short countdown, they shout and simultaneously release a synchronized spell. Their projectile exploded with force against the stone wall, scattering fragments in all directions. Lucian and Leon froze in shock. Everything worked, but somehow too chaotically. Richard, all sweaty from the effort, admits synchronizing spells is difficult. Lucian suggests trying another complex spell, Stone Tornado. Richard asks if anyone present can use the necessary winter earth elements. Frederick enthusiastically raises his hand, thereby confirming that he is an earth magic user. Lucian asks if Frederick can create stone fragments just like Leon. Frederick agrees, but explains that he cannot make them levitate, they will have to throw. Leon explains that levitation is not needed at all for this spell. He asks if Frederick can create fragments from afar, and he agrees to try. Frederick froze, and his face became thoughtful as he considered the request. Then he asks Leon how magically created objects can be made to fly and hover in the air. Smiling, he explains that his question arose only from personal curiosity. All the other men turned back to Leon, and their faces blazed with intense, shared interest. Under the pressure of their united presence, Leon nervously agrees to explain the technique. He starts with the simplest, introducing us to gravity and weightlessness. Leon explains that in battle, attempts to counteract gravity with pure magic are extremely ineffective. Frederick immediately understands. The most effective way is to imagine weightlessness. Before starting the next spell, Frederick raises a finger to warn. He warns that Stone Tornado is a dangerous spell and orders them to retreat. Lucian said with a determined smile that it was time for them to begin. Lucian calls Lord Frederick to join, and at that very moment releases a powerful tornado. Leon notes with relief that this combination synchronizes much more easily. Lucian, as Lord Christoph, asked for permission to aim at the nearest training target. The magical whirlwind strikes the target with incredible destructive power. The spectators simply froze in shock when they saw the insane power of this spell. In a wide shot, the tornado is seen tearing apart a neighboring wooden fence. Lucian extends his hand, a confident smile on his face after the spell. He looked back at the group and proudly announced their brilliant success. Light sparkled in his voice. The adults could only watch in response altogether, silently stunned. Richard apologized and admitted that the power turned out to be much greater than he had imagined. Frederick Stramano notes that this may prove effective against monsters. Three men froze in heavy silence, each pondering the consequences of this spell. Leon cuts the tension and suggests returning. It is already long past noon. The men agree and decide to postpone the conversation for now. Richard said he must consult the king about this. Leon sighed, realizing he was once again attracting unwanted attention. He sticks close to the group, sighing heavily at how difficult it is not to draw attention. In the room, Roger helps Leon, who is frozen, staring out the window. Roger adjusts Leon's bow tie. It is clear he is in a good mood. The worker notices Leon's cheerful mood, and Leon sincerely responds with a compliment. Leon recounts how the inquisitive Lucian bombarded him with questions late at night. He explains that today one event swept away all his fatigue. With a shout of pure joy, Leon announces that they are finally going to the sea. Roger beams with excitement and exclaims how happy he is to work for Master Leon. Embarrassed, Roger explains that taking care of Leon is a real pleasure for him. He says that Leon's care fills him, and also that they are going to the sea. Leon thanks Roger, and Roger sincerely vows to be faithful in the future. Leon smiled, thanked those who served him, and announced that it was time to depart. Their carriage sets off on a 30-hour journey to the port. Lord Richard explains they will spend the night at the governor's estate. Leon addresses Lord Richard while they are riding in the carriage. He asks how large the port town is, and Richard replies that it is lively. Richard explained that the city is bustling with workers, and the restaurants are bursting with seafood and loud banquets. Leon looks disappointed when he hears that people from the inland areas do not appreciate such food. Richard recalled how he brought dried fish to the capital. It was received very poorly. Leon asked Richard if he personally liked seafood, and Richard confirmed, yes, especially fresh. Frederick and Catherine spoke in unison. They supported Lord Richard's choice. Richard asked Lucian for his opinion, and he honestly admitted that he had never eaten it before. When Leon heard this news, his enthusiasm immediately doubled. He enthusiastically suggests they eat this together as well, and Lucian agrees. They arrive at the deputy governor's mansion. A man named Tony meets them at the door. Tony introduces himself to the two young gentlemen, Leon and Lucian. He gladly announced, as requested, they prepared a seafood lunch. The guys are delighted, eagerly awaiting that wonderful dish. In the dining room, everything is ready. Their long-awaited lunch has finally arrived. The company settled at the long table, time to sit down to the meal. Leon's eyes flashed as soon as he saw the luxurious seafood banquet dish. Lord Richard announced that everything was ready. They could start eating. Leon decides to start with the fragrant soup in front of him. He takes the first spoonful and his eyes widen in surprise. The taste of the shrimp soup simply stunned him. He is impressed by this rich flavor, such is not found in the refined cuisine of the capital. Tony says that shrimp are now in their best season. Then he recognizes this whitefish saura or Spanish mackerel. Leon impatiently prepares to take his first bite of the fish. His face lights up with pure anticipation as he tastes this dish. He likes the luxurious combination of sweet fish and butter. With a blush on his cheeks, he says that next time he will try octopus and scallops. He starts with the shiny tentacles of the octopus spread out on the plate. He takes a bite and a cheerful nom sounds. He chews carefully, closing his eyes in pleasure. He is the first to notice the elastic texture of the octopus. It seems to him, the more he chooses, the richer the taste becomes. The taste sparked an idea. Imagine if it were fried like chicken, it would be incredible. He thoughtfully asks himself, how often do they eat fried food here? He firmly decides. Later he will ask for permission to go into the kitchen and try it. Finally, his gaze stops on the last dish on the plate, scallops. He bites, his eyes light up with delight. The taste is incredible. The last dish, scallops, they are grilled and drizzled with melted butter. Leon enjoys this dish so sincerely that even the sauce on the plate seems exquisite to him. Full plates, Leon and Lucian are sincerely satisfied with the wonderful banquet of fresh seafood. Their journey continues, and the large wheel of the cart clatters, rolling over the cobblestones. In the carriage, Lucian is trembling with excitement. He cannot wait for the huge, endless sea. Leon, seeing the ocean, suggests stopping by the food kiosks, and the ocean itself seems to suggest, yes, stop. They are accompanied by a guard, a man named Jack, who watches over their safety during the walk. Lucian notices, the carriage here moves so slowly that they could calmly walk to the place. Lucian asks about Leon's plans, and Leon thoughtfully says that he will probably buy fish for dinner at the market. Leon adds that he also wants to buy ingredients for a dish he will cook himself. Lucian was simply stunned, and at the same time impressed to learn that his friend Leon knows how to cook. Leon explained that his family runs a restaurant, and Lucian insisted Leon must try his dishes. Inspired, Leon Brendish, with a bag of money from his grandfather, is already ready to go shopping. The two boys, without any hesitation, agreed to spend the money on their market adventure. The carriage stops and right before them stretches an endless, shimmering sea. In the wide shot, the boundless sky merges with the distant horizon line over the ocean. Everything is ready for their sea adventure. An endless sea has spread out before them. Leon looks at the ocean and quietly wonders how much longer he can enjoy this spectacle. Nostalgia washed over him like a wave, and he wistfully dreamed that Japan was beyond the sea. His companion Roger is equally enchanted by the beauty of the ocean. Leon stands silently, immersed in memories of a world to which there is no return. Roger glanced at his master and sensed his quiet contemplation. He gently asks Leon what he thinks about the majestic landscape spread out before them. Roger exclaims with admiration at how boundless and beautiful the ocean is, and Leon quietly agrees. Leon teases Roger for looking like an enchanted child. His eyes are wide open. The comment suddenly caught Roger off guard and left him embarrassed. Roger Stammer denies this, but Liam jokingly insists that he really spaced out. About to change the subject, red-haired Roger shyly and formally addresses Master Leon. He reminds his master about their plan to collect sand on the beach. Lucian joins them and sincerely thanks Roger for the timely reminder. He almost forgot about their plan to collect souvenirs. Lucian freezes at the incredible beauty of the sea, walking alongside Leon. He is stunned by the colossal amount of water and its endless vastness. Leon agrees he, like his friend, is enchanted by the incredible beauty of the ocean. Lucian asks about the bag, and Roger explains his plan to take sand home. He scoops some nice, clean sand into his palm and shows his idea for a souvenir. Lucian thinks great idea and enthusiastically sets about doing the same. The two boys happily squat by the water and together fill their bags with sand. Lucian rushed back to the attendees and loudly shouted that his bag was missing. They find wonderful shells for their collection, and their faces light up with joy. With full bags, the two friends happily hop along the sandy shore. The sand is collected, the shopping list is ready. They decided it's time to go to the market. Arriving at the bustling port market, they were overwhelmed with delighted surprise. The stalls are simply bursting with an incredible variety of fresh fish and seafood. Roger asks if they can visit a few interesting shops, and Lucian gladly agrees. The guys happily rummage through the noisy market and show each other different shops. A friendly saleswoman smiles and shows them her fresh catch for today. Just caught sea scallops are laid out on the grill. They are already ready for cooking. While wandering the market, the company enjoys tasty snacks on skewers. Later, Lucian relaxes and exhales with pleasure. That was a fun day. With a warm smile, he recalls the beautiful sea and that wonderful shopping date they organized. He smiles, remembering the delicious seafood he ate, and says he bought more. Lucian asks Leon, will they cook everything they bought? Leon confirms that he will cook most of the dishes, and Lucian beams with delight. In the governor's residence, the bustle rises again. They begin preparing dinner. Leon politely enters the kitchen ready to start cooking dinner. Chef Nasser warmly welcomes him and says he has been waiting for him for a long time. Leon introduces himself and apologizes for the last-minute message, but at Nasser they just brush it off. Nasser says he has heard about Leon's unique dishes and wants to help. Leon sincerely rejoices at such a warm reception and thanks him from the bottom of his heart. Nasser gestures towards the broad ingredients and asks about Leon's plan. Leon admits that he does not know how to clean seafood and asks to leave this work to him. The head chef eagerly agrees and confidently says to Leon, leave it to me. Leon begins to imagine the menu he will prepare for the celebration. He decides octopus deep-fried, fish pan-fried, and yellowtail on salt. He asked Nasser to start with savar and ajay, and the chef agreed. Leon carefully considers how to prepare AG or horse mackerel. He orders NASSA to cut off the heads and open the fish. For savar, he asked to cut it into 3 fillets and then remove the bones. Nasser begins work. The knife in his hands moves quickly and precisely, skillfully. Leon froze in admiration. The chef holds the knife with incredible skill. He reminds himself, there is no time to just admire. He has his own tasks. Then he gets to the crumbs. First, he cuts the bread to make fresh bread crumbs. Nasser suddenly declares that he has already prepared the fish. Leona was caught off guard. The head chef works incredibly fast. Nasser serves a perfectly cooked fillet and asks, what's next? Leon asks to cut the octopus into bite-sized pieces. Nasser passionately talks about the long, exhausting stage of the octopus's prior preparation. Worried, Leon asked if he could watch the process, and Nasser agreed. Nasser shows how to clean and rub the octopus with salt to remove its slime. Suddenly, Leon clearly understands exactly how that octopus was prepared, just as he had once seen. Nasser shows the ready octopus, and Leon sincerely thanks him for the lesson. Leon seasons the bland dish and notes what luxurious local expensive pepper it has. He lightly dusts the yellowfin with flour before frying. He asks to watch how Nasser cuts the brown one, exactly the same as before. The chef skillfully shows how to remove the scales before slicing the fish into fillets. Nasser skillfully finishes the preparation and pushes fillets aside. Leon understands the method but doubts whether he can reproduce it himself. Suddenly he remembers, the fried dish needs sauce and wonders what to serve it with. He demands that Nasser prepare tomato sauce, although tomatoes are out of season. Nasser says they have preserved ingredients in stock enough to make the sauce. Leon was glowing with joy and asked them to prepare a tasty tomato sauce for them. Finally, the main ingredient, sea scallops, he decides to bake them in the oven. He calls Nasser and asks if he can use the oven. Nasser agrees to prepare it but warns heating will take time. Leon begins preparing the scallops, carefully separates the meat from the shell. He thoroughly washes the shells and meat, scraping off dark and unsuitable pieces. He returns the clean scallop meat to the shell and begins seasoning it. He suddenly had a lightning idea and he asks Nasser if they have garlic. Nasser awkwardly explains, garlic is added only to get rid of the smell of beef. Nasser, the cook, confesses to Leon that garlic started being used in cooking dishes only recently. Leon asked for permission to use garlic and a strange request appeared from Nasser. Can he take a look? When Leon explains, Nasser finds out. Garlic is added to give sauces and stewed dishes flavor. Intrigued by the new culinary possibilities, Nasser promised to try this technique personally. Leon skillfully demonstrates his method. He coats the scallops with garlic, spices, and breadcrumbs, preparing them for baking. When everything is ready, Leon, burning with impatience, asks if he can already use the oven. Leon, full of determination, declared that he will not relax until every dish is ready. He carefully examines the prepared ingredients and notices. Only the final touches remain. Return to Nasser let him help prepare the last simple dish, salted fried gray mullet. Nasser understands this and gladly agrees to a simple addition to the dish. They divided the remaining work. Nasser pesters with interrogations and Leon takes on all the frying. First, Leon prepares a large cauldron and generously pours oil into it for deep frying. He begins the coating process, throws the prepared octopus pieces into a bowl with flour. Soon all the different seafood will be evenly coated with breading and ready for frying. He decides to check if the oil is hot enough, throws a few bread crumbs into it. The crumbs immediately sizzle, a sign that the oil has the perfect temperature. Leon carefully begins frying the magical fish in breading, and it pleasantly sizzles in the hot oil. When the fish darkens, that very sound awakens in him a sharp hunger and an impatient desire to eat it. He declares that he will continue frying with full inspiration while Nasser watches. Leon proudly lifts the colander and announces that the fried dishes turned out perfectly. Nasser approaches, ready to serve the appetizing grilled dishes he just prepared. Perfectly cooked sea scallops and gray mullet lay on the plate right in front of Leon. Standing before the magnificent banquet, Leon sincerely thanks Nasser for their professional assistance. Nasser modestly shrugged and said that he was actually the one who benefited from this lesson. Nasser takes on the finishing coating and sends Leon to the dining hall. Leon entered the dining room and sincerely thanked the guests who patiently waited. The guests sincerely say how eagerly they awaited this special banquet. With a bright, confident smile, Leon hopes that everyone will like his dish. A luxurious banquet blooms on the table, a multitude of beautifully arranged seafood dishes. The guests froze and together exclaimed how delicious each of these dishes looks. Lord Richard smiles warmly and announces that it is time to begin the meal. A joyful bon appetit was heard and thus the grand banquet solemnly began. Lord Richard decides to start by trying a piece of fried fish in breadcrumbs. Lady Catherine also chooses a similar-looking fried dish to start and begins to eat. As soon as everyone takes the first bite, genuine surprise flashes across their faces. Lord Richard was the first to speak, exclaiming with delight, "What an incredible taste." Enchanted by the flavor, he turns to Leon and asks what this dish is called. Leon explains that Lord Richard is currently enjoying a dish called fried magifish. After which he clarified, Lady Catherine's dish is completely different and he freed Suvar. He almost glows as he describes how he coats the fish in flour, dips it in egg, and sprinkles it with breadcrumbs before frying. Lord Richard pondered this new idea of fried food, looking at it with admiration. He admires with delight the crispy crust and incredibly soft, tender interior. He notes that the taste is incredible and perfectly matches the tomato sauce. Leon beams with happiness and gratefully accepts their sincere, passionate compliments. Lucien, having tasted another dish, opened his eyes wide and asked in shock if he was eating octopus. Leon confirms that it is fried octopus, and Lucien enthusiastically says he could eat it every day. NASA says that this is a popular snack that perfectly pairs with drinks in any world. Lucien lifted the plate with scallops and exclaimed with delight that this is his favorite dish. Leon explains that crispy croutons and the garlic flavor bring out the best in the scallops. He smiles kindly and says that with other seasonings it will also be tasty. Although Leon's heart was pounding with nerves, he smiled. It pleased him that everyone was greedily savoring the food. Despite the triumph in the kitchen, he still keeps one secret remark about the menu. He begins to doubt, was his idea a mistake to fry mullet in gray color with salt? The fish is incredibly tasty, but as soon as you taste it, a passionate, desperate craving for hot rice immediately flares up. For a moment, a vivid image of a bowl of rice flashed before him, and he does not understand why it is not here. His silent, desperate cry, "RICE," echoes against the backdrop of the night sky. At Duke Christoph's estate, he passionately asked his father about his visit to the port city. His father, Richard, enthusiastically praises Leon's dishes and asks if Lucien has already told him about it. Christophe confirms. Lucien spoke about that luxurious meal with incredible delight. Richard thoughtfully decided that these dishes would definitely please Christophe as well. Christophe sadly says that he regrets he himself could not try that wonderful dish. Richard decided to call NASA the chef who taught Leon all these recipes. Christophe says that he will also try to work with the new ice generator machine. Richard is delighted. He learned that the innovative machine has finally been prepared for operation. Christophe joyfully reports, they have just managed to preserve the magic of water and wind in the stones. Richard, with a sparkle in his eyes, notes that this new technology will significantly ease the transportation of seafood. He assigned Christophe the task to establish fast and reliable communication with the capital. The topic of the cryo machine makes Richard recall another important matter. He entrusts his son to manage the kitchen affairs and fulfill one more special request. In the memories, it is seen how Leon asks the ice machine to bring fresh seafood home for his family. He sincerely tells how much he longs for his family to taste this rare and incredibly delicious delicacy. Leon notices that this technology has not yet become widespread, so this is a rare opportunity. Then he stunned the governor as soon as he asked for magical stones and magical iron for the project. Leon confidently says that, having the necessary materials, he will simply do it himself. The enchanted governor got the materials for the grateful and determined boy. Then Leon began loading seafood into the newly assembled machine, which he was going to take home. He reveals a sophisticated way to use this machine not to make ice flakes. He plans to freeze the seafood together with water into one huge block of ice. He explains that this method helps better preserve during transportation over long distances. The governor wondered whether this exceptional knowledge was another power of the heavenly messenger. He resolutely sets out to promote Leon's ice generators and ingenious transportation method. Returning to the present, Christophe shifts the conversation to the main topic of their meeting. Richard casts a stern look to make it clear to everyone. He will speak about Morgan's case. Christophe confirms this. His face darkens, becoming gloomy and resolute. Richard recounted his incredible shock when he heard from Leon what had happened. He considers Morgan's actions unacceptable, especially after those years of devoted service. It was unforgivable he embezzled money and even insulted a possible heavenly messenger. Richard admits he is gripped by horror at the mere thought that Leon could have become angry. He firmly says that they need to prepare good rooms for the return to that city. Christophe appeals to his father's anxiety and talks about the condition of the governor's residence. He has already arranged for furniture and servants to be brought from their own estate. He also ordered the soldiers to temporarily hold Morgan in the city military guardhouse. Richard agrees there is no point in softening. Morgan has been cut off from his family. Then Christophe raises the next extremely important issue and persistently gathers all the necessary evidence. Richard is confident an extremely large batch of furniture most likely went to local traders on the black market. Christophia agrees probably these goods were sold in the same city or in neighboring villages. He informs his father that he has already ordered an immediate search. Richard strictly commands, as soon as the evidence is found, Morgana will be transferred to the capital. If no evidence is found, he orders Morgana to be dismissed from the position. The materials will state inappropriate behavior, and this will be a fully resolved and fair decision. In a strict room, Lord Richard entrusts Kristoff with a mission and he accepts it. A few days before that, Governor Morgan raged uncontrollably as soon as the Duke's delegation left. His anger flares up at the very thought that some commoner will become the Duke's guest. Morgan laughed with complete contempt. The audacity of the commoner seems incredible to him. A sharp sudden knock on the door pulls him out of his angry thoughts. An anxious servant rushes in, sincerely apologizing for being late. He, in response to Morgan's shock, says that they need to prepare 2 more rooms for guests. With a worried expression, the servant explains that there is no suitable furniture for the guest room. Morgan explodes with rage and accuses the servant of acting as if he alone is responsible for this problem. The frightened servant insists that he did not mean that, and Morgan angrily scolds the commoners. He humiliates his servant, mockingly stating that he keeps such a fool only out of pity. Morgan, with absolute contempt, suggests simply buying new furniture and solving everything that way. The servant, with a trembling voice, points out that they do not have money for that. Morgan boldly orders him to commission cheap furniture from local craftsmen. He contemptuously calls his servant pathetically incapable because he did not understand such a simple idea. His anger grows and the servant is already full of anxiety whether he will manage to finish the work on time. The servant was strictly ordered, let the craftsman work all night if necessary. Morgan sharply ordered his subordinate, go and immediately place the order. He mumbles that this man is good for nothing and must be dismissed as soon as possible. He feels that he is on shaky ground and clearly understands he needs a better plan. The story jumps ahead a few days. The tents of the residents already have a different atmosphere. Morgan is sitting at the table, and suddenly there is a commotion outside his office door. His face twisted with rage, the noise raised by his subordinates drove him mad. He struck the table with his fist and demanded, "Tell me what is going on here." Morgan barked at the servants, ordering them to be silent. Their noise was already unbearable. Suddenly a servant ran in, gasping with panic, shouting that the Duke's soldiers had already arrived. Morgan is stunned by this news and does not understand why are the Duke's soldiers here. A group of people points at him and treacherously signals the approaching soldiers. The chief of the guard solemnly hands an official scroll to the stunned Morgan. He solemnly declares that he has received orders from the Duke's house to arrest him. 2 soldiers grab poor Morgan. He struggles from their hands and demands, "What does this mean?" He fiercely demands an answer. Do they really think such lawlessness will go unpunished? One of the soldiers reports that the order comes directly from the Duke's house. "I am a nobleman," shouts Morgan as he is forcibly dragged out of the room. The captain coldly said that Morgan will be able to explain himself at the guard post. He is dragged down the corridor and he vainly shouts to the indifferent soldiers. A few days later in the Duke's palace, young Leon is preparing to depart. He says goodbye to his relatives, and they sincerely whisper words of support to him. His parents advised him to take care of his health and give all his strength. Leon comically imagines how terribly painful it is to live far from his parents. A boy named Lucian looks at Leon and sees that he is trying to appear brave. Lucian asks Leon why he looks as if he is about to cry. Leon stubbornly insists that he is not sad about the breakup, and Lucian is only more confused by this. He happily explains that he will meet them at the Spring Moon Festival. Lucian is completely bewildered. He is hearing about this festival for the first time. Jokingly, he demands his tears back, and Leon happily talks about the academy. Shaken, Leon asked Lucian what kind of spring moonliness this is at all. Lucian admits that he has never heard of it, and strangely, not even about more. Another young man enthusiastically talks about the world's 360-day calendar and its 4 seasons. Lucian awkwardly admits that he never had the chance to learn this custom. Leon asks if it is a New Year's holiday and he is answered, no. Lord Richard clearly says, here they celebrate the arrival of spring, not the new year. Leon suddenly realizes why he has never encountered New Year celebrations in this world. Now he finally understood why he never had the chance to learn the calendar. After a peaceful journey at night, they safely reach the Duke's palace. Falling asleep, Leon cannot shake the thought, what happened to Governor Morgan? The next morning, the sun shone over the Grand Prince's palace. Lord Richard escorts Leon away, awkwardly apologizing for coming to say goodbye alone. Leon cautiously began to inquire with Lord Richard about the consultation they had earlier. Richard recalls the conversation and suddenly realizes what Leon is talking about. He assures that he has already dealt with it and explains why Morgan is absent. Lucian asks if they will meet at the exams, but Leon has lessons every week. Lucian beams with joy and eagerly awaits the next meeting. It is very soon. Leon returned home and joyfully announced to his younger brothers and sisters that he was home again. His brother and sister happily greet him as he sets his large box on the ground. His sister excitedly and impatiently asks if he brought a gift from the trip. Parents greet him, mother asks if he liked it, but he does not hear her. Leon smiles and reassures his mother. The trip was wonderful, you are too worried. His parents, inflamed with curiosity, ask what is inside the big box. With a dramatic gesture, Leon announced that he brought souvenirs for everyone. He opens the box and there lies a large pile of fresh fish, packed in ice. His family froze in shock, looking at the fish and the rare shiny ice. Leon explains, at the Duke's estate they used a magical device, and that is exactly how it was transported. His brother cannot get enough of how useful magical tools are for such matters. His brother recoiled in horror and pointed at a strange creature in the box. Leon cheerfully lifts up an octopus, and his whole family recoils in disgust. He reassures them, although it looks disgusting, the taste is simply incredibly delicious. He shows them a sea scallop and, smiling, explains that they only eat its inner part. Brother asks how he will cook them, and Lee, unsure, takes everything into his own hands. His brother enthusiastically offers help in everything he can. His sister proudly tells her brother that Leon's dishes are incredibly tasty. Then he calls Enda to taste the food together. Ian was very surprised by this. Ian, who had never tried seafood, gratefully accepts the invitation. His mother suddenly finds a box with kitchen utensils and sees expensive black pepper inside. His sister points to another bag and curiously asks what is inside it. Leon jokingly calls it a surprise and promises they will see it later. Then he turns to his parents and asks permission to invite a guest to dinner. He explains that this is the person who helped him, and his mother agrees. The parents were glowing with joy and said they also wanted to meet and thank him. They decided not to work that night and turn everything into a real family banquet dinner. After visiting the guest, Leon returns home, and his family warmly welcomes him with heartfelt embraces. He confirms that Marcel will arrive soon, and his mother is already bustling, preparing for the meeting. In the kitchen, the mother asks what dishes he plans to cook. Leon enthusiastically shares his plan to prepare fried agi, that is, Japanese horse mackerel. With excitement, he further explains how he will turn Savaru Muniru into a person with the courage of an octopus. Finally, he lays out his plans: berry with salt and fried scallops. In his thoughts, he regrets not having an oven to bake slices of scallops or prepare teriyaki. Yet he notes that his parents are savoring the new ingredients. With a determined exclamation, he announces, "It's time to start cooking." Leon leans over the wooden tub, ready to begin preparing seafood. In the kitchen, a young woman carefully slices a crispy loaf on a wooden board. A man in an apron stirs a dark mixture in a pan, quietly simmering over an open flame. Lone and Leon froze in amazement, looking at the large silvery fish lying on the counter right in front of them. A hand reaches out to the bowl and grabs a handful of small white crumbs to coat. Fingers sprinkle seasoning over the bowl, filled to the brim with freshly prepared sea scallops. Leon announces that he will now fry the prepared dish and immediately pours oil into the cauldron. He explains, although it seems like a lot, this oil can be reused for other dishes. While the oil heats up, he orders them to continue with the rest of the preparations. The montage shows Leon cutting the fish, Lone frying in the deep fryer until crispy, and Jean not leaving the pan. Leon carefully cleans the scallops' size and says they are tasty, but their preparation is too exhausting. Ian watches as Leon struggles with the exhausting, tedious work, a thoughtful grimace frozen on his face. Focused Leon continues working, not even suspecting that he is being watched. Ian kindly offers to take over the preparation of the scallops, and grateful Leon gladly agrees. The guys switched roles. Leon now chops garlic, and Ian skillfully handles the sea scallops. Jean proudly announced that he had already finished frying, holding a spatula in his hand. Lounge smiles and talks about the amazing aroma, and June feels the same. Leon brings a basket of fried scallops and urges everyone there is very little left. They are almost ready. Jean looks at the fried pieces with surprise. He did not even suspect that something was hidden in the crusts. He decides to fry one himself, asks Leon to prepare the already ready dishes. Lounge suggests, let's all gather in the dining room and warm up together. She asked Ian and Mary to help with the preparation. They responded gladly and enthusiastically. Mary playfully helps Ian while they set the table for the big dinner. In the pantry, Leon reaches and picks up Lounge, extends his hand to the top shelf where something is hidden. A polite knock sounded at the front door. Leon opens the door and their guest, Mr. Marcel, stands before him, smiling and greeting them with good evening. Marcel cannot help but notice how that delicious aroma spreads in the air, and Leon confirms, "We have almost finished cooking." Mari peeks out from behind her brother's back and asks with curiosity who this guest is. Leon introduces Mr. Marcel and Mary politely responds, stating her name. With curiosity, we slipped inside and Mary asked if Marcella is the grandfather. The question stunned Marcel. A wave of unexpected and uncontrollable emotions overwhelmed him relentlessly. Hurt through tears, he agrees to be called Grandpa. This is gladly requested by Mari. Full of joy, Marcel accepts the new title, and the radiant Mary greets him again. Then Leon introduces everyone to Ian. He came to help with the food preparation. Ian and the reserved Marcel exchange polite, pleasant greetings, warmly and friendly. Leon asked Maria to show their new grandfather to him, but first recalled his parents. At the table, Mari proudly points to the fish her brother prepared, and Marcel looks at it with appetite. Leon arrives with his parents and apologizes for the slight delay. He solemnly introduces his mother Arvana and father John to the honored guest. John sincerely thanks Marcel for all the help he gave Leon. Rowena says reservedly that she is glad her son could help at least a little. The whole company gathered around the generously set table. Everyone is impatiently ready to start the festive meal. Everyone is eagerly waiting for the food, and Marcel kindly serves Maria a portion. Happy Leon, with a sparkle in his eyes, announces that he will start enjoying this incredible dish. His first choice is a wonderful piece of Spanish macro, fried in butter saguaro munir. He savors the first piece, tasting the fish appetizing in appearance. His eyes widen with surprise as the incredible flavor explodes on his tongue. He mentally analyzes the exquisite taste of the butter, the sweetness of the fish, and the crunchy texture. His whole family shares his enthusiasm, praising the tasty and crunchy dish. Marcel sincerely thanks Leon for the wonderful dinner, and his parents respond in kind. Blushing, Leon smiled joyfully and promised to bring even more seafood next time. The next morning, several small glass bottles filled with sand and shells quietly stood on the table. We see Leon carefully corking one of the bottles. His project is almost ready. His mother Arvana enters the room and stops in surprise, seeing that he is up so early. He explains that he was making souvenirs for everyone, and she really likes these ideas. His father and sister also come in curious about what he was doing in the morning. Mary, holding one of the bottles, asked if this was the other souvenir he had mentioned. Leon confirms this and hands her one. She exclaims with delight, "How beautiful it is." The family excitedly decides where in the house to hang the new decorations. A few days later, the scene shifts to the majestic royal palace. Princess Martin holds one of the souvenir bottles and admires its beauty enchantedly. Leon explains that it is a decoration he made from beach sand and shells. She admits that she has never seen the sea, and this surprises Leon. Martin said that she enjoyed listening to him talk about his journey. She impatiently and excitedly asked him what the sea was like. He describes a boundlessly blue place where the sky and sea meet, and his words echo the grandeur of nature. Martin looks at the bottle with longing and dreams that one day she will see the ocean herself. She suggests going together sometime to ask what else he did. Leon's face flushed when he excitedly told how he ate seafood. She recalls how she once ate dried fish but honestly admits she did not like it very much at all. Leon assures her that fresh fish from the port town is a completely different matter. He predicts that very soon machines that make ice will bring fresh seafood to the capital. Martinez enthusiastically picked up this idea and immediately suggested organizing a tea party with seafood in the future. Suddenly, she remembers something important, something she wanted to talk to him about. She recalls the festival in honor of the kingdom's founding and invites the stunned Leon to go with her. Martin gently reassures the worried Leon with her security. Here it is completely safe. He agrees to go, and radiant Martina, all delighted, already proclaims it a promise.